And from the very inception of the idea. So we approached her initially and asked her if she'd be interested in partnering with us to take this concept and bring it into the real world. And it turns out that her lifelong dream was to start an underwear business. So even her character in the show had an underwear business, but actually in real life, she wanted to start one, and it had always been her dream. And ironically, she had just been talking about it with her sister. And our concept was actually something that she was genuinely interested in. So we partnered with her and we created a business from scratch using Yellow digital products. So we founded the business. We worked with her to develop the products, and she had this kind of checklist of things that she wanted for the underwear. It needed to be natural, organic, made in New Zealand, for real women. For over a 6-month period, we developed with Robin an underwear business, and we launched it as an online store using Yellow's digital website product, e-commerce product, and we marketed it through Yellow's digital marketing tools. So we use search marketing, Facebook marketing, and then we obviously had the campaign as well that sat behind the concept. We created a TV ad with the concept being get more exposure with Yellow Digital, and the opening of the ad is Robin opening the front door of her house, and you walk into her home and you see the chaos of what it's like as a small business owner who's actually really starting a business. And she kind of takes you over to her kitchen bench, and she shows the viewer her digital dashboard with all of her performance figures coming through. And then so supporting that, we had some outdoor activity, digital billboards where we teased the campaign. We had the Yellow logo, and we had kind of a piece of Robin sort of starting from the bottom, and then her in her undies, and then we teased it all the way up over a 5-day period. We had performance digital, social media, and the kind of execution strategy was to connect with small business. It was kind of twofold. The first was to connect with small business owners when they were working on their business, which was kind of in the evening, kind of in those wind down weekend moments. And that's where we showed the video ad. And then we had more performance driving media where we really worked hard to convert small business owners to use Yellow digital products. And that was when they were actually working in their business. And that's where we used performance marketing, and we promoted our how-to guides and the behind the scenes where Robin showed the viewer or showed small New Zealand business owners how to actually start their own business in real life, and how to use search marketing, and how to create a website, and how to create a brand Facebook page, and how to use Facebook for their digital marketing. All the things that are really hard for someone who doesn't understand digital marketing, who's kind of quit their job and decided to start their dream and to launch, their own business. And so we've sort of provided them with that support through our digital performance marketing. So Yellow is a brand that has been around for decades, and everyone knows Yellow as the Yellow Pages. And, over the last kind of 10, 20 years with the rise of digital media, Yellow have been transforming internally to become more digitally led. They still have the Yellow Pages, and it's still a really big part of their business. So no one knew that actually Yellow offered all these amazing digital marketing products. So they had a huge product awareness problem. And we partnered with a research company, and we ran some quantitative research, and we kind of further disproved the point that awareness for the Yellow Pages book was like 96%. It was really, really high. And awareness for Yellow offers search campaigns or Yellow offers websites was really low. It was like Yellow offers search campaigns, I think it was like 15%, and websites was 11%. We really just needed to communicate that, that Yellow is no longer just the Yellow Pages, that there's so much more to Yellow. We partnered with Dynata, which is the world's largest third-party quantitative data platform, and we ran a bespoke piece of research to understand, first of all, what the SME market was in New Zealand, how many of them had digital products, what their goals were, and what challenges they were facing. And what we found from that is New Zealand has a lot of really kind of young small businesses. So businesses with a tenure of under 5 years, there's a really large portion of them they actually really struggle to take their business and to take their dream out of the garage. So often small businesses start at home, and they start in the garage, or they start on the kitchen bench, or at the, the dining room table. And actually getting them out of that and growing their business is actually really hard. And they have these kind of false dreams and these false perceptions that starting a business is really easy. It's actually not that easy. So, we really wanted to kind of give them a leg up and to really help them grow their business using digital marketing. Because we're partnered with Robin Malcolm, and she had this underwear business, An Outrageous Fortune, the media just went wild over that. We didn't mention it in our advertising, but the media did. And because, Robin's character, Cheryl West, in the show was so well known. So from a product awareness perspective, the campaign worked really well to move the needle from, yellow just offers the yellow pages. Suddenly we kind of had increased our product awareness for our product offering as well. And, at the same time, we generated leads. So the leads had surpassed our kind of our objective so much that we actually had to turn the campaign off because yellow couldn't keep up with the leads that we had generated. So all around, it was a really effective campaign, and Robin's undies, they sold out, and we donated all of the profits to the Aunties charities. So it kind of worked from all aspects, really. And the Robin's undies business, it still exists, and Robin has taken it over, and she's running the business with her sister.
Sweetheart, I'll see you later. Hi, come in. I've been waiting for you. It's so full on. I've just started my new underwear business, but I really needed some exposure. So I called Yellow because they really know Kiwi business, and they sorted me out with my own online store and super targeted search ads, and now my undies are flying out the door.
As we were talking to them, we found one really prevailing insight that really inspired how we answered the rest of the brief, and that was that breastfeeding was like the cruelest joke after labour that no one prepares you for. We needed to really reveal that there's so many different realities when it comes to breastfeeding. So we needed to sort of stand up and change the status quo and reveal these different breastfeeding stories and different routes into breastfeeding to really properly prepare pregnant mums for what was to come.
Video is core to any good strategic marketing plan, whether your objective is awareness, consideration, or even priming consumers for lower funnel objectives like conversion. There is a role for video. And we find that the Twitter platform is the perfect complement to TV and like premium TV linear buys. And the reason why is because as people are investing in watching TV, they traditionally have Twitter open as that second screen. Video that aligns with the conversation of the day is what drives the most success. When it's happening in the world, it's happening on Twitter. So that type of video, the video that aligns to that conversation, is what truly moves the needle.
The most difficult thing in football is to score a goal, which makes Leo Messi's record, scoring 644 goals for a single club, all the more remarkable. We created a custom Budweiser representing each one of the goals and personalised it to the keeper it was scored against, partnering with the man himself on the plan.
Budweiser te ha enviado de verdad una botella por cada gol.
And then we waited until the 22nd of December when this happened.
Messi.
So Budweiser have a long-standing presence and relationship in football through the likes of their partnerships with La Liga, with Premier League, and with Leo Messi. And the overarching aim from Budweiser's perspective is to establish a presence in broader football culture. Messi has an incredibly credible list of other sponsors and partners. So whenever Messi has a moment in game or out of the game, Budweiser wanted to make sure that they had greater share of voice and that they were kind of top of the list when it came to affiliation with Messi in those moments. The only other aspect of the brief from Budweiser to us at Copper90 was to make sure that the product was at the heart of the story. We needed to make sure that you couldn't escape the product and you couldn't talk through the idea without referencing the product.
Yeah, and I suppose the kind of specific context of the campaign was that in 2020, Leo Messi was honing in on breaking Pele's all-time record for goals scored for a single club, which was at the time 643. This was going to be a huge moment in football culture, the kind of moment that really only comes along once in a generation in terms of the sheer scale of that achievement. And like Kate says, the challenge with a moment like that is that the entire football world is going to be talking about it. So whilst Budweiser has a reason to play in that space and has an association with Leo Messi, it's really an uphill struggle to make sure that whatever Budweiser was going to do would actually show up, would actually cut through that noise and make any kind of impact. That we knew it was going to be really hard to do something that would actually stand out in the crowd. And so we really wanted to find an angle that gave us a unique take on it. And we kept thinking about the people against whom all these goals had scored and looking at the faces on the goalkeepers in the moments of magic that Messi creates. And we were kind of really struck by all of those like moments of shock and awe and the just the kind of the wonder on the faces of the keepers at the superhuman abilities of Messi. And then we started thinking about actually just the sheer volume of people who have been on the receiving end of that Messi magic. Thinking about the goalkeepers would be a really unique way of paying testament to the kind of sheer scale of that achievement. We wanted to pay tribute to all those goalkeepers by creating customized bottles for each one of the goals that he scored and then sending them to each of the keepers against whom he scored them again.
So when the goal went in on the 22nd of December, we were ready to strike. We'd been sort of 8 months in preparation for that moment. At the beginning of the year, we thought he was on the cusp of breaking that record, and then due to COVID and due to the game being suspended for the best part of sort of 3 or 4 months, it meant that that record was delayed. And when the goal went in, Budweiser innovation team sent out a bottle to every single one of those 150 plus keepers. And we were also ready from an amplification and an outreach perspective.
Yeah, that was, I suppose, like a real key cog in the campaign, is that like instantly you had all of these incredibly, not just famous and influential, but also kind of credible voices in the game jumping on board and sharing pictures of themselves with their customized bottles that had been sent to them by Bud. They also had customized what we call creeds on the bottle, so a kind of individual messages to each of those keepers, like saying why Messi was sending them those beers and kind of thanking them for their particular challenges that they threw up to him over the years. And as they started posting, other keepers who we hadn't even signed up, but we had sent the bottles to, also started jumping on, because everyone wanted to be a part of that moment and to kind of have their place within that record. And at that point, that's, I think, when we knew we were onto a winner.
The key really was in the preparation, a shoot that happened in lockdown, which was unprecedented for most production agencies, most businesses, most brands at that time, because it was in lockdown 1 of 2020. So the key to success really was in the planning and the preparation.
We also had a kind of little tease launch film that went out on Messi's own channels, which obviously kind of kick-started the whole thing. And that was him like preparing these boxes and getting them ready to send out to the keepers. So it were all these different touch points. It was like an instant kind of launch into the world.
So, I mean, at a moment when everyone should have been talking about Messi, it did truly feel like globally everyone was talking about Budweiser. During that Christmas period, bearing in mind the keepers received their bottles on the 23rd or 24th of December, Budweiser was the number one most talked about drinks brand globally through social and through press. Their search doubled on social and online versus the previous 30 days to the campaign going out.
And I think the figure is something like 95% of online articles that mentioned brand involvement in that campaign were about Budweiser as opposed to any of the other brand partners. I don't think there were any problems during the initial brief, but the two massive elephants in the room were that COVID struck when we were still in ideation phase at that stage, so it wasn't like anything changed, but it did mean that the whole process from start to finish was done under COVID conditions, so that obviously gave a lot of challenges. And then also, when he was kind of, I think maybe 6 or 7 goals away from the record, he nearly left Barcelona, and there was a good chance that having shot and prepped the entire campaign, he actually would have left before he broke that record. But thankfully for us, he stayed for another year, broke the record, and made for a very exciting Christmas for us, but a very hard Christmas for our media team.
In waiting for longer than we'd originally anticipated, we just had to make sure that we were always ready, no matter what day, what hour, where it fell within the season. We made sure that the plan was really clear from 5 goals out and that everyone had their set copy, again, ready to go and under embargoed. So I guess it's not really a case of how we solved the problems, because we were never going to get around COVID and the restrictions and the pressure, obviously, that it put on this campaign in particular, but it was around being ready to go and making sure we're working as a team across the agencies and with our client partners to make sure that we're all singing from the same hymn sheet.
One of the reasons why we feel like it's so successful and why it actually did the job we wanted it to do is that the product was really central to the idea. And I think the fact that you couldn't really talk about the idea without talking about Budweiser obviously was a huge win in terms of it wasn't just a great concept that flew well, but it meant that Budweiser's presence and role within it was absolutely central.
The thing everyone was talking about was Budweiser.
Let know there's only one king.
Something that people forget about when they shop local is that their property value is actually tied to those local businesses. We decided to cover all the stores with for lease signs and change the outcome of their businesses.
video is a very, very important and a critical component of our entire marketing mix. And that's where you're able to really evoke the right emotions. You're able to connect with the consumers, to tell the story the right way, and impress upon the consumers the message that you're trying to actually convey to them. So video is front and center to whatever we do. So 2023, I think, from my perspective, there is going to be a significant infusion of AI into how we do marketing, including video advertising. That's number one. Number two, there is going to be, I think, a lot more cultural sensitivity and the nuances that actually will be brought out, because right now there is a lot of turmoil and turbulence that's around the world. So the most important thing is to be really in touch with those realities and not be tone deaf and keep giving your sales story, but to understand consumers in a significant way. And I think a lot of it is going to be reflected as we go into 2023.
To Media Summit, the Drum pop-up TV channel, which aims to help you make sense of this new media landscape. Over 2 days, we will be streaming content filmed in front of a live studio audience here from our London studio. So welcome to everyone in the room. And I'm delighted to welcome all of you tuning in from all corners of the world. Now, you will be hearing from some of the world's biggest names, from some of the biggest brands and agencies such as, okay, check this, Mastercard's Raja Rajamannar and Dentsu India's CEO Amit Wadhwa on how the media scene is evolving. And you will also be hearing from other great brands including McDonald's, Vice, NBC, eBay, Hyundai, Merkle, oh my goodness, the list goes on. Wow, what a lineup. They will explain the media scene in changing, how it's changing at a faster rate than ever. And I suppose Media Summit TV is a prime example of that. Now, not long ago, this would have been an in-person conference. During the pandemic, a hybrid conference. But now, it's a pop-up TV channel, ensuring we can now engage a larger audience in a far more exciting and immersive way. It's innovation like this that sees the Drum grow into, I have to pinch myself, it's a pinch yourself moment, into the second largest platform in the entire world. Wow, pretty impressive, right? But this is an ambitious project that would not have been possible without our partners. So a big shout out to Google, Waze, Finecast, Digital Turbine, and Criteo. Thank you to them. Now, right before we officially begin, a little reminder about our social housekeeping. Our hashtag today is Media Summit, so send me your questions and comments, and I'll be back throughout the show to share your thoughts and to tell the world what you think. Okay, well, now let's get underway, starting with the Drum Show, where our co-founder, Gordon Young, is going to be put through his paces. He is an all-star panel, and he's going to get to grips with some of the key issues facing media. Take it away, Gordon.
Welcome to the Drum Show, which has been brought to you as part of Media Summit, a pop-up TV channel designed to give you insights into the rapidly evolving media landscape. Media Summit is packed with 20 different shows, and as a result, I can promise you an action-packed 25 minutes where we're going to look at some of the key trends we're going to be discussing through all these different shows. And it has to be saying, one of these trends is this growing consensus from both an editorial and a marketing perspective that channels are on tap, but storytelling is now well and truly on top. And to discuss this, I have a fantastic, an amazing panel I'm joined with, and they include Cameron Clark, who is a global editor of The Drum. Welcome, Cameron.
It's great to be here.
John McCarthy, who is The Drum's media editor. Welcome. And I'm really excited to welcome Faye White, who is now currently a freelance content producer, but in a previous life was a content producer at Channel 4, where you won Content Producer of the Year. So that makes you really highly qualified to talk about content, which we're going to do in just a moment. But really, John and Cameron are here because there's some really big issues affecting the media business in the news at the moment. For instance, we have the likes of Netflix, which I want to talk about first. We've actually got a full show dedicated to this topic later on. This afternoon. It's called Nextflix, which everyone thinks is a typo, but it's not, because it's going to be looking at future television. But specifically, I would want to talk about the fact that when this show was filmed, it was actually less than 24 hours away from when Netflix were going to launch their advertising product. So Cameron, or Cameron and John, can you just sort of give us your sense of why that's such a significant development?
Well, I think it's such a big deal because people have been speculating about the prospect of Netflix introducing an advertising tier for years. Netflix has fiercely resisted this for as long as it possibly could. And now, like all media owners, it's presented with the challenge of how do you keep that revenue pace going, and advertising is the logical next step. What's interesting is it's not an entirely free model. You still need to pay £5 a month here in the UK, which is about half the price of normal Netflix. And for that, you will be presented with some ads. So they've succumbed to the model that most of their counterparts are using. And John, you've been hearing some interesting rumblings from the industry, from media buyers, about how they're feeling about this, haven't you?
Yeah, it's a weird time right now where all tech companies are seemingly grabbing at any sort of diversification they can get. We'll get onto Twitter in a minute, but Netflix finally had to U-turn and bring in ads. We've been receiving some comments and expertise from people that contribute to The Drum for years, all of them speculating on when this would happen, and it finally happened. For years, for instance, BuzzFeed said they would never adopt advertising, and it happens. It always happens. Advertising always wins. So we've had this instance where Netflix have had to rush to develop this product, and we've been talking to media buyers behind the scenes about what they would want, and Netflix have had to move fast to bring in all the measurement and all the propriety and the proper sales team to actually deliver this.
Yeah, the measurement is huge. In fact, on my Netflix show, and I think you've just seen a bit of a graphic for it there, on my Netflix show, we specifically look at the fact that Barb really stole a march in the world's sort of ratings agencies by managing to sign up Netflix. But the big question now is when they actually publish the Netflix figures, will they be for their entire audience, or will it be specifically for the audience who you can target with advertising?
Well, I think this is going to be the making or breaking of the model as well, isn't it? Obviously, they've got to get the audience in front of the content first and foremost, but then they've got to earn that trust of buyers and advertisers that they're getting what they pay for. And historically, what we haven't really had a lot of from Netflix is specificity around who is watching the content, what the audiences really look like. What we've had from Netflix is a lot of aggregated data about overall audiences. That's been a bit vague on how long these audiences have been watching content for, what their actual experience is. The challenge facing Netflix is very similar to what we've seen people like YouTube go through over recent years. But as John said, what's acute about Netflix is they've put this model together very, very quickly. Advertisers are expecting sophistication. They're already questioning, is the Netflix product a bit too pricey because it is more expensive than a typical TV buy? So to justify that, they're going to have to give advertisers the data that they need. And obviously, Barb is probably a positive step in terms of putting that in place.
Yeah, it is. And I think for marketers, if it works, it's very positive that suddenly they have access to this very addressable TV audiences.
I mean, some very attractive content there, isn't there? There's probably no one in this room that doesn't watch some Netflix content. We've all, been drawn into some of the brilliant original content there. So there is a lot of appeal for brands to be in what is arguably potentially a slightly more premium environment than what else is available to them.
And it's an exciting time as well because the first Barb Netflix results were launched just this morning. Now, we haven't had any big Netflix launches this week, but The Crown is coming down and we'll have a really good feeling for their penetration in the UK once that comes out, because I'm sure there's so many people out there, even watching this right now, they want to see what's going to happen in the next season of The Crown, It's not quite historical, they might deviate a wee bit.
Yes, but moving right along, because as one sort of channel sort of engages advertisers, another big channel seems to be disengaging advertisers at the moment, maybe by accident. That's obviously Twitter, taken over by the rocket man himself, Elon Musk. What's the market saying about that?
Well, I think everybody is looking very closely at what Musk is going to do, aren't they? He's already come in, a week into his ownership, made some big personnel changes, making product changes. Everybody's seen the move towards charging for the blue tick authentication, which it looks like he's going to press ahead with, despite there being quite a lot of controversy around that. But the important consideration with Twitter is you can get very distracted by these things like the blue tick, but the reality is 90% of its revenue at the moment comes from advertising. And we've already seen some advertisers who are nervous about Elon Musk, nervous about him putting people like Donald Trump potentially back on Twitter, who have said we're going to pause what we're doing until we're really clear on what the new Twitter is going to look like. And they need to be careful because you can't afford, if 90% of your revenue comes from advertising, to jeopardize that business model.
Yeah, there's obviously, he calls himself the chief twit now. But is he a twit to buy this, or is there some method to this apparent madness?
From what I can see, it looks like he's actively dismantling it, which is a bad start, but we'll give this visionary genius his time to boil in. Its initial ideas seemed all intent on making Twitter an even worse place to be.
Yeah. Faye, what are your views as a...
Well, my concern, of course, Elon Musk came in, a very noisy entrance carrying the sink. The big, noise around it has been about charging for the blue tick. My worry, I suppose, from a journalist perspective, is about fake news and dismantling fake news. And, with broadcasters, there's already copycat accounts for a lot of broadcasters, a lot of newspapers, and even journalists as individuals out there. If they're not able to, pay for a blue tick, to have that status to say to their viewers and to their news consumers, hey, we are trustworthy, we are, the real ITV, Channel 4 News, BBC. Could we see more fake news out there that could be quite unstoppable if there's no verification?
And Elon himself has actually shared some with Hillary Clinton just this week. It was a conspiracy theory around the Pelosi attack, which has been thoroughly deleted since. But we all saw it, Elon, we saw it.
Yeah, but it's interesting, isn't it? Because every time, I suppose I'm a journalist as well, but journalists are very cynical about any big media move, aren't they? Because I remember when Channel 4 launched, everyone wrote it off, didn't have any ads on it for ages. When Sky Television launched, everyone wrote it off because they thought it was going to be a disaster, it would bankrupt Murdoch. The current one is, I suppose, GB News, who are actually on the Drum Show tomorrow. Everyone's currently writing that off, though I'm not so sure. And then, obviously, Elon Musk, he's been written off more often than my family car when I learned to drive. So you never know, might be in for Is there any chance, do you think, that you can get this to work?
I suppose it's a watch this space, but as I said, my only concern, I think, if he's dismantling everything from the inside of how we know Twitter to be, is the constant fighting fires of, fake news and disinformation. And I think there is the potential for that to grow and to fester on a new Twitter.
Yeah. But I have to say, though, talking about Channel 4, they not only confounded the critics early on, but they're 40. This UK channel, which is the fourth channel, very, very innovative at the time, is 40 this week or today even.
Today, I believe.
Today, so if you're, today, amazing. So happy birthday, Channel 4. And obviously this is relevant to you because you used to be a big part of Channel 4's social media team. And working there is really why you became the content creator of the year. But can you just sort of give us a bit more background into that campaign?
Yeah, absolutely. So I launched and ran the Channel 4 News TikTok. We got on TikTok in 2020. And, we kind of recognised that we needed to meet the audience where they are. So, if you want to attract a Gen Z audience, you need to meet them where they are, kind of understand what their concerns are, because they don't consume the news in the same way as a traditional broadcast. And, it's very unlikely that they would watch our bulletin at 7. So we kind of tapped into that, repackaging content from our Channel 4 News bulletin, and also doing original pieces as well that we thought our audience would be interested in. And yes, it's gone very successfully.
Yeah, it was an amazing piece of work. And actually, I want to show people a clip in a second, but before we do that, the point I'd like to make, and the big trend we saw in online media awards this year, was the number of publishers who were investing in these other platforms like social media. And another real great example, one I really loved, which is actually, I think, quite close to your ethos as well, was a campaign done for Sky. They won the social media awards for it. And their idea was to create up little broadcasts in different channels, which they run on a regular basis, to try and get environmental issues onto the sort of regular news agenda. But as part of that, they made these beautiful little micro documentaries, and I just thought maybe I want to share one with you now, because I think it's worth a bit more exposure. So I do think we've got a little film of that, which we should view from Sky Television. It's a one where it's based in Africa and they're making plastic bricks. It's really, really good.
Hi, my name is Nzambi Mate, and I'm the founder of Jijenge Makers Limited. Our first product line are pavers, which are used for sidewalks, footpaths, and driveways. And ours we produce using recycled waste plastic. A bunch of me and friends of mine came together and we were just tired. The government is not doing enough, the stakeholders are not doing enough, we as a people, we are not doing enough. So we started by collecting plastic waste within our estate, sorting them and selling to recyclers. We realized we are collecting more plastic than we are selling to recyclers. So that made us think, so what more can we do? So we decided, why don't we start making pavers, because that was, first of all, an easy entry to the market, and also the demand was high. We started in my mom's backyard, and my neighbors didn't like the process. That's when we moved to the industrial part of Nairobi. And in 2020, we launched the product officially in the market.
Let's turn trash into cash.
We learned on the job. The more we did, the more we learned. The more we did, the more we learned. So, and we hence become the masters of our own skill. If you have a project, if you have an idea, if you have a solution that you feel that you can execute, you can solve that problem, just start. Because the fear of the unknown tends to hold you back in starting, but once you start, it's home and dry. So yeah, that's me. So, au revoir.
That was worth the wait.
Yeah, really, really strong stuff there, actually. And we missed a bit of it in the room, actually, just to give you the context. It was this woman discovers a big problem, plastic waste, so she repurposed it to make these paving stones and bricks. It's a great story, and it's a great way of using sort of these channels. But it's also sort of, in terms of what you're doing, it's obviously very social purpose led. And do you want to maybe see some of your award-winning work.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
So I think we've got an example of that as well.
TV is still an extremely effective mass media communication vehicle. There's no question about it. But if I have...
I'm confusing everybody upstairs, but this little film is when you're talking about the new online safety bill, and it's really sending an alert out to under 18s that they may be deprived of their porn.
Yeah.
And we do have that.
Ever watched porn online? You'll want to hear this. Under 18s will be banned from porn sites in the UK. Under proposed laws by the government, users will have to verify their age, maybe using their credit card or their passport details. Porn sites that don't do this could be fined or blocked. Bosses could even be jailed. Children's charities are happy about the draft law. They say that pornography teaches unhealthy views on sex and consent. But security experts are concerned about privacy and worry that a huge database of pornography users could be hacked.
Brilliant and powerful. But can you give us a sort of what was the objective of that campaign?
Yeah, absolutely. So through kind of our own sort of research, we started to understand who our audience are, because TikTok's analytics don't allow you to see who your audience are. So we started to realise that a lot of our audience were kind of 15 and under at that time. So we wanted to, the online safety bill was the big story of that particular day, but we wanted to take what was most relevant to our audience and kind of meet them where they are. So we thought, changes to online pornography is going to be the biggest standout change. So we kind of broke that all down, because the online safety bill isn't something that, kids age 15 or under are going to sit down and read. So we just kind of wanted to break it down for them, explain it to them in a way that they would understand without speaking down to the audience. And the response was quite overwhelming. It was the first video that we made that hit over 1 million views, and one of our most commented on videos. Lots of people tagging their friends, were very concerned about what...
Kids are horrified by this.
Yeah, very horrified, very concerned about what might happen to the future of online pornography.
Yeah, but obviously now you're not standing still. You've got a really interesting new role. Want to tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm working with a company called The News Movement, which was one of the founders, CEOs is Kamal Ahmed, formerly of the BBC, and they are a TikTok-first, social-first news platform. And they are doing a collaboration with AP in the US to launch their TikTok account. So AP launched on TikTok last week ahead of the midterm elections. So I'm working with AP and the News Movement to do that.
Yeah. And what lesson, if there's one sort of key takeaway you give media owners very briefly in terms of harnessing a platform like TikTok, what would it be? Why should they be investing in this?
Well, I think you should be investing in it as a media brand because it's future-proofing your brand, If you're not catering to a Gen Z or a younger audience, even a younger millennial audience who aren't perhaps consuming or engaging in your other products, you're just cutting out such a large portion of the demographic who are interested in news, but aren't going to sit down and watch terrestrial television. There's so many studies that have been done, so many surveys that say that Gen Z and younger millennials are moving away from terrestrial television. So I think meet your audience where they are, get on TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, because, it's future-proofing your brand to be on those platforms and to be, providing great impartial news there.
Yeah, and talking about future-proofing, Cameron, is quite a sort of good theme for the show, isn't it? We've got some really good people coming up. We heard about, in fact, you've already heard a bit from Raja Rajamana, who's the CMO at MasterCard, talking about the changing TV landscape. He's on later.
Yeah, we've got some brilliant guests throughout the day. Later on today, I'm going to be speaking to Channel 4, actually, and also Vice and eBay about how advertisers fund content as well, which is really interesting. And Amit Wadhwa, Dentsu India CEO, I spoke to him. They're the Network of the Year at Cannes this year. So this globally celebrated creative agency. And what's interesting about speaking to them in the context of media is they want to see much more sort of convergence again between media and creative, because those two disciplines have been, in advertising at least, separated for the last 2 or 3 decades. So
and I think we can
come back.
I think we can give you a bit of a flavour of what Raja was saying, because obviously he is wrestling with this converging technologies, big style, as he says in this little clip we've got for you now.
TV is still an extremely effective mass media communication vehicle. There's no question about it. But if I have to compare 10 years back, 20 years back, and 30 years back, the effectiveness constantly is coming down for a given quality and characteristics of the advertisements. And the reasons are very simple. People are shifting a lot into the streaming channels, whether it is Netflix or Amazon Prime or those kind of channels, where there is no real advertising, and they're competing with the time that you would have otherwise spent on television.
Yeah, it's really, really fascinating, isn't it? Because you really do get an insight into the challenges facing big brands as these mediums change, and then they've got challenges around measurement and where to invest your budget. It's interesting. He's making a point. He's shifting money off traditional TV. How do brands make sense of this new environment?
Well, I think this is the issue at the heart of all this, isn't it? The infrastructure, the legacy infrastructure of the advertising industry probably hasn't kept pace with the speed that audiences have moved at. So it's so interesting hearing about all you're doing on TikTok. And, we saw that example of Sky. They launched the climate show for COP26 last year. And then they took that out, not just on their Sky News TV platform, but out onto TikTok, out onto social media. And they went where the audiences were. And that's great. It's really good that media owners have grasped the nettle on that. But obviously where we need to see more advancement is in the measurement industry, the technology industry, the advertising industry, keeping pace so that we know if you're spending money as an advertiser to be in these environments, you're in the right place, seeing the right people, you're getting return on that investment.
Yeah, but the one consistent thread everyone running through, and I suppose that's how we started, was about if you want to get cut through, content is now more important than ever. And I think that was really when we spoke to the CEO of Dentsu India, who is the agency of the year according to Cannes, Amit Wadhwa, gave us this insight into why he thinks media buying and creative need to work more together.
What you put out there is equally important to where we put it. And these what and where needs to go hand in hand. I've seen so many of these examples of a great creative going waste because the medium was wrong, or a great medium being there not utilized in the best possible way because the creative wasn't right there. And I think more and more as we move along, agencies and clients are realizing the importance of both these things working hand in hand. And I guess all agencies are right now in that zone of integration, and so are we in a way.
Yes, I have to say, Carmen, you look very good in that interview, and we're looking forward to seeing more of you when we see the full thing later on today. But really the point, though, about bringing media and creative together is not a new argument, but I think it's definitely more relevant now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you can't put the medium before the message, right? So all of this technology that we have at our disposal, whether it is TikTok, whether it is still TV, which still has an enormous role to play, that's all brilliant. You've got more ways to reach people than ever before, more sophisticated ways of potentially measuring that. This is all really exciting. But if you lose sight of the right content, then you can have whatever environment you like, but you're not going to have an audience there. And I think that's what everybody's grappling with. What is the right content for the right environment? And I think that is why we're seeing even news publishers, pivot to places where we've never seen them be before. And actually, maybe this is what's interesting about the whole Twitter thing. We disproportionately in media focus on Twitter because nearly every journalist in the world is on Twitter. But actually, Twitter isn't the be-all and end-all to many people, many demographics, really aren't there very much at all. So there's a great big world out there, but we need to know what to put in it.
Yeah, and Faye, what's your sort of take coming from the content producing side as a content producer of the year? What would you tell publishers in terms of investing in the craft?
I would tell publishers that I think it's important to find producers, hire producers who understand the platform natively, how it works, rather than trying to repackage what you already have. Because, 9 times out of 10, I think that doesn't work. You have to, as has just been said, make sure that the content that you're creating, that you're investing time into, fits the platform. Otherwise, it's just not going to reach out, it's not going to be seen.
That's great. Well, on that very important, pertinent note, I'm afraid that's all we've got time for now, so I'd really to thank my amazing panel. Congratulations once again to our Content Producer of the Year 2022. And thanks to all you guys for watching. Remember, all the content from this pop-up TV channel for the Drum Media Summit will be available on the Drum catch-up service. Just press the TV icon on the Drum's homepage and you'll find all the content there. So I hope you enjoy the rest of the shows. Thank you.
Wow, what a great way to start the summit, don't you agree? Yeah, I'm sure everybody's nodding. Yes, they do. I'm sure you're nodding at home. Well, thank you so much to the amazing guests. And of course, I think Gordon was right. They were our special guests. And thank you for those online media award insights. And now we move on to a very exciting chat show. The Drums at Chris Sutcliffe, who'll be talking cookies. Normally he eats cookies. Oh, I think he's coming soon. Yeah, okay. Take it away, Chris. Okay.
The most difficult thing in football is to score a goal, which makes Leo Messi's record, scoring 644 goals for a single club, all the more remarkable. We created a custom Budweiser representing each one of the goals and personalised it to the keeper it was scored against, partnering with the man himself on the plan.
Budweiser te ha enviado de verdad una botella por cada gol.
And then we waited until the 22nd of December when this happened.
Messi. Oh my goodness.
So Budweiser have a long-standing presence and relationship in football through the likes of their partnerships with La Liga, with Premier League, and with Leo Messi. And the overarching aim...
Hello everybody and welcome to this session at Media Summit. We're going to be talking about the crumbling of the cookie. And I don't know about the two of my guests, but I feel like we've been talking about the depreciation of the cookie for thousands of years at this point. It feels like something I learned in primary school. It was reading, writing, death of the cookie, and the recorder. So I wondered, before we sort of get into the discussion then, James, when we're talking about the death of the cookie, what is the sort of sentiment around it at the moment?
It's the wrong conversation.
Well, that's a great start.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we should move beyond the cookies really now because it's game over. You got to ask yourself why we're talking about it now. You know, it was 2011 when the law required opt-in consent for cookies. It's taken us 11 years and we still haven't fixed the problem. So yeah, we'll get into what replaces it, but I think let me start with a parable, if I may.
Now this is interesting. I think this is the first parable we've ever had on stage here at the Drum.
But I think this is important. So you might remember the parable of the monkeys and the hunters. The hunters used to get a coconut, hollow it out, and make a hole in the coconut just big enough for a monkey to squeeze its hand through. And they'd fill the coconut full of lovely monkey treats. And all they'd do is hang it from a tree, and the monkey would come along, he'd shove his hand in the coconut, grab the food, but he couldn't get the hand out because his fist was bigger than the hole. And then along comes a hunter and captures the monkey. And all the monkey needed to do to escape was just to let go of the food and pull his hand out. And I think the industry is in exactly the same position now, where we're so terrified of letting go of the fruits that come with cookie third-party data, and all the analytics and the tracking and all the rest of it that comes with it. But the truth is, if we don't pull our hand out and leave it behind, then the hunters are going to come and kill us.
See, I think that's so interesting because that runs almost counter to a lot of the narrative that I'm hearing about this, which is that sentiment has changed and that we've gone from this period of utter panic when Google first decided to kind of impose this to a sort of calm sensation now where we can recognize that there is an awful lot of good that can be done as a result of this. So do you feel like there is a sort of widespread recognition across the industry that potentially there is something good that's going to come out of this?
I mean, it depends what you mean out of this. If you mean out of the deprecation of third-party cookies. Is that what
that's
you mean?
right.
Yeah. No question. I mean, the truth is the kind of surveillance system that we've built with layers of ad tech over the years was never designed for that purpose. I mean, the only reason we track people everywhere across the internet and build these very detailed profiles, often with very sensitive information, but truthfully in a very benign way. You know, the whole point is really to serve ads to people on, you know, when they're online. If we can build a better model that achieves the same ends, that is more in the interests of society and people's rights and expectations of privacy, that is definitely a good thing.
See, I think that's absolutely fascinating. We're definitely going to get into that as we go. But Ben, from Ansu's point of view, when we're talking about that opportunity that's coming from that, I know that Ansu has a huge suite of tools available around personalization. Is this something that you are not necessarily having, you know, been prepared for, but this is something you're willing and ready to take advantage of, this change from the third-party cookie to a very different model now? All right, that's right. Yeah. So we got Ben from Ansu with us. Ben, can you hear us? Okay.
It's not Ben. It's me, Andreas.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Oh, good. I was wondering if you can.
Okay, Andreas. Yeah. Sorry. So when we're talking about that third-party cookie and sort of that transition away from what was a very almost impersonal method of doing marketing now, what sort of is your take on the opportunities that marketers have going forward?
Well, there are a lot of opportunities. And first of all, I agree with what was just said, that we are holding on the cookie for too long. And the the main issue I see is that when we talk about the cookie universe, it's only a very small fraction of the overall digital marketing, right? So we have omnichannel marketing with digital out of home, with video, with CTV, with all kinds of things. And if your only strategy is to target towards those third-party cookies, which were not great, as we all know, then it might be the wrong strategy. So in the future, I assume and I hope that we will have new technologies, new capabilities that enable us to do much better marketing, but not to have even more data, to have even more insights into the different users, but just to do a more clear and more transparent and privacy-safe marketing for the users, which is obviously a benefit for both sides, the advertiser and also the consumer.
So one of the things that I want to touch upon, because you mentioned there, and you're completely correct to say it, that this is all predicated on a better environment for consumers, for internet users. But Andreas, when we're talking about this, are we conflating privacy with the ability to ad track? Are we talking about this as though it's all one thing when in fact it's a bunch of discrete considerations that we need to sort of take into account?
So on the one hand, it is one thing because ad tracking and targeting cannot go without privacy, right? So if you think about the future of advertising, you have to think about privacy as well. That's for sure. But there are different things in it. So one is the technical capability of delivering ad. The other hand is the privacy and legislation side of things. Only because the third-party cookie is going away doesn't mean GDPR is changing. So that will stay the same. Consent management is as important. So it, in that sense, yes, it goes hand in hand, and we shouldn't forget it. But also, it's different discussions when it comes to how we do it. But in the end, that's often what I hear from clients. They say, well, now the first-party ID or any other form of advertising comes into play, so shouldn't I care about consent collection anymore? And that's not true. You should. Absolutely. Now I see a video on this. Sure, that's correct.
That's right. So what we're going to be talking about now is, because you mentioned there that GDPR isn't going away anytime soon, and there are obviously thunderous ramifications for actually getting some of this wrong. So I think we'll see this now.
It's already halfway through.
Yeah. Okay. So one of the things, obviously, that has become very apparent is that there's almost a reticence to grapple, I think, with some of the potential outcomes with this. And we know from talking to the IAB UK that there is still clarity required on some of the alternatives that are coming from third-party cookie. So from your perspective, what would you say, sorry, James, from your perspective, what would you say are some of the most viable alternatives that you've seen, and how far along the path implementing them are we?
Well, I mean, I would say that there is no silver bullet right now. I think there's a portfolio of options that are available to marketers to kind of pick and choose from that will help kind of fill the gaps that are left behind when you stop hoovering up the kind of third-party data. I mean, we're all familiar with them. Everything from contextual to kind of universal IDs and all the rest of it. The problem is, when you ask yourself why are we deprecating cookies, it's important because if the why, which the only real why is because people don't like being tracked and surveyed online, right? And that was true in 2011. And all this deprecation cookies is out of security and privacy concerns fundamentally. So when you talk about what are the options to replace it, are we replacing with options to serve that problem? That we're trying to avoid surveying people and intruding on their privacy? Or are we as an industry finding solutions that fix the commercial problem we have because the industry is not allowed to track people?
Absolutely, and I do want to pick up on something you said there. But we have Ben with us now. And one of the things, Ben, that I know we're going to be talking about for years to come is this ability to target in a way that feels like we're treating our audiences with respect. So from your perspective, are you seeing the ability to do that? And how much do you think the sentiment around tracking is going to change?
So definitely we see in the last, let's say, year or so, like a great change from the platforms, from the users, if it's Apple Privacy Relay and many other initiatives happening. So we are seeing people relying more on contextual targeting, people relying more on statistical location-based audiences, and other methods that are, let's say, more privacy-friendly and less around targeting the individual, but rather than the individual properties without tracking him with like a specific identifier. And I believe that basically, especially when we look at audiences like gamers or people that are more tech savvy and digital natives are more sensitive to being tracked. And this is why I believe that people that will leverage those methods will benefit a lot from it, especially when considering that as the cookies will start to fade out, and I believe we'll start seeing people dividing into two. People that rely more on universal identifiers, like hashed emails, and people that try to take more privacy-friendly approaches like contextual targeting and statistical location-based audiences and other methods, which, by the way, Anzu is specifically oriented to intrinsic in-game advertising. And in this environment, we see that it's very easy to connect context to context, like specific people playing specific game titles and specific game genres. It's very easy to identify. And many times you can help brands connect with those audiences while keeping their privacy safe and not sharing the data. And I believe that when you can do that, you give real value to users.
See, and Ben, I'm delighted that you're on the panel, not just because you're the only one who's not wearing glasses, so there's a lot of diversity on this panel, obviously. But what we're going to be talking about, what we talked about at the start, James, we were talking there about some of the opportunities that came with that. And I saw you nodding along to what Ben was saying, particularly around some of those opportunities. So what was it that you sort of took your attention, and what is it that you want to build upon there?
I mean, I can hear myself very clearly now. That's better. I wonder where the new battlegrounds will be. I think I was agreeing with some of the solutions around essentially first-party data, because the one thing I want to see is a really healthy publishing industry, because I don't believe in monopolies like the walled gardens. I think it's much better for all of us if we have diversity of choice with the media we consume, and that means giving publishers strength to compete. So I think the relationships between advertisers, or specifically advertising dollars, and publishers is something that we need to reinvent so that their respective first-party data becomes as powerful as the kind of tracking data that we rely on so much today. If we rewind 3 or 4 years, everyone was obsessed 3 or 4 years ago with first-party data. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what changed, but overnight they decided that third-party cookie data was basically the first-party data that they were after. Yeah. They stopped going after first-party data, and everyone went after basically audience ID data. If we had carried on down the route of first-party data then, the whole society would be in a better place right now.
See, that was bizarre. I suddenly saw a lot of nodding out the corner of my eye there. Andreas, is that something that you agree with?
I absolutely agree with that. And moreover, now we have reached problem, because when you ask me what's the biggest problem for the advertiser now, it's not the crumbling of the cookie. We have solutions in the market. We have options that guarantee efficient marketing in the future. The biggest problems is that advertisers still rely on third-party cookies, and they haven't tapped into this new world. And if in a year or 2 years, this kind of part of ecosystem they are targeting towards will collapse, and they haven't even thought of how they plan their strategy, how they plan their audiences and so on without third-party cookie, then they are in trouble. And I see this happening now. So with a lot of clients that we have, we're already starting discussions, but they are also partially very far behind making any decisions. What they are doing right now is relying on retargeting based on third-party cookies, but that will go away. As long as you don't have an interest or you're not curious in finding out what these new solutions are and trying them out, then you have a problem. And I agree to what was said. We had those solutions in the past, and so it's obvious why not using them in the future.
See, I think that's so interesting because when there was the latest kicking of the can down the road in, I think it was June, July, we heard John Mew from the IAB UK say that he advised everybody in the marketing industry to use that time to engage with some of those solutions. So it sounds like what you're saying there, Andreas, is that there are still vast swathes of the marketing industry who don't necessarily have a plan, even though we've known this was coming for years and years and years.
Absolutely. And this is something that I'm trying to understand why is this the case. And I believe it's because of the learned behavior of this part of the traffic. So people optimize towards their KPIs. As long as they hit their KPIs, everything is great. So why should they change? And there's a certain risk of trying new things out. But they also forget about the risk that everything that they are doing is not working in 2 years from now. So in that sense, I believe a change in mindset is definitely needed now from the advertiser side. And I also agree, one important role is the publisher. So in the past, we had third-party data coming from different sources, but not from the publishers. So publishers obviously were not happy. But now with the first-party pool, this can completely change, and the publishers have much more control over their own data, monetizing their inventories with their data, having new revenue streams, and so on. And we see that already happening now. And yeah, the advertiser together with the publisher can make this happen. Technology is there, but they need to do it.
I mentioned the relationship between the advertiser and the publisher. And I think increasingly that there's a legal reason for that too, right? With the rise of first-party data, consent has become the ultimate currency. I mean, that's why first-party data is so powerful, because it's a clear, direct consent between you and the user. But if the industry creates self-serving tools, like the TCF, where consent is effectively a box-checking exercise, and if you look at most publishers anywhere in Europe, if you click on the vendor list where they've got a TCF pop-up, you're agreeing to anywhere between 90 and 300 vendors, names of which you've never heard. They all have a privacy policy that's longer than Macbeth and harder to understand, honestly. And a user is supposed to agree to all of those, right? That solution isn't good for society. It's self-serving. That's not consent, right? We need to build new models where first-party data and the value exchanges are driving the industry towards genuine consent, not for legal reasons, but for ethical reasons.
Absolutely. Well, that's, I suppose, the compact on which the entire advertiser-consumer relationship is based. But Ben, when you were nodding along quite vigorously there, was this based on your own personal experience or from your sort of experience at Anzu? So
basically, I'll take it to two directions. One, I believe that a lot of these approaches, like the TCF takes, are very centric around web, but there are many other platforms, native platforms, consoles, apps, which this technology was not designed to be implemented in, and accordingly, we just see people not implementing them. And then to add to that, if you do implement it, what you get is something that is very cumbersome, and you need to agree to a list of, you said like 30 to 300, but in reality, a lot of the people the publishers that add this technology does not even understand they need to filter the list of people that you are agreeing to. And usually they will have the full 700 or 800 list of companies that participate in the TCF, and you're basically giving to all of them consent, even if they are not part of the publisher stack in any way.
Yeah.
And that's what usually ends up happening.
Well, obviously that then has huge implications for how the consumer actually goes about almost navigating the everyday internet. And I think that we're all very aware from, whether that's using Ghostery or some other tools, quite how invasive it can often feel when you do go onto these on some of these websites. But Andreas, when we're talking about opt-in rates then, we've seen vast differences between territories, but what would you say as the kind of the public perception of what it means to opt in? Are we informed enough on a sort of general public level?
Well, that's a very good question, because what we see is generally very high opt-in rates or very high consent rates on publishers and a little bit lower rates on the advertiser side. That has probably to do with from who you expect privacy to be more important. It has to do with browsing behavior and so on. From the publisher side and the high consent rates, I guess, and I agree here, the majority of people are just, I wouldn't say lazy, but they are just saying okay because they want to go to the next stage and just reading the article. But that shouldn't, of course, be the goal here. And this is why I think if we move on from third-party cookie world, the same mistake that we've made here, and as you said, having 700 partners on this list, we shouldn't do again. And that means with first-party data being much more transparent of who the parties are. And also for the publisher, they need to know which parties they share information and data with. What we did in the past was a broadcast of IDs to everyone, basically. And we shouldn't repeat that mistake, because that is reducing trust from the user side. And we need that trust, because I believe that people are super happy to agree and give their consent if they have trust in what the publisher is doing. And they can only have trust if the list is not 700 vendors long, right? So they need to understand what is happening.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
I believe that this is something which we have to balance out in the future in order to make sure that there's an understanding from the user side what is happening, to be more transparent and more clear and more open with what is happening with the data also.
Certainly. And I suppose that goes back to what you were saying there about doing it for ethical reasons rather than just commercial reasons.
There are some very serious sides to all this, frankly, lazy data capture, right? We hoover up all of this data because it helps us to kind of find people, but the way we do it as an industry is quite lazy. But when you look at some of the unintended consequences, so when the Supreme Court in the US overturned Roe versus Wade and made it legal, well, they essentially said that governments can ban abortions, but there are some states in the US now where they are rewarding people with $10,000 bounties for information that leads to the prosecution of someone who's had an abortion.
It's pathetic.
And you can buy data in the US. So it's encouraging vigilantes to essentially go scouting around for data to find people. And then the government can get your browsing data, your text messages, all of this kind of information that we're talking about, subpoena it, and then prosecute people, either for having one, trying to have one, or helping someone have one. So the most vulnerable women can't even talk to people, their friends and family, for fear that they're going to be prosecuted. So
it's vast,
it's a dark side to just this casual data sharing. I mean, it's important, I think.
Oh, no, 100%, absolutely. And I think that that's a really good way to illustrate quite, I suppose, how vast and almost unwieldy it's all got, that is even possible there. So one of the things then, as we come to the end of the discussion, that I would like to ask is, if you were all sort of placing your chips now, where should we be looking now for opportunities in the wake of the deprecation of the cookie? Ben, we'll begin with you. Where would you sort of advise marketers in particular to look for those opportunities?
So I think that the best place to start is with distinct content. Content that it's very easy to understand its audience. So I gave the example before of like game genres and game titles. It's very clear who plays Call of Duty and who plays Minions, right? So it's a very clear, and you can in this way target the right audiences without really targeting people or infringing on the privacy. On the other hand, another approach that could be very interesting, depending on the brand or its goals, but leveraging tools like statistical location-based audiences, where you take statistics based on a large area, let's say 250 meters by 250 meters, like large areas, and apply statistics and demographics on those areas, we can get to very interesting things like income levels or things that are not directly to the individual, but you can then, for instance, if you are a home decoration company and you want to target people with old buildings that might be renovation, you can do that. There are many, many examples of how you can take statistical large-scale data and get good results without sacrificing the individual privacy.
100%. We've seen some fantastic examples of that already in practice. Andreas, where would you see some of the opportunities there? Where would you advise the smart marketers to place their chips?
Yeah, so first of all, as much as I like contextual targeting and these methodologies you just spoke about, it doesn't solve reach and frequency optimization. And this is an important problem for marketeers because they want to make sure that their ad is not shown 100 times to the same user, right? And they want to have a high net reach and so on. So we need solutions that also support this. And from my and our perspective, definitely looking into the first-party data and first-party identifier space is really valuable, especially you can do this today. So if you want to explore how marketing of the future looks like, then you can explore it today in Safari. And there's an awful amount of interesting, valuable users on Safari and Firefox that you can target with first-party data, with the use of first-party identifiers. And here you can make use of all the different programmatic use cases you have today. And this is very interesting. But as said, advertisers need to start exploring this today and not wait longer because then it would be too late. So from my perspective, this whole first-party data part and first-party identifier part is very interesting because for brand advertising, optimizing for reach and frequency, this is definitely needed.
Absolutely. Well, unfortunately, we are all out of time. We could have spoken about that for hours. So thank you to my panel, Andreas, Ben, and James, for taking us through some of the opportunities, some of the potential hazards, and basically everything that we need to know about the deprecation of the third-party cookie in 2022. But thank you so much to my panel.
If you've just joined us, welcome to Media Summit, the Drum's pop-up TV channel. Over the next 2 days, we'll be live streaming content designed to give you, our dear viewer, of course, an insight into the rapidly evolving media landscape. Now, happy off to a great start. I'm Sheila Gray. There's been lots of good stuff at the moment. We started off with The Drum Show, which looked at award-winning content, followed by The Cookie Show, hosted by Chris Sutcliffe. We're definitely putting Chris through his paces today. And that, of course, looked at how privacy laws have taken the biscuit, literally. But don't worry if you've missed them, because all of our shows will be available on Catch Up from next week on the second largest platform in the world of its type, thedrum.com. Now, a big thanks to all of those of you who've got back to us via our hashtag Media Summit. I do have some comments so far, so I'm going to read a couple out. So one comes from a studio audience. So Stephen J, you know who you are. He says, feels like it's going to be a fun afternoon seeing Jonathan Ross, i.e. Gordon, as chat show host of The Drum. Stop giving Gordon a big head. That's why he wears that bonnet, to contain it. Okay, next we've got Mike on LinkedIn who says, can't wait to hear more about Musk's Twitter rollout. There you go. Well, we'll see how we get on. I don't know. I'm sure we can get him on the next chat show. I'm sure he'll pop along in no time. But let's get on with Media Summit TV. In 15 minutes, The Drum's very own Hannah Bowler talks brand loyalty. However, before that, The Drum editor Cameron Clark looks at one of the only regions showing economic growth. Do you know what it is? India. He speaks to Amit Wadhwa, who runs Dentsu across the subcontinent. Take it away, Cameron.
Hello, I'm Cameron Clark, editor of The Drum, and this is the Media Summit. Today, I'm joined by Amit Wadhwa, the Chief Executive of Dentsu Creative India, one of the most celebrated agency networks of 2022. Amit, welcome to the Media Summit. It's great to have you with us.
Thanks so much, Cameron. An absolute delight to be here.
Just to kick us off, it'd be great to hear your views of where do you think we are with media and creative today? What's your view on the relationship between the two?
So, it's an interesting topic, and I'm sitting in a media summit, creative representative answering this, a little nervous there. People, at least I'm online, so people can't shoot me there. But to be honest, it's an interesting topic. We're almost coming a full circle from where we began. I remember the times when media and creative used to be together, housed together, would go together for presentations and create strategies together. And then came a time when we were separated and we were siloed, because media at that point of time was far simpler. But if you look back now and see where we stand in 2022, we're again trying to desperately integrate. And it's not that we're doing it in 2022. We've been trying that for a few years now. And why we're doing is because I think that's the need of the hour. You cannot not have them together. What you put out there is equally important to where we put it. And these what and where needs to go hand in hand. I've seen so many of these examples of a great creative going waste because the medium was wrong, or a great medium being there not utilized in the best possible way because the creative wasn't right there. And I think more and more as we move along, agencies and clients are realizing the importance of both these things working hand in hand. And I guess all agencies are right now in that zone of integration, and so are we in a way.
Are there any lessons you've learned, Amit, in those scenarios where media and creative aren't under the same roof? You're working with agencies who, I suppose, in some respects might be competitors. They might be part of other networks, other groups. Are there any sort of lessons you've learned about how to collaborate effectively, even if you're not part of the same organization and not doing everything under one roof?
There are lots of lessons there, Cameron. First is to keep your ego aside, I guess, because you're talking about different, it's almost like you said, competitors coming together and working for the same brand. But I think, for everyone, for every agency, you're delivering to a certain brand. And for you to deliver to a certain brand, you'll have to work with different partners. So the big lesson that I've learned is there has to be a pre-meeting between these teams before you even go meet the client. Because at the end of the day, that's what you're delivering towards. And even if you make yourself look good and for example, if I'm talking on behalf of creative, and the media does not work, you've wasted everyone's time. You wasted your own time, media team's time, and the client's time. And so I guess those catch-ups is very important. Even if you don't want, they're your friends. Accept it, move on, work together. Learning from each other is important. You have to keep that aside that I'm an expert. There is a lot sitting on the other side. There is so much to learn from media in terms of what are the channels which are working. It's not fluff. It is coming out of data. There is some reasoning why those mediums are being spoken about. So might as well accept it and work towards it.
Absolutely. And the media process, media buying, planning process is obviously so informed now by data, by audience insights, by knowledge of the consumer. You talk there about the lessons that creative can learn from some of that. How much of that knowledge, that insight is being applied to the creative process? Is the creative process beginning to change as a result of the increasing sophistication of data and analysis?
Yes, absolutely. As in, it's a sea change, to be very honest, because so we were always dependent on data, to be very honest. You look at how brands used to work. There used to be a big research that used to happen. And then we used to sit down, figure out the findings, create some communication, put that out there. And once the campaign's over, you do another research and the pre and post of it, which all of us know. That was data in the yesteryears, so to say. It's still data, but data now is so rich that we are getting it on the go. There is so much data and there are so many mediums and you learn about data from each one of them. as in you get data from each one of them, and you learn so much there. And once the campaign kicks off, once you've used that data and make sure that you've culled out insights, made sure that you picked the right medium, make sure that you've, fine-tuned your creative basis, the medium that you're on, there is continuous data flowing in. But that does not mean that you keep chopping and changing. But what helps is it just tells you if there is something we're going completely wayward or completely off. And in that respect, there are opportunities to change things. There are opportunities to halt things. There are opportunities to add things. So I think data is it's getting more and more richer. It's flowing every second now, which is also a little dangerous and cumbersome at times. But I guess it's interesting times.
Amit, earlier in the conversation, you used the expression "the big idea," which has been fabled among creatives for generations. But what does the big idea mean today in an era where it's not always the big sort of campaign execution? Obviously, as we've said, media plans take many different forms now. Campaigns might be more fragmented across channels. Does that make the big idea less or more important than it once was?
The big idea will never go away. That's my very strong belief. I think it's more and more important now because we're talking about hundreds of different mediums that a consumer might access. We want a certain image of the brand, a certain message about the brand that needs to go out to the consumer. Now, for all the mediums to come together and make sense to the consumer, if that consumer has actually gone through 10 different mediums and they see 10 different messages from the brand or 10 different planks that the brand's taking, you have a confused consumer about and they don't know anything about the brand. They can't relate to the brand. They'll probably move away from the brand. For example, if you look at digital and tech, they're throwing newer things to us every day. Now, either you use it to your advantage in a positive way, or you say, I'll keep experiment on these things differently. What we might feel excited about it because we're doing different things, trying newer things. But at the end of the day, I think we're sending very confused messages to the consumers. And hence, I would never advise it. For example, if someone comes and says, oh, have you seen this new technology? We should be doing this on our brand. My point is, it worked for a certain brand. Does it work for you? Let's first assess that. Make sure that it fits the idea. If it fits the idea, I think it's absolutely the right thing to do. If not, I don't think one should do it. So it doesn't mean that every brand should be doing metaverse because metaverse is the big thing. Does it make sense for the brand or the idea? If it fits well, absolutely. That's a big deal now. That's a new thing. But it should make sense for sure.
Interesting that you introduced the metaverse there, Amit, given just how much talk there has been about it this year. And I suppose people are still, figuring it out, getting their heads around, realizing the value. You talked there about how if you're an advertiser, you need to assess whether these new technologies, these new environments are the right ones for you to be in. How would you advise that they do that? Is it a case of kind of, wargaming that privately, or do they need to, test in the real world? Do they need to test some campaigns, test some executions in some of these places to figure out if that's where they should be before diving headlong into it? What do you sort of advise them to do to figure out if they should be in the metaverse or they should be in any other place for that matter?
So I think every brand should take a little risk, but it should be little. So I think they should experiment on the side, make sure that what they're putting out, because you don't want to damage the brand with something wrong that you put out there or substandard that you put out there. So I think a little bit of experiment at the back end is important. I think it's also important to put a few things out where you feel it'll really, really help and benefit. And then as we move along, there'll be so many others who will be experimenting. I think learning from them is will be the biggest part. Of course, you lose the so to say the first mover advantage, but I guess do it in the right measure right now. Like you said, we are all talking about it. I am talking as if I'm an expert on it. I don't know half the things around it. We all discovering it, right, as we move along, and it's exciting, but we don't know it all as of now.
And I suppose this is a timely point to ask you, what are the media environments, the channels, the platforms that do get you excited right now from the perspective of what you could potentially do there creatively?
I think the mediums are constantly evolving and changing. You look at some of the mediums and for example, Insta is very exciting. Newer things are happening. We just did a campaign which was the Unfiltered History Tour, and what Instagram could actually deliver surprised us also. There were newer things that's there. E-commerce is the other thing where you don't know what all can you use for actually commerce, which I think is the other exciting part. The one that I feel super excited about is voice, the podcasts, because we've come from an era where it used to be just visual, print, to audio, to only audio, which was radio, to audio visual. We're actually now going back to some of these mediums of saying only audio. And I think when you have a limitation, which is you can't show a picture, but you still need to let people visualize the story with just that one medium, which is voice, I think it makes it exciting. It's limiting, but also exciting. So yeah, and there are so many other of these mediums which keep coming up every now and then.
And I just want to bring us back, full circle to the start of the conversation. You talked about the sort of reconvergence that we're potentially seeing again in media and creative. So it'd be great just to wrap things up to get your outlook on where we're going from here. Do you think we are returning to an era of media and creative being back under the same roof more routinely? Or do you think the future is more about closer collaboration between creative and media teams, even if they are, as we talked about, separate rival entities?
Cameron, it's, again, I think my favorite topic. I think it's extremely important for both media and creative to come together. But I think the collaboration becomes far more stronger when it's under the same roof. You will never have the same bond between two friends than the two brothers because they live under the same roof. So I think the bond between having both the media and the creative agencies under the same roof is going to be hugely beneficial for the brand and, of course, in turn for the clients.
Well, Amit, it's a fascinating topic, evidently, and it's been wonderful to hear your views on it today. Thank you so much for being with us as part of the Media Summit. You can see lots more conversations like this throughout the Media Summit on thedrum.com. So keep tuned for that. But yes, Amit, thanks again for being with us, and we'll see you very soon.
Thanks so much.
First one's ranking, so it's professionally filmed.
Brand Beats. And we've got a really exciting session coming down today, all about loyalty. Now, this has been an interesting topic of late. Since brands are kind of clamoring to get that first-party data, we're seeing a bit of a renaissance in brand loyalty, as you will. So we're seeing a bit of innovation, and we're seeing some kind of quite established brands dip their toe in this space for the first time. But also, we're seeing some kind of really quite legacy loyalty schemes being revamped. We've had Costa, which we're going to speak to a bit today, but also John Lewis and M&S, Waitrose have had quite well-respected. Loyalty schemes have kind of really pushed in a whole new direction lately. We've also seen some kind of fresh approaches. I know that Sweaty Betty and Gymshark have a kind of model that's all based on community rather than rewards-based systems. So we'll be digging into a little bit of that. So I'm going to introduce my lovely panel. So we have got James Cavallet, who is Chief Data Strategy Officer at M&C and Saatchi. And we've got James Parker, who is Chief Solutions Officer for Data and Planning. All long titles as usual, guys, at Jellyfish. And then joining us from the US, we've got Alicia Mason, who is Chief US Customer Experience Officer at McDonald's. And just so you guys are aware, we've got two Jameses on stage. James Jellyfish and James M&C, I'm going to refer to them as. And they're kind of coordinated, but with subtle differences. So wonderful, and we've got Alicia over here. So we're going to crack on, I think. So this chat, I think, really lives and dies by the examples that we'll kind of unpick throughout the session. And I thought a nice place to start, as in my introduction, I talked about a kind of established brand dipping their toes in brand loyalty for the first time. And McDonald's, in 2021, launched their first rewards program. So we'll have Alicia to talk about that. But I thought what would be nice, so the McDonald's scheme launched in the US first. It's just made its way to the UK. And I thought to kick us off, we'll show a nice little VT of the kind of big brand campaign that kind of announced its launch in the UK. So if we could watch that VT first to kick us off.
Baby, 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 I'm coming home to your tender, sweet loving. You're my one and only one more. The world needs a bit of taste in my mouth, girl. You're the only one that I want. Wanna be right. Wanna be right, girl. Wanna be right, girl. Ooh, wanna be around. Baby, 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 I'm coming home. I need you, baby. Yeah, I need your sweet loving.
Great, that was I'd say quite a soothing, warm and quite wholesome little ad campaign there. So obviously that was for the UK launch, but Alicia, it would be great to talk to you about the US launch. And I think a good place to start with these things is always with the why. So maybe if you could kind of explain to our lovely team at home and everyone in the audience kind of where McDonald's started and why you decided to launch a campaign after how many years of McDonald's?
So thank you for having me here. That was a great video spot from our UK friends. So McDonald's, we've always been about meeting the customers and their changing needs. That is why we created the drive-thru 47 years ago. And so we really saw that there was a need to meet our digital customers where they are and to provide better value to them. And value is not just with, points for free food, but value is also being recognized them for their loyalty and being able to provide a really easy and convenient experience with using the app. So that was really the thinking behind on why launch a loyalty program, because it simply boiled down to we know we can meet consumers' needs better, and that is the history that we have as a brand.
Yeah, and did any of this kind of, it launched during the pandemic. Was there anything about the kind of the way that the pandemic was going that might have kind of kicked any of this off, or were there any learnings that you took that kind of inspired some of the things that you eventually rolled out?
Yes, so we actually, here in the US, kicked off the project officially on February 2020. So you could imagine that meeting was in person, and we quickly went into whole virtual work session. So needless to say, to pull something off as big as it is, for here in the US, it's 25 million people. We had over 850,000 all the way from crew to the boardroom touching the project, doing that remotely. There's a lot of lessons learned there. But I will say the program itself, it really just reinforced really two things, the pandemic. Number one, we have to create a program that adds value to the customer's life. We are a part of our customer's life, but there is a lot else that our consumers are dealing with, especially during that time. So we needed something simple and that really added value. And then the second part that was really critical for us was to make sure we had a program that, quite frankly, we could execute in the restaurant. So you can create a great program in an app, but really at the end of the day, our customers are there to have that connection with our crew and enjoy our delicious food. So we needed to make sure that we were able to have that really to come to life in the restaurants.
Okay. You kind of talked about the kind of things that you need to actually make this a worthwhile experience for consumers. And I feel like it's something that James Jellyfish, we were talking about before, in terms of what does good loyalty actually need? And I feel like there's so many different ways that you can kind of do it. And like we were saying before, kind of community-based or points-based. I'd be kind of keen to hear from you, maybe an example of like a really great loyalty benefit package that you think actually just pulls people in.
Yeah, there's definitely two types of schemes. There's the ones that want to get users to identify, and the exchange is a 1% or a points. And then there are others that say, we want to create something that allows us to tell better brand stories, because there's a lot of mediums that are quite flat at the moment. You can't, and there's only so much you can do with all these things. And Rafa's a client of ours, if anyone's a budding cyclist out there. They have this thing called the Rafa Cycling Club, the RCC. But what's interesting about that is it's a paid-for loyalty scheme, in effect. You subscribe every year, but in return you get half-price coffee. So if you're in Piccadilly, the coffee around the back is really cool, and they also have places around the US or wherever everyone's watching. But they offer so many different benefits that provide something, and they allow then the community of members, you feel like a member of a club, and then they're actually organising lots of things to do, cycle rides, other offers with other partners, but then access to early releases of clothing, so they're playing on scarcity. They're doing loads and loads of different features, all these things, which actually then provide something that if you're a member, I mean, you get a free cap. Like, it's really cool if you're into caps. Cycling caps, those. But everything is built around telling brand stories in a different way, and that is something that scales, but also pays back because it's people are paying to get into the club. And I think they're the type of loyalty schemes that are really useful for brands, not just the thing of trying to see long-term transactional data sets, which you can broadly see now anyway.
Yeah, so the consumer's kind of like, oh, I'm part of a club, and like interacting with other members of the loyalty scheme. Like,
yep.
Are there any like good ways that you've seen that kind of connect up members of a loyalty scheme together? Like, how should brands be doing that? Like fusing one member of a loyalty club to another and fostering like community, I guess. James.
And IKEA Family, as an example, their loyalty program, their loyalty proposition doesn't, you don't actually collect points or any kind of currency back in exchange, but anyone can become a member, and it's intrinsic to IKEA as a brand and how they exist to be for everyone. And one of the things that they do is they curate occasions for their members to come together. So they had a thing which was Live La Gomme, which was anyone who wanted to do things more sustainably, and then they created a Facebook group, and then they partnered with a university, and it ultimately led to a sort of do-it-yourself recycling range of products in store, where they started with a group of people who shared an affinity. They were part of something, and they got special prices and those types of things, but they actually just created the occasions for them to come together around the thing they're passionate about and to sort of give back and force it. They didn't say meet together at this time every week, and they just sort of facilitated the conditions and encouraged that community feeling of people and that belonging, and the impact actually then just took over, which is quite different to other aspects of loyalty where it's much more transactional. And those things you were just saying in the beginning, that first transactional part, that if I think of brands like Costa Coffee, for example, as you said, they had a scheme which has been established for many, many years. But its original success became its downfall, where it just became effectively so transactional in how it felt, where you just collected points. And when you see the value exchange as almost that solely transactional piece, and you don't have the emotional connection that can come with that, or that feeling of belonging or being part of something, then its performance fades over time. And I guess it's partly why have a loyalty program in the first place. And it has to be a contribution to overall business success and business driving growth for a brand. And I think as we were hearing with the McDonald's example, things like it needs to work in store, and I think for success, to your question for James originally, it shouldn't just be a comms thing or just a transactional thing. It has to come together in some way, shape or form. Creativity can be a big part of that, but it needs to integrate into the whole experience. So it can't really just be an app, can't really just be a little card or something like that people put in their wallet. It needs to go in store and into product and service for it to truly work, I suppose, to truly create loyalty as a behaviour.
Yeah, so James, you obviously worked on the quite huge revamping of the Costa loyalty scheme with M&C, and that was an interesting thing where you were trying to migrate members from a card onto an app, but then also engage in store, yes. And it was kind of this 3-point journey, and I wondered if you could maybe just talk us through some of that and how you managed to get people off the physical card.
You've made it sound wonderfully easy, and in some sense it ultimately did become quite easy, in part because of conditions and things like the pandemic and other things, just changing how people think about loyalty and what they want to carry with them and not want to. So some of those macro conditions created, people didn't really want to carry cards, but it's a massive risk when you have millions and millions of people with a piece of plastic card in their wallet that they're used to sort of dishing out to collect some points. And it was quite a complex set of status quo that you needed to shift and behave. So that was a journey. We had lots of stages of research and really, getting to know the customers. You know your customers because you know their transactional data and you can ask them questions and run research. But actually, you need to take all of the things that come out of that. It's just data and information, and it's what you do with it and how you wrap it forward into what those propositions and possibilities might be. And with Costa, what we realised is there is a big risk due to the legacy and the incumbent thing. So we had to, not only did we do some extra conjoint testing, but we actually beta trialed it with 3 different groups up and down the country with slightly different versions of potentially the optimal mix of what that new loyalty proposition would be. Each of them in their own way was more generous and simple than the previous one, but there's underlying cost mechanics to those things that impact things like reach and potentially their effectiveness. So without actually trying it, we didn't have 100% confidence. We've got a business case, we've got a belief, but we had to actually sample it and put it live. And that's where we learned things such as how much of a loyal group you can migrate to an app, what level of comms and communication does it actually take to get people to move. We did incentivize some people who had big loyalty balances and you needed to move those, but you didn't need to incentivize everyone. Some people were very happy to just, of course I'll download the app and get a coffee with that. So multiple steps and multiple stages and de-risking along the way as much as possible.
Okay, cool. And Alicia, obviously with McDonald's, that is an app. And I kind of wonder from that journey, how pivotal is that app to the actual scheme? And do brands need it now in 2022 in order to make a really successful loyalty scheme, or can they kind of go it alone?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, and I think most brands, a successful loyalty program adds value to your customer and it's easy to engage with, as well as obviously if you're in a retail space, easy for your employees to engage with. So for us here in the U.S., our consumers, like a lot of consumers all over the world, their mobile phone is the easiest way to engage. And from an app standpoint, it's all right there for them. It's, they can mobile order ahead, they can get delivery, they can use their points, they can use offers and deals. We've also started expanding, not just, as both James talked about, from a transactional standpoint, we've also started to expand to offer different experiences in the app during certain time periods. So in July, we had a program around called Camp McDonald's. So we streamed different concerts in the app. We had different merchandising that was exclusively available, in the app for our consumers, which are a part of the loyalty program. So for us, it's a critical part. So for me, it's more about, does the brand, how do their consumers access it, and what are the most relevant points?
What concerts were hosted in the McDonald's app, I wonder?
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, it really, we've had quite a few. We've had everything from J Balvin to different comics, to Kid Cudi. So it's been quite a few different artists. Because the reality is, when we're a brand this large and we service, 86% of America comes to McDonald's each year, we need to make sure we have a wide breadth of experiences for all of those loyalty members that they find value in and can connect with.
Yeah, that sounds quite fun. I like those little quirks. Is there anything else in that vein that you're kind of working on, or the kind of part of the app that is not maybe what you think of when you first think of what's happening on the loyalty scheme? You talked concerts and then...
Yeah, so concerts and that. So for us, the focus has been, if you go back to really our brand foundations, value, delicious meals at affordable prices is a part of it. So that's a core part of the points program from a loyalty. The second is we're about feel-good moments. So, hence the concerts and the merchandise. But the third pillar of our brand is around convenience and access. So we have been focused the last few months, and will continue to be focused in 23 on how do we make it more convenient and accessible for our digital customers to engage with the loyalty program. So that's things like integrating delivery into our app versus having to go to 3PO. I know that's available already in the UK. But then also we are in the current process of piloting a mobile order and ready experience that's unlike any others that we have in the US. So really excited to bring that to our consumers to make sure they're getting our food even faster. It's still at that great same fresh and hotness that they expect.
Great. To be honest, everything always comes super quick on the delivery things. If it made quicker, I fear I'd just be eating so much more McDonald's. I was just going to say in my introduction that I kind of mentioned the kind of link between gathering first-party data and why that might have led to a bit of a renaissance in brand loyalty programs. And I wanted to kind of float that with you guys and get your opinion on whether you think that this can solve some of the first-party data, like if it could basically be a solution to that. And maybe I'll start with you, James, just because we've discussed it in the past, so I think you've got a good read on it. But yeah, what do you think of that statement? Do you think that this could act as like a very strong case for solving the first-party data issue?
Yeah, I'm afraid to say it'd be a terrible idea.
Okay, all right. Let's see where this goes.
I know that... So for a few years now, everybody's been saying collect as much audience data as possible. But there's this, there are different marketing philosophies. And if you think about trying to actually get growth of category share, you really need all types of users. And some categories, if you looked in your own bank statements and you actually looked at where you all spent your money, there are some things which have high frequency of purchase. Grocery is brilliant, coffee, excellent, all those things. But if you really looked at a number of brands, or if you're in the marketing team sitting somewhere, and you did your own segmentation, you would find that 80%, 90% of your buyers are all light buyers, which means that might only buy once a year. Now, a loyalty scheme is not going to help you win category growth in that way. So the real truth of loyalty schemes is they try and connect multiple transactions together in order for you to make better decisions around price, place product and promotion. I wouldn't, if you're thinking, do I need a loyalty scheme? You should really be thinking, do I need a platform in order to make better experiences for my brand? And you could do that through big advocates that are part of your brand. If you're thinking, I can do it and that's going to be a way for growth, too much evidence now over the years has been shown that's not the case. And actually, if you're looking to try and get around cookie deprecation, all that kind of stuff, it's fine pumping those audiences into certain platforms. But if you're going after lookalikes of a really, really small cohort, you're not going to get the growth that you want. So loyalty schemes don't actually engender growth. That's what everybody thought they would be, but they actually do loads of other different things for the jobs to be done on the marketeers list, and that's why they're more relevant than ever before, just not in the narrative that the industry keeps talking about. And there are a few people now who have probably tried that for the last couple of years, and they're finding it hasn't worked, and non-audience orientated strategies will probably come to the fore in the next couple of years.
James, you're nodding.
So I don't think it's a solution to the changes coming because of cookies. It's not going to solve the ability to reach more people and grow penetration and earn more share in the market in that sense. Loyalty schemes are great for driving frequency and repeat transaction, and depending on your brand and your context and your setup, and whether you're a high frequency, if you're a high frequency category and you're a market leader, then you need a loyalty scheme if you don't already have one, because they are a great partly defensive mechanism, and they will grow your overall share, particularly as net, the markets, large established high frequent markets they're not on massive growth streaks like other markets. So I would agree with that. What I would say is it's not to say that you can't collect first party data as part of a loyalty program, but it might not be the type of data you think you might need from perhaps a media or reach perspective. So something as simple as asking people questions about what they're interested in. With Rafi, you're probably asking people about their bikes, where they go, who they go with, what other things they might go to. And then off the back of that, you could probably cross-sell or upsell holidays or adventures or other partners off the back of that. And I think there'll be equivalents from a McDonald's perspective, where it might be great to know that sometimes you come on your own and sometimes you're coming perhaps with a group of people, or you may have a dietary preference. I mean, you can probably find that from transactions, but people change their dietary preferences all the time. So you might one day like a burger, but some days you want something vegetarian. And so there could be options around that, or you could perhaps be asking around music or cultural pieces to then whoever is really into a particular aspect. You would have that data to know who to give the pre-tease to the concert to. There's a role for data in helping loyalty programs build their connection and loyal feelings with their customers. But net is probably not a solution to buying reach, and that's where things like reach and creativity and fame and other things come into play, I think, for brands to grow their markets.
So as I'm kind of reading this, it's like it shouldn't be your primary driver for setting up a loyalty scheme, but it kind of has like an added side benefit.
A good loyalty scheme will learn about people as part. It will get to know their customers, and then it will serve them with a better experience because it knows more about them. But it's not a reach solution.
I'd be curious to see what happens with the menu in McDonald's over the next few years now that you're able to join all the transactional data together for households.
Yeah, I would say I'm in alignment. It is not a silver bullet, and actually if brands are thinking this is the solution to get after, third party, the third party lack of data, then they're asking the wrong question. It really is around how can I add more, how can I be more relevant as a brand to my customer base? And you can collect it all, but if you're just, using it for reach and for media buying, you are missing the potential. And quite frankly, you're missing the value that you can add to your customers. So really using that data in order to be more relevant, from a menu, from new ways to think about dietary preferences, or easier ways to shop, or different ways to communicate, or even as simple, we've seen one of the biggest customer satisfactions with the loyalty program is just simply the crew greeting that customer by name and having that human connection that has nothing to do with third-party data in media buying. That is just humans craving human connection. And so that really is the power of it, but you have to use it to get that relevant connection between the consumer and the brand.
Amazing. Well, that's actually all we've got time for, but I wanted to ask quick fire while I've got you all. As a consumer, like, which are your favourite loyalty schemes? I'm a sucker for a Tesco Club card, I'm just saying. So maybe if we could, James, first.
I have to say Costa, partly because I like coffee and they're my lovely client.
Okay, all right, you can't do clients now. I'm
BA fan, British Airways fan.
Okay, cool. Alicia?
Besides my McDonald's rewards, American Express.
Okay, fantastic. That was a good range, guys. Well, thank you so much, James, and Alyssa. It was lovely having you on, and I'll hand back over to Chris.
Thank you.
Well, for those of you who have just joined Media Summit TV, our pop-up TV channel, shame on you. You have missed some fantastic shows, which are being live streamed in front of a live studio audience here in our London studio. But don't worry if you're just tuning in, although I will shame you again, for every single one of our shows is going to be available on our catch-up service, and there's still some absolutely fantastic stuff to come. A big thanks must also go to those of you who are engaging with us on social via #MediaSummit. And here are just a few of the comments that we've received. We know that, for instance, that people are asking to hear, again, much more about Elon Musk, and at the same time, people want to know more about what's going to be on the McDonald's menu. But now we move on to a conversation, talking of fast food, with the Two Hearts Pizzeria campaign, which won big at the Drum Awards for Experience, and you might recognise the presenter. Hello everybody and welcome to this session for The Drum. I'm senior reporter for tech at The Drum, Chris Sutcliffe. It's hard to remember a time when we couldn't actually get round tables, but it wasn't actually all that long ago. And what the pandemic proved more than anything else is the need for authentic human connection, even when we couldn't physically meet one another in person. And one of the most interesting and exciting campaigns that actually proved that it's possible to do that and do it in a way that feels true to interpersonal connection was the Two Hearts Pizzeria. So I'm delighted to be joined by Katie Kinchin-Smith, who is head of campaign for Virgin Media, and Alex Bright, who is MD of Audience. So I wondered, we're obviously going to be going through what the campaign was, but could you really explain, I suppose, the genesis of the idea for it? Because actually getting people to communicate via holograms sort of around and share a pizza together is something that I don't think would have occurred to, well, almost anybody.
Yeah, and I think to get to that, we probably need to go a few steps backwards to what our overarching objectives and strategy was at the time. I guess
in a challenging time.
In a very challenging time. So, a really top level, you know, at Virgin Media, we want to become famous as the home of the UK's best connectivity, and that's supported by our speed leadership and being the UK's fastest major broadband provider. But it's not enough to just tell people that we are fast. We have to show people why they need that kind of technology and that kind of speed. Also really important for us, and at the time and still is really important for us, is driving that emotional connection to our brand. We know that's a massive driver for us for our consideration at a master brand level. So yeah, trying to kind of fuse our sort of brand purpose about connecting people to the things that they love together with our USP, our broadband speed, was at the heart of our comm strategy at the time. We had a advertising platform of Faster Brings Us Closer that brought that to life, timeless stories of people connecting in a very human way, fueled by technology running at the time. But we really wanted a really meaningful activation that could have our product at the heart of it, and that could also drive that human emotional connection for consumers. And I guess that's where the idea came from.
I guess in a way, it was pretty much came from the ATL at the time, as most multi-channel campaigns would. That was very much about sentiment. It was about a couple that met online through gaming and then blossomed their relationship sort of forward from there. And the challenge we had, of course, is that we were going to do this activation in a lockdown environment. By the time it came around, restrictions were easing slightly, but they were still very much we're not talking about mass participation at this point. So trying to understand what would be best that isn't just virtual, it had to be physical, we had to have some sort of link there. It took a little while, it took a little few iterations to come through. We dismissed anything that was related to gaming. We couldn't bring that into the real life environment quite so much, and so we thought, well, what's every day? How can we make this really relatable for almost everyone? Well, let's put it in a very casual restaurant.
Nice.
And that's where the pizzeria thing came in.
And it's such a striking campaign as well to look at. It really helps that you can double down on that dual meaning of the word connection. Because obviously you have the sort of connected digital ecosystem, but then you have that kind of human connection, which was very, very in demand at the time, and to some extent still is, because we're still sort of dealing with the fallout from that. I wondered then, what were some of those kind of technical challenges that we felt like we had to overcome in order to actually get this campaign to life?
Well, we decided we wanted to link together two locations, right? So we chose 2 gigabit-enabled cities, so London and Edinburgh. It's nice that they fell into different countries too. So we could actually have over a large distance sort of communication between 2 groups. And Virgin Media opened up the experience to their customers. So they were all real customers that were able to apply, and had a huge number of uptake in applications to do that. So families and friends that have been 500 miles apart for so long actually got a chance to have dinner together. And that was a really exciting opportunity for lots of people for the reasons you just said. The challenge that we were facing at the time was that there were different laws in those countries as well. So
Forget that.
It sounds like it's completely different.
A mad time that we're telling grandkids these stories of you're allowed to meet in England, but you weren't in Scotland. So
okay, granddad. Okay, sure.
Yeah, exactly. So there were different licensings that we had to go around to get that. But ultimately, the challenge generally around the technology was about getting the connection perfect, and which is why we genuinely feel like Virgin Media were perfect for that sort of collaboration, right? Because the latency is super low. When we're talking about the technical aspects, they are genuinely at gigabit speed. So these all work really well for a high bandwidth technology like holograms.
Of course.
We'd not seen this been done in this way before. Everyone's sort of seen the broadcast hologram type. So you're at a concert and there's a hologram on stage, whatever. That's a one-way hologram. We'd not seen it done in a two-way communicative platform before.
You know what, now you've said that, yeah, you're absolutely right. Everyone's sort of used to seeing kind of Pepper's Ghost type holograms at concerts and everything, but actually making it meaningful and making it a bit of a connection. Presumably that was part and parcel of the brief initially, was make sure that
human connection, we really wanted it to feel genuine, emotional. And when you look at the video, I mean, that is real emotion that you're seeing, and it still gives me the feels watching it now, because it genuinely was such a sort of moving experience, I think, for people to have at the time.
And to go through those details of we had to make sure that it felt entirely immersive, that once you're in that room, which was basically a set on, the South Bank and outside Edinburgh Castle, that your mind is not in that space, it's in the room with the people that you know and love, who you're speaking with. So getting all of that right obviously took its time through production exercises, but we were we were lucky that we're working with a client that genuinely have a product that works, and then it's like that's actually very, very good.
Yeah.
So both, and it was all using Virgin's network. It wasn't, it's not like we put in any backup networks or anything. They're both gigabit connections that we were managed to connect to. So as soon as that plugs in, and subsequent campaigns we've done as well, it's like a real sort of safe place to be. It's like,
it's plug and play, it just works. Yeah. So I suppose that leads neatly on to the next question, which is, what did you actually learn about the tech, the connection aspect of this? Was, latency going to be one of the primary concerns? How did you actually use the technology to its fullest?
Well, I guess the challenge being it hadn't been done in this sense.
You knew the capabilities there. It's actually making sure that in practice it feels immersive. And
yeah, exactly. There's no secret. We work with a fantastic company called Musion, who harbour this technology, and have obviously tested this 100 times and got it to an amazing space. But we've never done it to where there's so much riding on it. Right? There's a lot of success built into this, or certainly plan to. We had to rigorously test all these different platforms into different scenarios, and actually look at latency being almost the most important thing. So actually the millisecond speed has to be so low that you can actually, when you clap, you instantly sort of hear it back, sort of thing. And then the bandwidth was really important, and actually having a relatively dedicated stream. So some providers will say you can have up to a gigabit, but at any one time it could be a gauge on that, right?
Tell me about it.
Yeah. Whereas we needed a dedicated speed that we knew wouldn't be compromised, and that's what happened. So it's a shame that it's not ready to roll out everywhere as such. It's very much built for that purpose.
Yeah.
And we've been approached, and I know Virgin have been approached by the brands that were like, we want to build this into our platforms for permanent fixtures.
Yeah.
Which would be cool, right? As in, you can go to a restaurant and there's a chain restaurant that's got a location elsewhere, and you can have dinner remotely. So
well, it's like some people say in the video as well. You're talking about that kind of authentic reaction to it. People saying, well, this is the future almost in a lot of cases. So I wondered, were you to do the campaign again, what would be some of the things that you would do differently, or would you sort of do more of?
Yeah, so I guess it was so successful for us because it just had that brilliant relevancy at the time, right? It was, people were craving that in real life connection, and really wanted to be with people that they loved and missed. And obviously our product could be at the heart of that story. So I think, the team nailed it really on the brief. I think if we were doing it again, if we found ourselves in that situation again where, a hologram is a fantastic way to bring you closer to the people and things you love, wouldn't it have been fantastic to do it on a larger scale? I mean, it was great that we could do it in these two locations, but we were absolutely overwhelmed by the response that we had. We put out to our customers. I think we had 9,000 people apply saying they'd love to take part, and we had 15 pairs of customer tickets we could give away. But it's great, I guess, that we were able to achieve the scale that we did through the idea, because it really did drive that human connection. It really did kind of garner a lot of that earned interest that became so valuable for us in the campaign, because people took notice and wanted to talk about this and experience. But it would still have been fantastic to, I guess, deliver that experience to even more people.
Yeah.
And since we have a ultra-fast Gig One network rolled out across our entire Virgin Media network, we in theory could.
One of the things that we saw a lot of during the pandemic was brands, trumpeting their ability to connect people. But this feels more authentic than a lot of those executions, because connection is what you do. Yeah. I suppose that's part and parcel of it. So to what extent then do you think that aspect of it, that authenticity of really allowing people to connect and doing it, with something that you're best at, was integral to the success of the campaign?
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. That is why it was so important. The relevancy of us as a brand delivering this experience through the power of our network. It's a perfect fit, and I think we're lucky at Virgin Media and Virgin Media O2 now. We are a technology brand, so it's easy, I think, for us to use technology in our campaigns and activations like this. But still, it's ever so important for it to always be done in a relevant way. It's not about employing tech for tech's sake or doing an activation just for activation's sake. It's what is the true meaningful role that your product can have in that experience, and how can you deliver a really human experience to people.
And exactly what value has the participant or whoever's experienced this walked away feeling, and it's not going to be stats about the product. Yeah. It's going to be that emotion that they feel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, actually, something you brought up there is the idea that you would have liked to have done it on a larger scale in an ideal world. So how do you actually communicate the campaign to people? Because obviously the vast majority of the audience won't be able to experience it directly. Yeah. So what other channels did you use to communicate it and the core messaging of the campaign?
Yeah, so obviously this was running at the same time as our Above the Line campaign, Faster Brings Us Closer, which you've talked a bit about already, Alex. But for the activation itself, I think because it was such a strong idea and it had that relevancy, it was actually really easy for us to pick up that earned interest. And the PR coverage we got off the back of it was really strong. I mean, you've got ITV News, you've got BBC World Service talking about it, like millions of people seeing the content via the social content that people genuinely wanted to interact with. So yeah, those channels.
And it had a bit of a spin-off content as well. Whereas Virgin Media wrote a sort of research piece about the future of hologram in this sort of environment, where this technology isn't new. It's been around for decades, but the application of it is the more innovative process. Yeah. And actually, now suddenly it's like, oh, it's cool that it's a hologram. Everyone agrees holograms are cool. But what the cool thing is that I had dinner with someone remotely, and it felt like I was there
in real time.
In real time, and the immersive scenario meant that they felt like that had happened. Just so happened that hologram was that piece of technology, and I think we would love to keep doing that. But it might not be holograms next time. It might be something else.
And I guess the other thing, just to go back to your question about channels, I would highlight the customer element to it again, I think, as well. And that is always really central to the activations we do at Virgin Media. And we've done quite a few of them now with the guys at Audience. It gives us such an amazing opportunity to deliver these kind of money can't buy, special, delightfully surprising, being one of our values sort of experiences to our customers, that it's something that we employ really heavily through our base.
I suppose, as an extension of that, you're almost making the audience ambassadors for this, because when it is something so innovative, the execution of it in particular, you're actually getting them excited about the potential for their own sort of life and their own connections.
Totally. It can be a really powerful driver of loyalty and advocacy for us.
Well, we've spoken a little bit there about the execution being the innovative part. I wondered, to what extent then do you foresee technology like this being integral to marketing campaigns in the future, in the near future? In the far-flung future, I think we've all sort of got ideas about what the hologram tech can do, but in the short to mid-term, what do you see this tech empowering for the media and marketing industries?
Well, I think it's coming back to the idea that, much like Virgin Media don't talk about products and just make it tech for tech's sake, we don't want to use tech for tech's sake in our campaigns. And the hologram is a really good example that it just happened to be the hologram, but if it was a Zoom call that worked just as well, we would have used a Zoom call. Yeah. Obviously it didn't. So I think technology will really help the true meaning, but it's not going to become the reason why we do it. We didn't do the pizzeria because we wanted to use holograms. So that wasn't the first thing. We didn't sort of pin it on a hologram and then design a campaign around holograms. It came in a little bit afterwards. So I think it's it would be naive to say it was a one-off, it will never happen again. Obviously, we will be using technology in all of our pieces. But it's hard to just put the tech on a pedestal. I think we really must design the experience first and just think about what gain the technology can help. So if it is going to help a remote connection feel together, if we're in a space together, what can technology do to enhance our time in this space together now? Is it something that must be on a virtual platform? So then we're going into metaverse sort of territory. Are we thinking of a virtual immersive experience that we couldn't do before? So I think there's lots of different opportunities flying around through all different types, but I don't think there's any one piece of technology that's going to be the reason why we do anything else.
That's fair. But it's all underpinned by that kind of the systems that allowed it to be possible. So regardless of what sort of visible tech you're using, it's almost the invisible side of it that's making it possible.
Yeah, and it's exciting for us, being Virgin Media and now Virgin Media O2. There's so much power behind our network that there's so many things that we could explore in the future. And yeah, really excited to see where we might go.
And we've been showing clips of the campaign as we've been going and talking, and I think that everyone who's watching will agree. Pretty much the only thing that you could do in a real world environment is steal somebody else's slice. So potentially one day the tech will get to that point. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I've thought of that one.
But one thing that I think we need to talk about then is how well the campaign actually performed. And we were talking there about using a multi-channel approach to really spread the message. So what KPIs did you develop ahead of time to measure the success of the campaign?
Yeah, so when it comes to an activation like this, I'd say the most important KPIs for us become things like the PR coverage that we're going to generate, the social content, the social sentiment. It's less about sort of direct ROI from an activation. It's about how can we deliver that meaningful disruption and tell our brand story in a more sort of meaningful and human way. I think, though, at a total macro level, it's the same KPI as for the rest of our campaign, though, which is about how we drive that human connection. Right. If brand connection drives, brand consideration for us, the same goes for an activation as it does for, our TV ad. And we did look at that from the activations perspective, and it's fantastic to see really meaningful uplifts in, how people see us as a connector of people, how they see us, how warm they feel to us as a brand, and as a result, a more positive perception they have of our product and more likely to get on their consideration list. So, yeah, it's very much, similar to the same kind of master brand metrics that we'd look at within our wider campaign, but with a bit more of a slant on some of those earned metrics.
I think in this instance, it was probably slightly more important in a way. Shareability and earned media was going to come off the back of it, whereas because we only had 30 participants in the space, compare that to Club Rewind we did a few months later, which had 2,000 people in the space. So already you've hit a larger group of people. We didn't have that opportunity with a lockdown environment, so it was almost how the content is designed to be amplified easier to get those metrics up.
And it's so important for us, Virgin Media, we're still a challenger brand, right? And relatively speaking, within our competitor set, we might not have the largest share of voice, but activations can be such an important tool for us to allow us to, outsmart where we can't outspend, or outshout when we can't outspend. So yeah, they work really, really well.
It's in the DNA, right? To be slightly more disruptive than the competitors, and have a personality, and not just go down a standard channel list of
that makes so much sense.
Tick list of.
And actually, you've touched upon something there where I want to dig into a little bit more, which is how does an activation like this fit into, or rather even the campaign as a whole, how does it fit into Virgin Media's strategy more widely? You've spoken about human connection there. Is this almost proof that you can almost put your money where your mouth is when you're actually delivering connection? How does it fit into that wider strategy?
I spoke at the start about how this campaign was all about tapping into our wider strategy at the time, which is fusing our purpose of building connections that really matter with our core USP, and that led to a platform of telling these sort of timeless stories, but retold in the modern age of the internet, where everything is delivered through our product. So this activation fitted absolutely perfectly within that overarching platform of faster brings us closer. You really are getting closer to the things and people that you love, thanks to the ultra fast speeds of Virgin Media. Even going forward, though, it's still relevant, right? We're now in a new world where we're Virgin Media O2, which is an incredibly exciting time. We've got even more power behind our network when you've combined the UK's fastest major broadband provider with the UK's most popular mobile network. Have to get the language right on some of those claims. There's so much potential. Now we are Virgin Media O2. We've got a new renewed purpose, which is about reimagining connectivity. We're trying to upgrade the UK, and we've got a combined sort of mission to show people how we are better connected, and that's our new end line. So I think you will see innovations and technologies, things like this, continuing to feature really, really prominently in our marketing strategy, because it does have a really meaningful role for us as a brand and what our products deliver.
Is there a challenge to, because obviously so much of what you're doing is tech focused, and it's been an amazing execution of that, but to what extent do you feel like the campaign demonstrated the human side of this rather than being purely data-led or tech-led. Was this, we've spoken so much about it being proof of that we could connect during a time when connection was otherwise impossible. Yeah. But to what extent then do you think that the strategy for Virgin more widely is around kind of that very human-centric approach?
It's very much that. It's not about us going out and telling people you've got this many megabits per second and being very functional about what that technology can deliver for you. It is tapping into a higher level thought of how that connectivity is so central to all of our lives now, but it's what that is delivering for you, and it is how it's connecting you to the people and things that you love.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to have this. I just want to make sure that you two are real, not holograms, just so we can really confirm that to the audience as well.
You'll never be able to
But thank you so much for coming and having this chat. I know that the audience will have appreciated it as much as I have. And if they're anything like me, they'll have seen the video footage of the actual activation itself, and they'll be incredibly jealous that A, they didn't get to experience it, and B, that they didn't get to have pizza as well.
Thank you for having us.
Of course. Yeah, Alex, Katie, thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who's been watching as well. Please do stick around on thedrum.com for more explorations of activations like Virgin Media and audiences, and for more explorations of how tech is empowering marketing in the very near future. But for now, thank you so much and goodbye.
Reality is when you talk about businesses, too many small mom and pops are being left out.
So in today's video, I'm going to be featuring only my followers, small businesses.
Order online, get takeout, get delivery. If you can eat out, whatever you can do to support, please support.
If you remember in the early stages of the pandemic, obviously there was a lot of chaos happening in Toronto, in Ontario, and Canada specifically. There was quite a bit of fear, and the impact it was having on business, specifically small business, was really being felt. Something that people forget about when they shop local is that their property value is actually tied to those local businesses. If you happen to live in a community that has a high street, within walking distance of local artisan shops and small businesses mixed amongst larger retail stores or chains, generally speaking, it has a direct effect on your property value.
We're totally worried. Some of our favorite places like Kennel Cafe, we saw that on their windows this morning and we thought that they were gone.
So part of the challenge is you have this critical moment where literally businesses are going to have to close their doors permanently if a behavioral change doesn't occur, coupled with a customer or a target that believes they don't need to change their behavior because they support the cause you are trying to raise attention to. Working off this insight that without people buying local this season, their neighborhoods would actually be changed forever, we got to work. And we started thinking to ourselves, we can't follow the traditional path here. We can't just go out and purchase billboard space. Part of what we do is we like to think small because we feel like by staying small and acting upon that creatively, you actually end up with bigger ideas that ripple further. So you put all that in a blender, and we came up with what we called the Not for Lease campaign. And the idea was to illustrate to the neighborhoods and to illustrate literally to the country, to every high street that exists in every neighborhood across Canada, the impact of not shopping local. We decided to cover all the stores with for lease signs.
Those behind the campaign hope that this encourages people to shop local wherever they are.
And we did it in a overnight, I don't know, I guess it was about an 8.5 hour period. So the neighborhood went to sleep. We were coordinated with all of the business owners throughout the Roncesvalles neighborhood. That whole community got together, and overnight, we covered every storefront with for lease signs. We had a coordinated effort that was planned kind of in the middle of the day where the store owners would come out and pull down those signs that say for lease to reveal posters that were made that had headlines like our love is not for lease, Amazon will never be for lease. It started a national conversation on high streets. In fact, we were contacted by numerous BIAs across the country, and it rallied a bunch of these business improvement associations to do their own campaigns to try and motivate more and more people to shop local.
The idea was that we were going to kind of remake 3 traditional Brothers Grimm fairy tales and turn them into kind of modern day, really kind of up-to-date stories that featured Black protagonists.
One was called Zell Let Your Hair Out, which was a remake of Rapunzel, which was the hero book. The second book was Jackson and the Hairstalk, which was a remake of Jack and the Beanstalk. And then the final book was The Puppet Who Wanted Hair, and that was a remake of Pinocchio.
We actually turned our kind of hero book, which was the Rapunzel remake, which was called Zell Let Out Your Hair, into a kind of animated feature film as well. We also collaborated with a bunch of other really incredible influencers who took books and read them to their children during story time. We had just regular everyday people who were just kind of buying the books off the shelves and then just enjoying them with their families, just posting about their experiences of reading those books together at bedtime.
Hello and welcome back to Media Summit TV, the pop-up TV channel from The Drum. As you'll have seen, everything that we've been doing over today, the rest of the evening, and all of tomorrow is an extension of the content that we publish on thedrum.com. It's an examination of everything to do with marketing, media, tech, and ultimately how that informs our relationship with consumers, with audiences, and ultimately how we make our money. We've already had some amazing insights from amazing people, but don't worry if you've missed them. All our shows will be available on our catch-up player. It's part and parcel of everything we're doing at The Drum to ensure that we know and we put into practice exactly what we write about. We are effectively putting our money where our mouth is and ensuring that when we talk about marketing and the impact it has on communities, we know what we're talking about. And so what we'd like to do at this stage is almost let you know some of our plans, not just for the rest of the summit, but for the future. And The Drum has always been very forward-looking. I think anybody who's come to our awards will note that we're trying to be ahead of the curve on things like the metaverse, such as it is, gaming, basically everything that is going to have an impact on how marketers spend money over the next couple of years. And certainly, as we'll see from the rest of the discussions over the next 2 days, that means that we're going to be hearing from practitioners who are in the trenches, making sure that those verticals and sectors are ripe for monetization, for talking to consumers, and ultimately for creativity. But what we're going to do now is we're going to hear from our US editor, Ken Hine. So Ken has been talking to any number of those practitioners, any number of those experts, and so he, in this session, is joined by Raja Rajamanar, who is CMO at MasterCard.
So MasterCard's had some priceless TV ads, seemingly forever. Amazing creative execution. So to my surprise, I'm in Cannes and I'm walking down the Croisette and I look and there's Raja Rajamanar, our guest, the global CMO of MasterCard, on stage with pop stars dropping an album. So we're going to talk a little bit about what that was about and, the sort of broader idea of multi-sensory marketing and how that fits into the media mix. So without any further ado, welcome, Raja.
Thank you very much for having me here, Ken.
So tell me, MasterCard dropping an album, what's up with that?
So we came up with a very comprehensive brand architecture for the sound of MasterCard. So it has got multiple layers. And the first layer is, for example, a melody that is very adaptable. It's very versatile. It's likable. It is memorable. It is hummable, and so on and so forth. Our whole aspiration is when people listen to that melody, they should be able to recognize that this is MasterCard. So we had what we call as a 3 A's model. The first is create an awareness for the melody, then create an association between that melody and MasterCard, the brand. And third, attribution, unique attribution, which means when you say MasterCard, you're able to recollect that melody, or when you listen to the melody, you actually recognize it is MasterCard sound. Now, this 3-part process, if you have to look at it, and if I have to go through the traditional ways of doing the awareness campaigns, it'll take me several years to get there. And it'll also take a ton of money. So one of the simplest ways we thought is basically to create our own songs. And these songs will embed MasterCard melodies. So there is awareness that is created, which is the first step, which is very critical. It was just a sort of a gamble in some sense. So we went and launched a song in Turkey, which to our surprise exceeded all our expectations. It did very, very well. So much so that the song was being played in Korea, South Korea. So we said, this has got some tremendous potential. Then we created a song in Latin America. And this song became #1 on the charts in 4 countries. And it was a top 20 on the charts across 12 countries. So we said, okay, this seems to be cool. So my desire and aspiration is one album, new album every single year.
Excellent. That's fascinating. I mean, music is can cross so many cultures, and having that ownable sound is something that certainly worked for many brands. So, when you're looking at the media mix for 2023, let's start with the challenges, because that's always fun. What are some challenges for marketers in the new year?
So firstly, there is too much of clutter. Consumers are being bombarded by anywhere between 3,000 and 10,000 messages every single day, which is impossible for them to process. Consumer span of attention is going down. Now it is less than 8 seconds, which is less than that of a goldfish. Number 3, consumers are sick and tired of our advertisements. So they're either going to ad-free environment by paying money, or they are putting ad blockers at scale. In this kind of a situation, we have to recognize firstly these problems exist and not hang on to the old ways of doing marketing. So the need for communicating, connecting with, and inspiring our consumers is very much there. But the way we do it is not the traditional ways where you start producing advertisements and then keep doing it. So one of the opportunities is, number 1, go into experiences. Go to experiences where consumers are able to get memorable and positive experiences that they can't stop bragging about. And then you find out a way to amplify their communication. Number 2 opportunity, I would say, is people normally are blessed with 5 senses. So the sense of sight, sound is what marketers have been traditionally using a lot. But very rarely you find marketers using the sense of taste, the sense of touch, and the sense of smell. Now, when I first told my people, saying that, hey, we should actually look at creating a MasterCard identity through the sense of taste. If you are very literal, you would say, oh, you want to now create edible cards or something of that sort? No, that's being too literal. And marketing is all about being lateral in your thinking. A good culinary experience makes it a very happy, memorable, satisfying experience. How can we be there? So we started curating literally thousands and thousands of what we call priceless tables. We started putting a table, for example, the first one was on top of a billboard in Times Square. So there's a billboard, and on top of the billboard, there's a platform, and we put a table there. And we had we had a Michelin-starred chef who was serving 5-course dinner or 5-course lunch. Starting with that, we started curating these priceless tables at places that you don't expect, like next to a dinosaur skeleton in a museum. It's places which you don't expect to have a meal is where exactly we do it, and we're doing by the thousands. We partnered with Ladurée, the premium confectioner, and they have created 2 macarons, a red color macaron and a yellow colored macaron in a beautiful box in MasterCard colors. And this is exclusively made for MasterCard. And these we make it available at all our events and various contexts. And we also have some specific periods during the year that these are sold through some of the outlets. And finally, we have opened restaurants. And if I had a dream, I would say that we'll have a massive network of fine dining restaurants around the world. But that's my dream at this point in time. But we are on an expansion spree right now. So this is just to bring about how we can leverage the sense of taste and get our brand promoted in an appropriate fashion.
I love the tactics. I think our viewers will dig that too. So you're doing all this stuff. There's going to be more restaurants than McDonald's. I'm kidding. You've got your albums. What about TV?
TV is still an extremely effective mass media communication vehicle. There's no question about it. But if I have to compare 10 years back, 20 years back, and 30 years back, the effectiveness constantly is coming down for a given quality and characteristics of the advertisements. So television overall number of hours is something which we have to keep a watch out on. But what I'm most encouraged about as far as television is concerned is live events. Now, live events give us the kind of reach, the kind of involvement, and that's something which is fantastic. But everything taken into account, if I have to look at my own budgets, now we took this conscious decision to move a lot of our money away from traditional advertising into sponsorships and into experiential marketing. So our mix has been changing quite a bit. And I know of quite a few other companies which are also having a rethink in terms of how they will invest in traditional versus the emerging channels. That's one part of it. The other one I would also say is measurement is at different levels of sophistication in different countries. There are in some countries where there are better measurements. In some countries, it's a faith that you're putting in saying that, yeah, maybe it's working. And it's not that easy. So it's also very geography dependent where it is working. So I think it's evolving pretty significantly, but I would not write off TV. It's extremely important even today, but it's changing big time.
Okay, so you've done a lot of futurist type things with in your book and in our past conversations. We've had a few. All right, give us 5 years down the road. You're looking at the media mix, and you've got all these great things that we've spoken about. You've got the metaverse and VR and AR and emerging technologies that we're probably not even fully comprehending yet. But 5 years down the road, we're having this conversation. What are you telling me about? In terms of the mix?
So my entire reading is that today we are entering what I call as the 5th paradigm of marketing, where we are being bombarded by 24 new technologies. In the past, whenever marketing has been transformed, there were predominantly 2 technologies which would drive marketing for a paradigm shift. So for example, right now we're in the 4th paradigm of marketing. The shift from the 3rd to the 4th paradigm happened precisely in 2007 with the scaling of Facebook, which gave the birth and massive scale to social media platforms. And there was mobile phones with the launch of iPhone that proliferated, became totally ubiquitous, and consumers became always on. Between these 2, marketing had to reinvent. So you had digital marketing, you had mobile marketing, location-based marketing, social media marketing, influencer marketing. All these kinds of new things came about, so much so that today, more than 50% of the entire marketing budget that goes in is in channels and media that did not even exist prior to 2007, right? So that's a big shift. Today, we are at the verge of not 2 technologies, but 24 technologies. You got AI, you got AR, you got VR, you got blockchains, cryptocurrencies, NFTs, 5G telecommunications, 3D printing, Internet of Things, wearables. The damn list goes on and on and on. It's 24 new technologies. Each one of these technologies is going to have a profound impact of how people's lives will change. When people's lifestyle changes, people's lives change, and how they interact with their environment changes, marketers have to reinvent. Already, a lot of things that we do from the classical marketing theory and framework is already failing pretty miserably today. And this is going to get accelerated, and we need to reinvent and reimagine marketing. And that new way of doing marketing is what I call as quantum marketing. We have to do everything differently. I'll give one simple, tangible example. A few years back, I have seen an article on BBC.com, which it was a simple survey, but it was a phenomenal thought starter for me. It said that when people were surveyed, people in relationships or people in a marriage, when they were surveyed, a massive 70% of the people nearly have said that they have cheated on their spouses or on their partners. And a further 15% said that if they know for sure that they're not going to get caught, they don't mind cheating. Now, the fascinating thing for me is when I sat back, I said, look, when somebody is in a relationship, married or live-in relationship, there is a commitment that they are making, either explicit or implicit, that I'll be loyal to you. And number two, they know that there are consequences of not being loyal. There can be reputational damage, there could be financial damage, there could be emotional impact to the people that they truly care about, etc. But in spite of making the commitments and knowing the consequences, people anyway don't seem to be loyal. So the question is, as marketers, we spend almost $1 trillion every year as a complete industry behind loyalty programs. We are expecting people to be loyal to us. Is it even real? Loyalty is not going to happen. You need to really rethink of a different paradigm, which I call as preference management. Every time consumer is making a choice, how do I influence their preference in that context that they are in, which requires a complete different model, a different technology stack. Everything has to be really rethought, and the current loyalty programs, to my mind, are totally dumb.
All right, so loyalty doesn't work. What's one thing that you're really bullish on in that 24 technologies?
I would say the single most impactful thing is artificial intelligence. It's giving us a level of depth and speed and complexity management that we could not do it without AI. And AI is developing so fast, it's becoming so sophisticated, and it's becoming so cheap that even a small brand with not too much of financial resources can very effectively deploy AI and see the results right away.
Excellent. Okay, so I know it's hard, but one piece of advice for everybody who's in our audience right now that they should be thinking about, the big takeaway.
Yes. Because marketing is changing so much and being driven by so much of technology, marketers have to learn these technologies, not to become experts, but at least to become aware and have some basic grasp so that they're able to leverage them. And if somebody is giving them a spin or a pitch, they should at least be able to see through and say, hey, this is factual or this is just spin. Now, I think learning is going to be very critical. If you don't learn, you get obsolete. So I would say invest in yourself to learn, invest in your teams to learn. At this stage and age in my life, I spent 5 hours at least every single weekend to learn something new. And I read one single book every single week. Now, and I find it's enormously helpful, and it gives me so many thoughts. It makes me more comfortable, and I'm also able to leverage technology like never before. So the point is, people, please invest in learning.
It's a good action point that we should all consider doing. So thank you so much, as always, for imparting some wisdom and some insights for us here at The Drum and everybody in the audience. I know you're going to enjoy the rest of our sessions, and everybody who's viewing from wherever else, stay tuned.
Thank you so much, Ken. Thank you again for having me here.
Good seeing you.
Budweiser te ha enviado de verdad una botella por cada gol.
So Budweiser have a long-standing presence and relationship in football through the likes of their partnerships with La Liga, with Premier League, and with Leo Messi. And the overarching aim from Budweiser's perspective is to establish a presence in broader football culture. So really to break through sports and football specifically and establish themselves in football culture and the mainstream. And specifically when it came to Messi, Budweiser wanted to make sure that they stood out from the crowd. The only other aspect to the brief from Budweiser to us at Copper90 was to make sure that the product was at the heart of the story, at the heart of the idea. So anything that we created, we needed to make sure that you couldn't escape the product and you couldn't talk through the idea without referencing the product or having a visual of the product.
Yeah, and I suppose the kind of specific context of the campaign was that in 2020, Leo Messi was honing in on breaking Pele's all-time record for goals scored for a single club, which was at the time 643. And so this was going to be a huge moment in football culture, the kind of moment that really only comes along once in a generation in terms of the sheer scale of that achievement. We really wanted to find an angle that gave us a unique take on it, and as we were in that research phase or in the initial ideation phase, we kind of kept thinking about the people against whom all these goals had scored and looking at the kind of faces on the goalkeepers in the moments of magic that Messi creates, and we were kind of really struck by all of those like moments of shock and awe and the just the kind of the wonder on the faces of the keepers at the superhuman abilities of Messi. And we wanted to pay tribute to all those goalkeepers by creating customized bottles for each one of the goals that he scored and then sending them to each of the keepers against whom he scored them against.
So when the goal went in on the 22nd of December, we were ready to strike. We'd been sort of 8 months in preparation for that moment. And when the goal went in, we were ready. As I say, the Budweiser innovation team sent out a bottle to every single one of those 150 plus keepers that had faced him at the net of the goal. And we were also ready from an amplification and an outreach perspective. There were over 50 Copper90 fan network members, so influencers, communities, creators that existed kind of around the world across 11 key markets for the Budweiser team that were kind of ready to shout about the fact that these keepers were receiving their own bespoke bottles. There was a global PR toolkit that was created by the H&K press team that was also syndicated within hours of the goals going out. And the keepers as well had been teed up post and to create their own content off the back of the moment itself. We managed to sign 3 or 4 keepers to the likes of Oblak, Kepa, Casillas, Buffon, who all willingly wanted to support the campaign and also, show appreciation for one of the game's greatest.
That was, I suppose, like a real key cog in the campaign, is that like instantly you had all of these incredibly, not just famous and influential, but also kind of credible voices in the game jumping on board and sharing pictures of themselves with their customized bottles that had been sent to them by Bud. They also had customized what we call creeds on the bottle, so a kind of individual messages to each of those keepers, like saying why Messi was sending them those beers and kind of thanking them for their particular challenges that they threw up to him over the years. And as they started posting, other keepers who we hadn't even signed up but we had sent the bottles to also started jumping on, because everyone wanted to be a part of that moment and to kind of have their place within that record. And at that point, that's, I think, when we knew we were onto a winner, when it kind of started spiraling a little bit, because even keepers that we hadn't contracted weren't just posting, but were also kind of writing on social, kind of going, "Hey, Budweiser, where's my beers? I think you've got some beers for me." So at that point, I think, we knew we were onto a winner with this one.
The key really was in the preparation. It had kind of been, as we said, 8 months in the making, a shoot that happened in lockdown, which was unprecedented for most production agencies, most businesses, most brands at that time, because it was in lockdown 1 of 2020. Reactive social content that was captured on that shoot, reactive, planned deliberately, obviously, to go out around the moment. Hero PR photography that was also captured on that shoot. The creeds that had obviously been kind of handwritten by the Copper team, specific to those moments. So the key to success really was in the planning and the preparation.
We also had a kind of little tease launch film that went out on Messi's own channels, which obviously kind of kick-started the whole thing, and that was him like preparing these boxes and getting them ready to send out to the keepers. So it were all these different touch points. It was like an instant kind of launch into the world.
I mean, at a moment when everyone should have been talking about Messi, it did truly feel like globally everyone was talking about Budweiser. During that Christmas Christmas period, bearing in mind the keepers received their bottles on the 23rd or 24th of December, Budweiser was the number one most talked about drinks brand globally through social and through press, and that was alcoholic, soft drinks, fizzy drinks. Their search doubled on social and online versus the previous 30 days to the campaign going out. And it really did start to take on a bit of a life of its own. Like, people were creating their own memes. Keepers that we hadn't paid, which is just unheard of, were kind of posting off their own back and using the messaging that we'd kind of set out to the other keepers to kind of to rally their involvement. 40% of conversation around the moment itself included a Budweiser reference, and there were over 1,100 pieces of press coverage which were unpaid, and no use of a wire that the H&K team also managed to deliver around the world.
And I think the figure is something like 95% of online articles that mentioned brand involvement in that campaign were about Budweiser as opposed to any of the other brand partners. So the share of voice when it came to brand presence for Budweiser was pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, and just linking it back to one of the original objectives for Bud, which was around share of voice versus Messi's partners and official sponsors in particular. Budweiser had more headlines than Adidas had articles in total. So it seemed to be a real sort of key performance indicator from a Bud perspective.
Yeah, which as a new partner of Messi's was obviously like a really important thing and a great milestone to have achieved against some of his more established partners. I don't think there were any problems during the initial brief, but the two massive elephants in the room were that COVID struck when we were still in ideation phase at that stage, so it wasn't like anything changed, but it did mean that the whole process from start to finish was done under COVID conditions, so that obviously gave a lot of challenges. And then also when he was kind of, I think maybe 6 or 7 goals away from the record, he nearly left Barcelona, and there was a good chance that having shot and prepped the entire campaign, he actually would have left before he broke that record. But thankfully for us, he stayed for another year, broke the record, and made for a very exciting Christmas for us, but a very hard Christmas for our media team. And I suppose it's not anything that changed midway through, but the kind of complexity of the project did necessitate quite a brilliant cross-agency approach as well. So from sourcing all of the keepers' addresses to actually like making the packaging and writing all those individual creeds and being able to get the ambassadors on board. Like, we worked really closely with H&K for PR, with Octagon in terms of sourcing those ambassadors, with Draftline, who are Budweiser's in-house publishing agency, and we had it was a really good experience of like cross-agency collaboration, and definitely couldn't have happened outside of that.
In waiting for longer than we'd originally anticipated, we just had to make sure that we were always ready, no matter what day, what hour, where it fell within the season. So, really robust publishing plans that existed across markets, across agencies, to Lawrence's point, had to be set and ready to go, not just down to a day by day, but down to an hour by hour and a minute by minute because of the time zones that the markets would be deploying across the world. We made sure that the plan was really clear from 5 goals out, and that everyone had their set copy, again, ready to go and under embargoed. So I guess it's not really a case of how we solved the problems, because we were never going to get around COVID and the restrictions and the pressure, obviously, that it put on this campaign in particular, but it was around being ready to go and making sure we're working as a team across the agencies and with our client partners to make sure that we're all singing from the same hymn sheet.
I think for me the most important thing was like finding that unique angle that actually makes it stand out, makes it mean something, and then actually for us working in football, the importance is always something that feels like it's powered by an authentic football insight and something that feels intrinsically part of the football culture. So thinking about trying to not come at it from the same angle as everyone else was definitely the key for us, I think.
The only thing I'd say outside of the insight and the creative is just the preparation, which I guess is more what the client team were focused on delivering against. So being ready at every possible moment. We had no guarantee of when that goal was going to go in. Could have been within 1 month, it ended up being 8 months. So preparation down to the detail.
I suppose one final thing is that one of the reasons why we feel like it's so successful and why it actually like did the job we wanted it to do, is that the product was really central to the idea. And I think the fact that you couldn't really talk about the idea without talking about Budweiser obviously was a huge win in terms of it wasn't just a great concept that flew well, but it meant that Budweiser's presence and role within it was absolutely central.
What is the average speed of Heinz ketchup coming out of the bottle? Is it 0.0045 kilometers per hour, 0.0793 kilometers per hour, 0.6890 kilometers per hour, or 1.0055 kilometers per hour? That was Milligan.
I'm going to go for C, 0.689 kilometers per hour.
And you're wrong.
That would be right.
You're good with the buzzer, but bad with the answers. So, are you guys ready?
Yep.
Well, hurry up then.
It's going to be A, the 45.
Well done. And we got another scorer. And there is actually a bit of a story behind this, and maybe we've got a bit of a film we can show, I believe, to show why that is relevant.
I've been stuck in traffic for the last 2 hours.
What's the hold up?
What should take me 5 minutes takes me about 30.
Welcome back to Media Summit, the pop-up media channel, TV channel. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kelaine Blades, UK Head of Marketing at Finecast, and we are delighted to be sponsoring the 2022 Media Summit and its coverage on the future of TV. And what an exciting time to be in media. I mean, the rate of change is just explosive, and there's so much innovation going on. One could argue that there is more innovation in TV alone in the past 10 years than there was in the previous 60. How we watch TV is changing. Consumers have control now over how, where, and when they watch telly. Technology is fueling new ways for consumers to interact with creative. Advertisers and media planners have more choices and options of inventory to buy, increasing ways to access supply and measurement. And technology is fueling really positive experiences for both brands and consumers. And this presents tremendous opportunity, but also challenges in complicating a very complex space. And with marketing budgets increasingly being scrutinized in our current economic climate, marketers really have to look to optimize their campaigns and to find efficiencies in how they reach their target audiences. So as TV advertising evolves, we see a huge opportunity for more advanced targeting, better creative, and more trusted and safer environments for brands. And that's why we've seen so many marketers now turn to addressable TV, because they can take advantage of the reach and the scale and the impact that tele provides and reach new audiences, discover pockets of audience growth, and minimize media wastage. So we, like the Drum, believe that you too can take advantage of the power of television. And we are excited to explore how in this afternoon's program. But first, here is a word from our sponsors. So without further ado, I am pleased to introduce the next session of the day, The Future of TV with Finecast. Over to you.
Hello and welcome. I'm John McCarthy, media editor at The Drum, and it's great to have you all here today. In this episode, we are going to lay bare the challenges facing the burgeoning CTV space. For instance, I've got a stat here for you. In 2021, the second half, according to Freewheel's Video Marketplace report, 63% of total digital ad views were in CTV, and that's massively increased even in the last year. So the money's coming in, but marketers still have questions. To that note, today we've assembled a fantastic panel. Some of them are here today. Some of them will be joining us via the screen. And they are Melissa Blaha, Finecast Senior Director of Engagement at Finecast. That's Finecast twice, that's okay. Joining us from India is Atika Ensan Ansari, Head of Digital Media at Pernod Ricard. Hello. And finally, David Warren, Vice President of Product Marketing at Freewheel. Hello there.
Remember the name of the...
Oh, so today, Melissa, because you're here, I'm going to start with you.
Great.
So, we've got people coming in from all across the marketing space. Why don't you get everyone up to speed on where we are with an addressable TV journey? What can the tech currently do? And what would we like to build upon?
Sure. So, no small topic. I want to start out by saying that addressable TV has never been more exciting, and you heard Colleen talk a little bit about that. But you as consumers know that now there are more opportunities to watch your favorite content. There's more great content out there too, professionally produced, really high quality stuff. So as a consumer, it's a great time to be in addressable TV. But for advertisers too, because there is a lot more choice. You've got a lot of different ways in the UK in particular to watch content, whether that's free through the likes of the broadcasters or some of the ad-supported platforms, or you also have some of the subscription platforms coming into the market now with hybrid models like Netflix, Disney Plus, and Amazon. So there's really a great opportunity to not only watch content, but from an advertising perspective, reach your target consumer in a lot of great places that you and your brand want to be associated with. So from that perspective, it's a really exciting time. But you'll have noticed that I talked a lot about different places to access that media. And that's the real challenge in the industry right now, is that fragmentation. So there are multiple different platforms that you have to tap into to take advantage of these opportunities. When you're trying to target your audience, there are many different ways you have to proxy that audience into these platforms to be able to target them. And then when you're trying to report your campaign success or measure outcomes over the top of that, that all has to be done in a very fragmented way. So from a marketing perspective, there is a lot of complexity that you have to deal with in the landscape. And I think that that is one of the things that might hold some marketers back from investing. Because
it's like spinning a lot of plates at once. If you can do it, great. If you can't, you're going to struggle.
Exactly. And I think that that's really where you and your media team have to make a trade-off, because you can either go directly to each of these different supply partners and try to transact with them yourself. You can take it through a third-party programmatic channel where you'll get some of that consolidated for you, but there's a big chunk that's not going to be on the same platform. Or you can come to an integration solution like Finecast, where you can get all of that packaged up.
That sounds easier. As we speak right now, obviously Netflix tomorrow launches their ad product. We won't go into it in this session. I'm merely bringing it up right now because it's topical. Well, thank you for that, Melissa. We will move on because whilst we often get caught up in the developments happening in the US and the UK, I'm very lucky to be joined here by Attica in India, who is on a TV journey, and she has a lot of colour to add to this conversation about how CTV is being bought in that market. So Attica, good to speak to you. I wonder if you could tell us how your approach to TV has changed in recent years.
So like it's mentioned earlier, television buying has been really fragmented in India in the past decade. Earlier as brands, we used to just buy television for live sports. Cricket is still very, very watched, and we would be able to cover a large part of the audience. But with data democratization that's happened in the past few years and the way consumers have access to global content, today, while cricket is still the most viewed sport, television is not the only medium where it's accessed. Only 50% of viewership happens on television. The remaining happens on digital mediums. It happens through CTV, it happens on OTT. And in India, the largest OTT platform, which is Disney Plus's Hotstar, claims to have 25 million households which are on connected TV, which is about 55 million people. And this number has almost tripled in the last 3 years, impacted by COVID, where we had a lot of cord cutters, and we did have a lot of smart televisions being available at very cheap cost. So as of today, TV buying is so fragmented, we don't look at TV in isolation. We look at a particular content we wish to buy. And then what are the streaming possibilities available and what makes sense for us as a brand.
And that just sums up the difficulties even we're seeing across the world. India's biggest sport, only 50% of the people watching it are accessible the way you were previously used to buying it. Again, that little company called Disney crops up. Thank you for that, Attica. Now we will move over to David. Thanks for joining us. So David, you're from Freewheel, which has been part of the Comcast company since 2014, and in which time the CTV space has fully developed. I wonder if you can catch us up on sort of how that space has developed in the time Freewheel has been part of Comcast and how you see that going forward.
Sure. That's a great question, and thank you for plugging our video marketplace report in the intro stats. So here's my interesting anecdote about the development of CTV, which is that when I joined Freewheel 5 years ago to lead our advisory services team at the time that published the video marketplace report, we launched what we called a signature insights about OTT. And that was 5 years ago. We said OTT is this new thing that we think is going to take off over the next few years, but it was pretty nascent. It was much smaller than the inventory at the time that we saw through a cable set-top box. It was smaller than mobile, which 5 years ago was the really hot medium where everybody was trying to reach everything, but we thought it was poised for growth. And so, per sort of the intro comment that we've seen more development in the past 10 years than the previous 60 years, we're now seeing CTV really, really accelerate. It's now the largest category that we're seeing video viewing on. And we're seeing a lot more fragmentation in how CTV is delivered. So it used to be through people who subscribed to a broadcaster's channel or through some kind of login with a cable or a satellite provider or a paid subscription. We've seen the growth in what we call fast channels, so free ad-supported streaming television. We've seen the growth in virtual aggregators. And so the big trend right now, we used to talk about how fragmentation and complexity was a real problem, but we saw it getting better. And actually what's happened is we've seen it get worse. So if you're a premium publisher right now, you're having audiences that reach you through a login through a distributor, whether that's a cable distributor, or a satellite distributor, or an IPTV distributor. You're seeing people who access your content through over-the-air broadcasts. You're also seeing people access that content through every single mobile device, every single type of desktop operating system, all of the different web browsers, and increasingly through more and more different flavors of connected TV from each of the device manufacturers, as well as people who make dongles. And on those connected TVs, your content might be distributed. So there's an enormous amount of complexity in the ecosystem. When to the points made earlier, what a buyer really wants is to be able to access the content that they're interested in, wherever that content appears and wherever people are watching it, or to access an audience in a simple way across wherever that audience is viewing. And so the big trend that we're seeing in connected TV is sort of the explosion in the number of choices that consumers have to access content, and the rise in the level of complexity for how publishers make that content available, but also for the various complicated paths that advertisers have to go through in order to reach the audiences that they want to reach and the content that they want to reach at scale.
And David, you used very simple language there, but that sounded all very complicated, difficult to explain. I have a slight headache just sitting here. It's not your fault. But is there a way we can simplify this? You know, I don't want to be writing about such a complex space for the rest of my life. Are we at the stage where top broadcasters like Comcast can reach the scale they need in their own ecosystems without having to go through all of those different aggregators?
So the way it sounds very complicated, and it's certainly complicated for our customers to deal with. Thank you for thinking that I explained it simply. I try my best, but there's probably even more complicated under the hood stuff that we don't even see. And that's really the direction that we're trying to go, which is how do we abstract away all of the complicated things that need to happen in order to make that content available wherever a viewer wants to watch it, and make those audiences available wherever an advertiser wants to reach them. So what we're trying to put in place are pieces of technology that simplify all that complexity. But really what we need across the ecosystem is partnerships who are able to work together effectively at scale to reduce that complexity, not introduce too many more middlemen or too many more additive pieces of it, but to make sure that we're ultimately solving the right problems for our customers, whether those are publishers or advertisers, and delivering a great experience for the viewers, and having the transaction pieces in between be as seamless as possible.
Excellent, thank you so much. Now, we've obviously spoken much about the future of TV and the growth of this sector, but there are some threats ahead for its growth. Obviously, there's a wave of privacy-centric regulation and all sorts of things coming that might make the more difficult to operate. So I guess, and this is the open debate part of the chat show, if that's what we're calling it. So anyone can jump in. God help the production team with that, but we will do it. For each of you, what do you see the biggest threat to the growth of the sector coming now? I've heard like ACR disappearing, IP addresses being difficult to acquire, just that fragmentation continuing. Maybe I've given you some answers. We'll start with you, Melissa.
Sure. So, you've talked a little bit about ACR, you've talked a little bit about IP address, and I think certainly anytime you're talking about getting data from the ecosystem or from a consumer, there's the threat of privacy and regulation. But on the flip side of that, there's a great opportunity in the CTV landscape because you do have a common currency that you can use, a GeoKey. So in the UK, that might be a postcode. In the States, that could be a zip code. But that's a great opportunity for marketers to actually tap into a seamless way to talk to their audience.
I've seen that used in many ways. Domino's Pizza, I think it was, found out what each region's favourite pizza flavour was and marketed it that way. And you can also use it to drive footfall to local shops like B&Q or your... Think of another shop, John. That doesn't matter. We don't need that today. So, David, biggest challenges ahead. What's keeping you awake at night? If it's strictly a CTV issue, we don't need any real...
Yeah, so we're also thinking a lot about the disappearance of cookies and identifiers in programmatic advertising. We also see it as an opportunity. One of the exciting opportunities is there's really a rise in publisher first-party data. So most of the time when people are accessing CTV content, especially in hybrid environments where they have some kind of a subscription, that means that the person who's giving that subscription, the publisher, has a first-party billing relationship and usually has a user that's opted in to allowing them to use some of that data, at least in some limited capacity, for some kind of targeting, but probably not to share that data. And so we're excited about the rise of publisher first-party data as a way to continue to enable addressable and audience-based advertising at scale, even as identifiers change. One of the things that we sort of are thinking about in the ecosystem right now is that many of the ways that we've done advertising in the past, whether through traditional television or through traditional digital, are different in CTV. And in traditional television, where you're planning against audiences based on what they view, you actually have a lot more capabilities in connected TV and digital video that you can activate against, and much, much richer data than you would get from panel providers. But at the same time, in digital TV, you don't have the same types of identifiers in the same way to use systems to build profiles that you would in other forms of digital media. And so the way that we think about targeting and addressability needs to look really different. And so we think that the really big opportunity is how we plan something that's bespoke for video in the future of video, rather than think about how do I take what I used to do in some other medium and apply it forward.
And so much of the advertising in the CTV space, particularly the likes of Roku and things, is merely entertainment itself, trying to guide you through the ecosystem, find things, lookalikes that you would like. If you like Rings of Power, you might like House of the Dragon. Is that the name of it? Everyone forgets. Yeah, it was good, watch it. But yeah, a bit more contextual thought there we could build out. Yeah, thank you for that, David. And Attica, obviously you have a different perspective here working for a huge drinks brand. I'll once again ask, what's keeping you awake at night?
So from an India perspective, actually, the major challenge we see with CTV is the fragmentation and the avoidance of a lot of fraud traffic, a lot of bot traffic that we can. And we are looking at measurement tools like IS trackers and stuff. But what both David and Melissa mentioned, one of the biggest opportunities with CTV we see is pin code level targeting, which has been done in India by Mondelez as a campaign reaching out and promoting local retailers during the COVID time. So we see more opportunities with connected TV, but the only thing is that we see the consumer getting more smarter. And as an Alcobev brand, we need to be really cautious and make sure that there is consent in everything that we do with them, with the data, and not try to profile too much or provide too much targeting or innovation that sort of, does not add to the experience.
Yeah, and that does bring us on to innovation. I think it was a few years ago, it was a local national broadcaster, I should say. Channel 4 found a way to work out the viewer's name when video on demand, and it was for a campaign for the latest Alien film. It's Alien Covenant. Don't know. And it's read the name of the individual, and I found it very creepy. So just because you have the data doesn't mean you should use it right. But that is a creative execution, and we encourage people to make the best use of the data they have. So once again, we'll go around panelists and we'll just ask you what you think the most creative use of this addressability in CTV is. Where did it really elevate the campaign or the idea? And we'll start with you, Melissa, because we have an order and we're sticking to it.
Great. Well, the example that you gave, I think, is perhaps taking a lesson from how far you should go with addressability in CTV, which I know we've touched on a little bit already. But CTV is a shared experience. So while they had your name, it might have been me watching on your login.
I hope
because
not.
we, but it's a shared family experience in a lot of instances. So I'm going to say that a great opportunity to be creative is to do dynamic targeting, maybe not to the level of first name addressability, but you talked a little bit about how you might do that if you're an auto brand, change your end card to be about the dealership that's nearest you, or do some sequential targeting throughout your campaign, knowing that that household has reached a certain frequency of your advertising, or even shoppable creative, where it doesn't have to be fully addressable, it doesn't have to know everything about you, but it gives you that opportunity to interact a little bit further. And I think that those are all good opportunities to tie addressable back to the rest of your campaign, understanding that it's not going to be happening in a silo, and using creativity to further that connectedness of your messaging.
Shoppable is particularly exciting. I use the example of I've started watching the Great British Bake Off. I'm not a guy that should really be watching cake shows. It always gets me itching. But I swear, if anyone made me available instantly a cake through Deliveroo, I would buy that cake right away.
We'll write that down.
Are you listening, Channel 4? So David, aside from instantaneous cake deliveries, that's my idea. What is the most interesting use of addressable TV you could muster right now for our audience?
Yeah, so one interesting thing is that we've been doing addressable for a long time in traditional TV in the US through the cable and satellite providers, but we're bringing a lot more scale to it right now by enabling it for national programmers. So we did an announcement with AMC here in the US where they are launching addressable television on their inventory. And they had a great example. If you think about large brands like Amazon, they've got multiple products that they could be serving to, and a lot of times those products build on each other. And nothing's more frustrating than getting an advertisement for a product that you already have that you don't really need to see, and where the advertiser knows this person's not likely to churn, and so it's not adding a lot of value. And so what they were able to do with this Amazon campaign was to target different people based on both the Amazon products they might be interested in, but also what they've already signed up for. So you could have, somebody who is already a Prime subscriber but hasn't used Prime Video get targeted with something like, an advertisement for Lord of the Rings and that they should watch it on Prime Video. Someone who's not a Prime subscriber might get a Prime ad, and somebody else who is using Prime Video but doesn't have any devices might get an ad for like an Echo or an Echo Show. And so within some of these really large companies that have lots of different products that are looking to increase the value of each customer, addressable advertising is a great way, and one that we've seen really cool experimentation with in order to use that data, use that customer data as well as the data within the addressability partners to be able to activate something at scale with a lot more power and a lot more efficiency than they could with just a regular media buy.
That's interesting. That's obviously Amazon we're talking about, the world's biggest company, and they must be dealing with so many signals, noise, so many things they can't actually activate upon. But and we did see a huge marketing campaign around the Rings of Power. Couldn't get away from it, to be honest. I did eventually watch it and get my Prime subscription. And it's funny, we should talk about that. We were like, how can they pay off having a $1 billion show? I immediately went on to Amazon and spent like £200 on rubbish. If we all do that, they'll be okay. Well, thanks, David. That's my little shopping hour finished. But we're now going to Attica. So what's the most creative use of addressable TV you've seen? I've repeated this question 3 times now, but just keep it right. Yeah.
So what I have seen in India is what I mentioned in the previous campaign, which is the Cadbury's campaign, where they use pin code targeting to promote local retailers across some 260 pin codes in India. And that was to promote local businesses during Diwali, which had suffered losses due to the pandemic. And they used Shah Rukh Khan, who's the largest star here, with AI-based technology to create, hyper localized versions of the ad that were promoting these retailers. we thought this was extremely, impactful in India, because before that we'd never seen something like this being used in India. Having said that, after I hear Melissa and David, what I really think for a category like ours, which is in the socializing business, I mean, time targeting and targeting the days where we know that people will go out and socialize is such a good way to make use of this addressable TV,
Yeah, so you've got your flow there. And whilst we're here, what are the most sociable days in India?
The most sociable days in India are between Wednesday to Saturday, and Sunday is when people just refuse to socialize. They want to be just at home and do nothing.
Okay, we may be half a world apart, but that sounds about the same for us. Although I might start a bit early this week. Well, okay, we're now going on to the final set of questions, and it's, I can't remember who suggested it, but we're going to have a lightning round. Each one of you are going to offer us just a little media buying tip to operate in the world of CTV. So I hope you came prepared. As ever, Melissa, you're first, as ever.
Sure. So I'd say start with platform as the place that you go to first. So we did a whole research piece around attention earlier this year and found that platform is the single biggest driver of attention when you're talking about video advertising. And based on that, I'd have to say, if you're in the addressable TV business, find out what platform you should be on first and then tailor your content from there.
Yeah, that's very pertinent. And it's something I hear a lot of marketers trying to work out is, we all know that a news feed view isn't quite the same as a Comcast view. But yes, we're currently sussing that out. And David?
So my tip to marketers is to be really smart about the things that you choose to do and the constraints that you choose to put on your media buying and your plans. There's a lot of things that you can do right now. There's technology you can use for verification and measurement and planning, and you can target at exceptionally granular levels. But all of that stuff needs to match up together and find the right fit with your campaign objectives. And so my just advice to marketers is to try to simplify what you want to accomplish and make the right trade-offs so that you're really accomplishing your goals in the most efficient ways. We've had some times where people have brought us opportunities targeting, exceptionally narrow audiences where it's like left-handed hamburger eaters who are also vegetarians and live in the American Southwest. And we need to make sure that we're reaching them on really specific platforms and we're blocking out all of the content that they actually watch. And we just need to recognize when those things aren't possible. But really smart creative activations, they sound clean, they sound simple when we put them together, and that's where I think the best opportunity is.
Well, David, that was very specific, and I don't want to know how you guys know that. And finally, Attica, what is the wisdom you'll finish with today?
So I think the one tip that I would give to marketers on addressable TV buying would be to clearly identify the role of addressable TV in your media plan, identify what role it plays, and then customize the solution accordingly. Because like David mentioned, even I've heard a lot of people over-customize, over-complicate, narrow down the audience, and then make it just impossible. So keep it simple, and the most important thing is know the role, what this medium is playing in your overall media plan.
Well, thank you for that. The gentleman in my ear is telling us we're almost out of time. I know, I'm sad too, but we'll do this again. We will do this many more times. So I've just got to say thank you for watching, if you're watching it today or in 100 years' time. Actually, it might be a bit outdated then. We'll do check in again on the later video. So for more insights from the Drums Media Summit, you can visit the website. You can check out all of our VODs because we are the future of TV too. Tweet us on the hashtag Media Summit. And we have a Future of TV vertical, a newsletter, plug, and a podcast. Job done. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody, you're watching Media Summit TV, the Drum's pop-up TV channel designed to give you insights into the dynamic media landscape. Over the next 2 days, we're going to be live streaming lots and lots of Media Summit content. And if you're just joining us now, I can confirm that you have missed around 3 hours worth. I'm so sorry. That's around the length of Avatar 2, out December 16th, or the average length of a UK Prime Minister's tenure in 10 Downing Street. But what you've missed will soon be available for you to watch on our player. A massive thanks to all those who've engaged on our social pages via #MediaSummit. We know that we've been receiving an awful lot of comments, and while we can't respond to them directly, of course, we know that many of the things you've been requesting are to come up in the rest of today and tomorrow. So, talking about privacy, we're going to have a session later on that's all about that. We're going to be talking more about TV with what's next for Netflix, with the Nextflix session, which is incredibly hard to say. But for now, what I'd like to do is welcome our editor, Cameron Clark, who's going to be having a conversation around the current opportunities in branded content for advertisers.
Hello, I'm Cameron Clark, editor of The Drum, and welcome to AdFab, the advertiser-funded content show. Today, we're going to be finding out how media owners and marketers can combine their talents and resources to create content that audiences will love. Now, the concept of advertiser-funded content is as old as television itself. Soap operas were so named because they were funded by the likes of Procter & Gamble. But today, we live in a world where audiences have infinitely more media vying for their attention, and advertisers have an abundance of routes to reach them. So why advertiser-funded content? Well, to help me answer that question and more, I'm joined by some guests who know a great deal about this subject. To my left, Karsten Mayer, SVP Commercial EMEA at Vice, and David Amodio, Deputy Head of Digital Innovation and Force Studio at Channel 4. And later on, we're also going to be joined by Eve Williams, UK Chief Marketing Officer at eBay. Unfortunately, we're in London, it's rush hour, Eve is stuck somewhere in traffic, but we're very hopeful that she's going to be with us to share her insights soon. So, David, I want to start with you and just understand, a little bit about some of the ad-funded partnerships that you've been working on at Channel 4. What have been the sort of key ingredients that have made the best partnerships successful for you?
I suppose working with brands who have a clear kind of idea of what they want to achieve, and us understanding that is the first ingredient. And then I suppose working with the right production companies as well. I mean, our commissioning team work with a number of different production companies and indies to make content, and the talent we use, or if we use real people, then treating branded entertainment in exactly the same way that you do any commission, I think is really key. I think by respecting the viewer and making sure that you're making stuff they really want to watch, rather than banging them over the head with lots of products and doing it for the wrong reasons, is probably the first rule of thumb when you're making branded entertainment.
Yeah, and there's obviously a lot of talk in your TV world at the moment about the sort of move from linear to digital. Where, in your experience, are clients gravitating right now?
We sort of took a conscious choice. I think back into 2020, we announced our Future Force strategy. So we were quite proud to be the first broadcaster to say that we want to be a digital-first broadcaster. Part of that was launching Force Studio, which is our big digital social content arm that creates and distributes content across our social channels. And because of that, we're now equipped to make content and work with brilliant indies to make content that we distribute across our social channels. So we're definitely seeing a kind of a leaning from brands towards our social channels. We're still doing stuff on linear as well, but there's definitely an appetite to create digital content because you can be slightly more versatile and have more iterations, and you're not necessarily at the mercy of a schedule, which can be challenging because you kind of only get one one bite at that, and if it goes, if it doesn't land, then that can be an expensive mistake to make.
Yeah. Now, I think we're going to be able to have a look at one of the pieces of content that you've worked on with a brand. This is a campaign, a project even that you've worked on with Domino's. So let's take a look at that, and then maybe you can talk us through the inception of it, how that all came together.
When I step out, man, them run. They don't wanna test my flow. It could be me or Cox. You're the lay, you're the lay, who? You're the lay, you're the lay, he. You're the lay, you're the lay, who? Diddly, diddly, diddy. You're the lay, you're the lay, who? You're the lay, you're the lay, he. It don't get bigger than us. It don't get.
See, when I was a youth, yeah, I used to listen to bare US yodel rap. I even used to yodel in American accent. It wasn't it, man, but started doing it in my own thing and started to click.
You're the lay, you're the lay, he.
Got the drip drip walking, all bougie looking QTA gal impress me. Some of them still wearing trackies, 30, your vote just lacking. You're the lay, who is Kirk?
David, that's a little taster of yodel rap with Domino's. Tell us a bit about that project. How did it come about? Where did that project live?
So that project came about because I don't know whether you've seen the Domino's yodel copy they've been running for some time now. And there was a brief for us to try and bring yodeling into the public domain and make it a kind of cultural movement, if you like. So we had a think about how we could do that in an entertaining way. We still have a comedy series that runs across our social channels called Debate, and in that we kind of trick the audience. I mean, they know it's not real, but we kind of trick the audience with different sketches on a weekly basis, and we've had everything from a man who was too good looking to get a job to people who are now, this was something that ran last week, who now are powering their house through methane gas. And the viewers kind of think some of this stuff's real, so we thought, actually, wouldn't it be quite funny if we got them to think that drill rap was taken on yodeling? So we made that with Domino's, and it seemed to land really well. I mean, it did incredible numbers. I think we did about 3 million views. Engagement levels were kind of off the charts. I think we had 40,000 engagements on it. The view time was, the completion rate was 75% completion rate. So we made a number of different iterations that went out across all of our different social channels. It was a good example of really kind of landing something and getting a message across that wasn't just trying to sell the product.
Yeah, and just give us a sense. I mean, with a project like this for Domino's, I mean, do they reach out to you? Do you go to them? And how do you then kind of match them up with the right property when they've said, we want to be in front of Channel 4 audiences?
It can happen in two ways, really. So sometimes we'll have an idea, we'll have a proactive idea that we really want to make and we think that it's right for a brand. An example of that would be we bought back Games Master quite recently, been off screen for 20 years. We really wanted to remake it, but we wanted some brand funding to do that. So we took that to Meta and Oculus. What was Oculus Rift is now called Quest. So that's one way to proactively go out to the market. The other way, which is the main way that we tend to make branded entertainment, is through a brief. So we receive a brief from a brand who wants to say something. We always like to work with brands who want to say something rather than sell something. Then we've got a brilliant strategy team and a brilliant content team who then interrogate that brief, ask lots of questions. They're like a dog with a bone, so they don't start working on ideas until we really understand what the brand wants. Then we work on an idea with our commissioning team. We then brief out indies, and then we tend to only brief one, sometimes two, to come back with a few ideas, and then we'll pick the best idea, present it back to the brand, and then hopefully sign it off and make it.
Yeah, and obviously for our viewers at home in the ad industry, I mean, we're going to be explaining to them what the sort of opportunity looks like in this space today. But what about for Channel 4? I mean, is this a route for you to produce content that you might not be able to produce were it not for that advertiser backing? What does this do for Channel 4 as a sort of commissioning stream?
Look, really simply put, it allows us to make more content because we've got the budget. The commissioning team have the budgets that they have. This gives them more budget to make the things that that they either knew they wanted to make or actually that they can just commission. So I mean, it excites them. It gives them another route, some more money to make brilliant content.
Yeah. Okay. David, we'll come back to you. Carson, I want to bring you in at this point. Carson, great to have you with us today, all the way over from Amsterdam. let's look at this from the Vice perspective. You've got this universe of brands, this portfolio of different brands within Vice. So same sort of question. You've got a brand that approaches you. They're attracted to the Vice audience.
Yeah.
How do you figure out where to put them and what to marry them up with?
Yeah, I think it's understanding the brief at first, and then if going back to your question, what do you need? I think it always starts with insights. So really properly understanding, what audiences are looking for, what is currently happening in culture. And I think, the Yodel rep, I hadn't seen the example, but what I really love is that it's actually something that is happening in culture. There's a total crossover in terms of genres, and the example that I brought will also play into that insight. And then it's also matching the brand up with the right brand that we have. Like we have R29, it's more female-led. Then there is ID, which is our high-end fashion and luxury platform. There's obviously Vice, the company's called Vice Media Group, but there's more. There's Vice World News, again. So matching it with the appropriate brand that we have, and from there we start ideating and proposing, and it's a creative part of our job.
The piece we're going to look at from Vice is some work you did with Marc Jacobs.
Yeah.
Just before we show that to the viewers in the room and at home, just give us a little sense of how that came about. How did you come to work with Marc Jacobs? What did they approach you looking for?
Yeah, so we have like an in-depth relation and a long-standing relationship with Marc Jacobs via ID, so our fashion and luxury label. And Marc Jacobs really wanted to celebrate music in all its shapes and forms, and also the diversity in music. And it plays into the insight of the overlap in music genres nowadays. Maybe a little bit more background on that. It's because of the tech that currently is out there. I mean, Spotify allows you to listen to country, to hip hop, to maybe to yodeling even. Well, maybe that doesn't really happen, but I mean, and there's crossovers, like there are hip hoppers using country in their new album. And so it's something that both us and Marc Jacobs saw happening. And we wanted to, basically champion that, celebrate it. And that's how this all came about.
Okay, great. Well, I think we can have a look at that now if we can get that queued up, and we'll take a little sneak peek. So here we go.
What does Afropunk sound like?
Can I say one thing real quick? Afropunk's not really a music, it's a style. Afropunk is a culture, it's not a music genre. It's just an environment and a culture that everyone gets together and you're free. You're free, you're free.
The darkness of the leaves has come. Forgiveness has not. Forgive not. Forgive not. The darkness of the leaves has come.
And it goes all the way to the Z, you see. So
Yes. So just a little preview, and obviously if the viewers at home want to check out the full thing, they can do that over at ID. But really interesting, and as you say, another example of advertisers using advertiser-funded content to tap into culture, perhaps in a way that might be a bit trickier for them to do through their own traditional advertising. Would that be fair to suggest?
Yeah, well, I think for the majority of the brands that might be a very fair statement. I think for Marc Jacobs it is different. Like there is a match and they're actually playing a role in music culture in everything that they do. So the match was very obvious there. I think for FMCG brands, maybe automotive brands, it might be harder. And that's where you need creativity and also to enable those brands to play a role in culture by consulting them on how. And therefore they can make impact on target audiences.
And in your experience, what are brands looking for? Because culture, obviously, we kind of get a sense of what that looks like through some of the examples we've seen, these examples from the sort of music world. but it's also quite a broad term, isn't it? So when you get a brief from Marc Jacobs or Domino's for that matter, what typically does that look like? Do they have an idea in their mind of a subculture or a theme that they want to be associated with? Is it more demographic-led? What's helpful for you? Because I'm thinking if I'm an advertiser at home and I'm thinking I want to produce some great branded content, also want to create a great brief that's going to lead you in that path, what do you want to see in those briefs?
I think a clear view of what an advertiser would like to achieve is obviously very important. I think then also an understanding of the audience that you would like to target. And that's pretty difficult nowadays, definitely with younger target demographic. Because I think, like I also explained for the music, like there's many crossovers. And what you need to do nowadays as an advertiser is basically build your own tribe. And that tribe can consist of many different, how do you say that? Like subgenres and subcultures that become one culture, that support your brand because your brand stands behind a certain topic.
Yeah.
And that's when I talk about that, it's pretty easy to land on doing good or actually bringing something to the table, and that's what we feel brands should definitely do. Like you need to contribute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear both of your perspectives on this, because one of the things that really interests me about advertiser-funded content is it's a very different dynamic for brands than investing in their own advertising, right? So they obviously have creative involvement to whatever degree you're comfortable for them to have that, but they're not in complete control of their message, maybe not even the media, in quite the same way that they would be when they're running a 30-second, 60-second TV ad, or they're producing a piece of print, or whatever it's going to be. They're surrendering something that, maybe isn't what they're always accustomed to. And you're sacrificing something as well, because you're working with a brand. You've got to meet their commercial expectations. So how do you get that balance where you're giving them what they're looking for, but you're not compromising your editorial integrity in the process? David, maybe we'll come to you first, and then we can get Karsten's take on this as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's fair to say we get some really bad briefs sometimes. We spent actually a couple of days last week, we took a whole load of agency folk away and talked about briefing, how we can improve for the whole market for brand and entertainment. I think it's really important. And I think the briefs that you get that are open and clear and concise are the best ones, and they allow that trust to be given to the publisher to develop a really strong idea. I think the briefs that are really bad are the ones that say, I want to do this, 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 and this, and this, and this, and there's this big long list of all these kind of KPIs I want to hit, and you sort of think, we'll go and make an ad and we'll put it in our ad break, and that will deliver. So I think the way you get that balance is by having real trust on both sides, so the brand has to trust the publisher to know its audience, because that's why they came to you. That's why they go to Vice or Channel 4 or Ladbrokes or whoever in the first place, because they have that audience and they can speak to them authentically. I think you then have to obviously still deliver on some KPIs because they're paying for it, and they're going to want to deliver. But you have to always respect the viewer, because if you make some really crap content, they're not going to watch it through to the end anyway. So what's the point? And I think we see some stuff on other platforms sometimes that obviously gets signed off, gets made, and people are probably patting themselves on the back because it's delivered on this bit. But you look at some of the view times and you think, was it really worth making that piece? Could that have just been an ad with loads of product in it, and that would have done that job for them?
Yeah. What's your feel on this, Karsten?
Well, I'm pretty much aligned with David, and I think there's three words here. It's educating the client, and then it's enabling culture or young people or whatever it is that you want to enable to actually thrive. And so that's educating, enabling, and I think also celebrating the culture that is there. But you first need to educate the client on really understanding what it is that they would like to achieve, and also who it is that they're trying to target and why they are going to make an impact and how they can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, is this a route that is open to all brands? I mean, we've seen some diversity here already, from Marc Jacobs to high fashion to Domino's, fast food. We also, if Eve joins us, we'll be able to look at the example of eBay partnering with Pimp My Ride. Real diversity in sort of clients here. But are there any markets, are there any sort of segments of the market that those clients just wouldn't fit into branded content? Or does that depend on the media owner? I guess maybe that might have more to do with who you'd be comfortable working with at Vice, right? Who matches up with your brand. So how do you think about that?
I think there are definitely brands or organizations that we don't work with. Then again, there are many examples also of organizations that you wouldn't expect to work with Vice, but that are actually quite big clients of ours. So for example, European Commission is not a match that you would easily make. They're actually one of our bigger clients. So we did a program for them highlighting how food gets produced and then how it lands on your plate, right? So again, maybe an organization that you wouldn't expect stepping into branded content, but definitely they do. There is a blacklist too, like clients that we don't want to work with. I'm not going to...
Well, you don't...
now them out here.
Naturally, we wouldn't expect you to name names. That wouldn't be fair. Could you give us an idea of are there some sectors that you just will not engage with?
Yeah, there are, but well, it's not that strict. I mean, we evaluate every brief, and again, I think there are surprising ways in which you can work with specific brands or organizations. So it's like a case by case evaluation that we have.
Yeah, and David, obviously. In the TV space, you're very tightly regulated. So there are some companies that, even if you wanted to, you wouldn't necessarily be able to work with. But how do you feel about this? Like for the CMOs sitting at home thinking if, considering whether advertiser-funded content is a viable route to market for them, are there any that should just put their budget elsewhere? Or do you think most of them could consider this a viable route?
So I think almost every category. I mean, we've in the short space of time that Force Studio's been up and running, just literally 2 years, we've worked with most categories now, and I think there's always a way of creating subject matter that works with a brand. Whether it's accountants or IT experts. I mean, you make the IT crowd. There's content you can make that's either entertaining, funny, or thought provoking about most subjects if you put your mind to it and get your creative juices going. So I don't think there's any categories that shouldn't consider brand entertainment as long as they're going into it for the right reasons. So as long as they're trying to say something or get engagement with an audience. So I think that's the more important bit than necessarily the category. But obviously, we are governed by the BCAP code on TV. We're actually not on our digital platforms, but we choose to bring that regulation over. So we actually self-govern by the BCAP code there as well, which kind of keeps us honest as well, and it keeps us creative.
Is that about protecting your brand as well? Because naturally, we in media might understand the distinction between the regulation on TV and online, but to audiences, they're going to see Channel 4, right, wherever you happen to exist. Yeah,
and I think again, it's that audience doesn't necessarily, a younger audience doesn't necessarily differentiate between Channel 4 on our YouTube channel versus Channel 4 on a linear channel. They might even know what a linear channel is, at a certain age demographic. So we think putting that regulation in place on ourselves is really important, and it means that we don't have undue prominence of brands even in branded content, and we make sure that the decisions to put the brand and the products in there are editorially justified to the viewer, and that means they tend to watch it for longer because again it's not making them go ugh, and it feel like an ad. So I think that's a positive thing.
Yeah, and on that note, I mean, how do we measure advertiser-funded content? I know there's not a single solution. Clients are looking for different things in different environments, but I suppose they have in their mind a method, a tried and trusted, and some say, at times questionable, because there is some skepticism around how to measure some forms of media, some forms of advertising. There's a lot going on in the TV measurement space, as we've already heard here at Media Summit, but they have their ways of doing that they've done for a long time. Now, this is a newer form of advertising for many clients. It might have been around since the birth of TV, but it's never been this sophisticated. So how do you arrive at the right KPIs for clients? I think, Karsten, you'd suggested that sometimes they come with a sort of very preconceived idea of what they want to achieve.
Yeah.
But how do you sort of mutually get to the right destination and convince them that they're getting the value in this investment?
Again, I think it's a matter of education and an open dialogue with your client and what you expect in terms of the KPIs. I mean, reach as a KPI is very old-fashioned, I feel, because if you have budget, you can reach basically anyone on this planet right now. I could as a person, given I would have the budget. But I mean, so that's not an important KPI. It definitely could be, view-through rates, I think it can be something, but also the campaigns that I'm most proud of, when you look at YouTube comments, for example, another thing that I wanted to say about the younger target demographic, like they have a bullshit detector that is like really, really strong. They know when you're bullshitting. And they will also be vocal about it in YouTube comments, in comments on social media, etc. And the campaigns that I'm most proud of, when I look at the comments, I did this campaign for Booking.com, and one of the comments was, well, this is how you do advertising without shoving it in my face. It's very explicit, so I'm sorry for that. But yeah, the content was just really good. And it showed. So that is also definitely something that we take into account. And aside from that, obviously, we have Insights Department. And the Insights Department, we work with research agencies to evaluate all our campaigns.
And David, I guess people are drawn to Channel 4 because you have some huge audiences, not just on TV, but across social and digital platforms as well. But obviously, it's a bit more nuanced than that, isn't it? It's not just a case that you can guarantee a big audience. The content has to be right, as we've already heard today. So, again, can you just give us an insight into how you negotiate that sort of practice with your advertising clients?
In terms of measuring this,
in terms of measuring the success, so they know it's working, right?
Yeah. So I think view-through rates are just a really. If it's on the digital platform, you can see whether something's successful because people are watching it to the end. So that's the first thing. We use third-party insight businesses to for sort of decent-sized campaigns to measure the success. But I think the beauty of, obviously, when it's on linear, you look at the overnights, you can go, right, okay, that's been watched, and take Changing Rooms with Dulux that we brought back recently. It's doing good numbers, so you know that's success, and people are talking about it. But I think on social, what's brilliant about social is the comments, and and the clients love that. And we did a recent piece with Maltesers around women's maternal health, and Maltesers had credibility in that space. They've been in that space for a long time, and we created a platform for mums returning to work to talk about the highs and the lows, and the emotional side of returning to work, and the guilt, and the leaking nipples, and all the kind of warts and all comments, and we got that debate going. And I think that when you see that happening and blowing up online, you know that the campaign has landed and it's a real success. And then if you can back that up with sales, all the better. But if you're trying to align, if the brief there is to align that brand with this area, then you've done it. And that's the main success metric.
Can I add one thing to it? I think also the place in the entire ecosystem for branded or sponsored content is becoming a very important element of how we work with clients and how they brief us. So more and more they understand that actually their brand is a publisher in itself. They are a publisher, and they need also to behave as a publisher. Yeah. And then that branded content piece that they make with us, that's part of a bigger ecosystem that they are developing. And definitely with digital now being everywhere, and I loved what the CMO of MasterCard said, like there's 24 new tech solutions arising now that will change how we interact, not only with what we do every day, but also with brands. That's definitely true. And understanding all the possibilities that are out there, creating a strategy amongst all those tech solutions that are there, all those publishers that are there, all the choices that you have to make. But let's be honest, it's quite scattered nowadays, all the choices that you can make. And working on a strategy and then just holding on to that strategy and executing it. That's something that brands involve us in more and more. And why do they do that? Because we are a publisher, and we publish every day, like a lot of content across all of our digital channels, on our TV platform, everywhere. And we are masters. We became very good at building those strategies. Yeah. And brands now see that they need to build those strategies too. And again, branded content. Go ahead.
No, you finish.
Yeah, but branded content has a place in that strategy, but there's more. You build an ecosystem around it.
Guys, it's a fascinating subject. I'm afraid we've been beaten by time, as has Eve, who is somewhere in a taxi in London, gridlocked. And when she gets here, we're going to get Eve upstairs. We'll record with Eve, and you'll be able to watch that on thedrum.com on demand, as you will this session and everything else from Media Summit. So if you missed anything at all today, you can catch it on catch up on thedrum.com. But for now, Carsten, David, thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for watching along at home. Thank
Wow, what a great run of shows we've just had, each more insightful than the last. Now, I feel it's probably quite a good time actually to take a little pause. We've got an amazing guest here, one of our very own, Hannah Bowler. So Hannah, come in a bit closer.
Come on, let's get a bit cosy.
I don't bite, not today, not today. So tell me, come over a bit. She's not that shy normally.
I know, sorry.
So tell me, what have you enjoyed about today?
Do you know what? I was thinking about this, and I actually thought, I think what came across really well today was the kind of challenging of the cookie deprecation story. I felt like we had it from Chris. It also came up in the brand loyalties panel, where we kind of picked apart that kind of ordinary narrative and challenged it and threw it kind of out there and had a few controversial comments. So I enjoyed the cookie debate. I also loved Faye White in the beginning when she was on the Drum Show, and she was just talking so well about how translating traditional news into TikTok and kind of meeting audiences where they were, like where they are. And I think that's a really important message, especially for brands to kind of take away from this. And also, yodel rap, like, yeah, I'm all for that, to be honest. I'm going to follow that up afterwards. So that's kind of my kind of key highlights.
Yeah, and before I let you go, what are you looking forward to for tomorrow?
Oh, good question. So we have got a really important and exciting chat about Netflix. Chris really struggled with it. Netflix. Yes. So actually tomorrow, their ad tier launches in the UK tomorrow. So we can unpack that, but also we'll be able to physically see it, which is like mad exciting for us that's been following this for quite a long time. Yeah. I've got a really exciting panel about data. We're going to be unpicking kind of TV measurement and all those different exciting things. We've got Roku and a couple of other great guests. Or what else? Drinks?
Of course.
Drinks.
And I'm also doing the digital out of home, so it's called Do or Do. It's quite original. So it's going to be probably one of the best discussions of tomorrow, obviously.
Yeah, and you have to obviously plug your own session. Mine's strictly data.
Always.
Out of home.
Do or do. So thank you so much. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
See you there
Thank
tomorrow.
you for today, and I think now you're released, you can go to the bar.
I'm going to go to the bar, yeah. Obviously, it's been a long day.
Thank you, Hannah.
See you later.
So that's it. Thank you, Hannah.
Concept of Adopt a Grandparent was already there. We originally were looking to form intergenerational face-to-face visits within the local community. However, with the pandemic, given that everybody understands how to have a video call, we recognised the opportunity to turn Adopt a Grandparent into a wide-ranging virtual campaign. This campaign was delivered on behalf of our client CHD Living, who are a care home group in southwest London, and they look after around 800 recipients of care. The campaign sought to connect CHD Living's residents with volunteers all around the world. And given that CHD Living's residents were suffering from loneliness and isolation, we really wanted to form our strategy around encouraging people to make meaningful intergenerational relationships and connecting the grandparents and the grandchildren with similar interests. We even formed international pairings, which was just amazing to see. So for us, being able to pull together this campaign was so rewarding, and you know, the coverage that we achieved for our client, where we had over 1,200 pieces of coverage around the globe, and it was just an amazing campaign to work on. So the initial problem for us was that care was in the spotlight. News headlines were focusing on care deaths and the vulnerability of residents. People were scared of care homes. You know, from a relative's perspective, you didn't want to put your loved ones into a care home, and it just sounded very chaotic, and that care homes were unfortunately a scary place to be. So with Adopt a Grandparent, we wanted to counteract that and project a more positive image that really reflected an accurate picture. Most care homes at the time were doing a great job of keeping residents safe. But even, within this, care residents were still isolated. They were losing connections with the outside world. And with CHD Living, we wanted to bring that back. So the campaign performed exceptionally well. From when we initially launched the concept, it immediately took off. We had more than 28,000 virtual volunteers within just 2 weeks. We carried on pushing, highlighting the number of signups, and each time we were slowly getting more and more volunteers that were signing up. We then decided to launch internationally to try and encourage volunteers from across the pond, if you like, around the world to sign up to adopt a CHD Living grandparent. So thinking about how Adopt a Grandparent has changed over time, we're now developing an app to open up Adopt a Grandparent to other care homes, initially in the UK, but we want to open it up to care homes all around the world so they can pair their lonely, their isolated and vulnerable elderly residents with our volunteers.
A Surrey-based care home group has launched a campaign to provide their elderly residents with companionship. This is a wonderful idea.
Anna Stewart reports on the Adopt a Grandparent programme, which is making life a lot less lonely for some very important people.
CHD care homes in Surrey were using the portal before the crisis on a project called Adopt a Grandparent.
One nursing home in London is starting a campaign called Adopt a Grandparent. The program aims to have people around the world become a virtual volunteer who will engage with their assigned grandparents through video calls.
And it's adopting a grandparent through CHD Living in the UK. And my grandparent is Iris. She is amazing. I speak to her every single week. And yeah.
To celebrate and promote our range of Australian Audible original titles, Audible partnered with Twitch to tap into the heart of the Twitch experience, transforming audiobook and podcast listening from a solo activity to an interactive community experience. Our starting point was our terrific audio storytelling, and we were excited to work with Twitch creators who took our Audible originals to new levels.
Twitch is home to 1.85 billion hours of live video content every single month, and it's filled with an audience who loves good storytelling and entertainment. But curling up with a good book or a podcast is usually a solo thing. And so we strive to change that with the Audible Live Club by transforming this personal experience of listening into a great story with an interactive community moment on Twitch.
No way. I'm Dr. Curran, and today I'm going to be answering some questions about the COVID-19 vaccine. How does the COVID-19 vaccine work? Well, they work like all vaccines. They send a signal to your immune system. Your immune system makes antibodies to fight the virus. They don't change your DNA, they don't contain the active virus, and there's no evidence to suggest it affects fertility. How do I know the vaccine is safe? Well, for one, there's no way it would ever have been approved for use by millions of people if there was any doubt over its safety. And there's no part of the process that's been skipped. There's been more resources, more funding, more researchers and more scientists because the world needed it. What's in the vaccine? Is there meat in it? There's no human or animal products or egg in the COVID-19 vaccine ingredients list. You can learn way more about the COVID-19 vaccines at the British Red Cross website, so check it out for yourself and swipe up.
Hi, I'm Nana Crawford and I'm the social media manager at the British Red Cross, and I'm talking about our vaccine hesitancy campaign, which won Best Use of Social Media for the Drum Social Purpose Awards. Our original brief was based around some polling research that we'd done around vaccine hesitancy. Our research showed that young people, sort of under 35, 36, and people from Black British and British Asian communities were less likely to take up the vaccine because of misinformation that was spreading around via social media. For us, the British Red Cross has always been involved in mass immunisation programmes, and we really want to become a trusted voice in the public health sector. So it was really important for us to use social media to combat the myths that were spreading and to kind of provide facts. So to help people feel really empowered and knowledgeable around the decisions that they were making in taking up the vaccine.
We wanted to make sure that our social content was reinforcing facts and not fiction and not helping to spread misinformation. So to do that, we looked on social media itself and also at our research to identify some of the key and common myths that were spreading. These included things like the vaccine affects your DNA, the vaccines were rushed. So what we did was we created bespoke social media assets for our different social platforms. These included very short TikTok videos, Instagram carousels, explainer videos on Facebook to try and address each myth.
Our content was tailored for each of the channels. So we had on Instagram, the content was carousels. We had lots of Instagram carousels with information about each of the myths that we were trying to bust and some facts. We worked with the influencers to create reels as well, because obviously Instagram is now all about video content and reels. So we wanted to make the content really relatable to the channel and how people would receive the information. On Twitter, it was very focused on what people were talking about, you know, what was in the news then and there. That's really important when you're doing any campaign around tailoring the content for the channel, because there's no point just kind of hacking something and just chucking it on the channel. People consume social media differently on those channels, so we had to make sure that the content that was on those channels was how people would consume it as well.
We wanted to make it relatable, and we weren't afraid to have fun with it because ultimately it was our best performing channel, and I think that shows.
The biggest challenge with the vaccine campaign was what was happening in the world. You know, when the vaccines came out, there were so many rules. We had multiple lockdowns. We were told, you know, to get the first jab and then you'd have to wait 12 weeks for your next jab, but then that was brought up to 8 weeks. So as we were kind of delivering the campaign, government guidelines were changing, things were changing all the time. So we had to be adaptable and we had to be super flexible around the content. So if we put out a reel with an influencer that says, you know, this particular thing, and the next day it's just like, well, actually you can do this now. It's like, right, okay, so that information no longer is current. So we need to put out more current information. I think that was what was really good about using TikTok, because we could provide that up-to-date information as things were changing.
In terms of social results, our content had over 1.6 million impressions and over 100,000 engagements. We had a target of reaching 10 influencers from Black British and British Asian communities, and we ended up using around 21 that had a reach of over 375,000. So we were actually reaching the communities that the misinformation was spreading within.
The biggest piece of advice that I would give to an organisation or an agency or anyone who wants to execute a campaign that's based on either public health or information that the wider public space would be reading is that sometimes it's important to understand that although you have the channel and the presence to talk about something, you're not necessarily the right person to talk about something. And what I mean is through influencers. So although we are the British Red Cross, yes, we know that, and our channels are there, but when people come to our channels, they see that kind of corporate banner, as it were. So putting faces on our channels and having faces that people can see in themselves and find relatable was really important for us, because we knew that, you know, in the scale of, you know, like organisations that you're likely to trust or people that you're likely to trust, corporations and kind of big organisations weren't at the top. So it was really important for us to have those kind of singular faces and to have people that people could relate to.
My one piece of advice for delivering a social media campaign would be always put the user and the audience like front of mind. Put yourself in the mind of your followers. You know, if you saw this post or this particular campaign, how do you want to make them feel? What do you want to get across? So I guess it's just always remembering, what does our audience want? What does our audience need? And how can we listen to them better to make ourselves better?
So we created and launched the infomercial on Vladimir's page. In the copy, we added a line to get people to call a hotline number. And when they called it, they heard a bespoke track that he'd made, and it subtly mentions Vladimir Crocs. Vladimir's DJ set on both VC's Instagram channel and Crocs Europe. As soon as the limited edition clock had sold out, users were taken to a sold out page in which they could play a retro 8-bit game. Once they played that game, they were to post a screenshot of their high score. That gave them an opportunity to win the last pair of Vladimir Poshmark Crocs.
Hello everybody, you're watching Media Summit TV, a pop-up TV channel from The Drum, which is giving you insights into the rapidly changing media landscape. We may be coming to you from our London studio, but we're being broadcast all the way around the world. And so the station's being live streamed to a live audience. So remember, you'll be able to see all the shows when they're launched on our player over the next few days. But for those of you who are watching live, make sure you enjoy it, because this is a one-off experience. So next up, we're going to be hearing all about Netflix in the incredibly difficult to say show, The Nextflix Show, which I'm pretty sure I've got right, but may well turn out to be wrong upon repeat viewing. So what I'm going to do is hand across to Gordon, who's going to take us through everything that's going on with Netflix.
Well, welcome to the Netflix show, the show everybody thinks is a typo, but it aims to shed light on what is next for TV. So what's next for TV? You can see what we tried to do there, I'm sure. But it has to be said, since, you know, as we go on the air, the big story everyone is actually talking about is Netflix itself, because for the next 24 hours or so, Netflix is going to start carrying advertising for the first time, so a big story. So that is going to be a big talking point over the next 25 minutes, but so too is the increasingly creative way marketers are beginning to harness the power of television. So as well as straightforward commercials, that creativity includes sponsorship, product placement, advertising-funded content like this.
Hey, we're the Fat Five from Netflix's Queer Eye, and we've got something special for you.
Attention passengers.
Buckle your seatbelts. Yes, buckle your seatbelts indeed, because it's going to be a busy conversation. And to have this conversation, I'm delighted to say I am joined by an amazing two guests. We have Samantha Glynn of UTA, who was actually responsible for that campaign you've just seen.
Not personally.
Yes, well, UTA was. And also John Manning of Starcom. Oh. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But John, maybe starting with you, because obviously in terms of your background as one of the world's best media buyers, You're obviously looking very closely at what's happening with Netflix, and why don't you give us a bit more background to what's going on there?
Yeah, absolutely. So tomorrow, as you mentioned before, is the launch of the ad proposition in the UK. The ad-funded tier, which they're charging $4.99, as opposed to the next available tier, which is $6.99. So, there's a time where we've got a cost of living crisis looming. Netflix are trying to solve that problem by introducing an ad-funded tier. And it's hugely exciting for advertisers. It absolutely is. But at the moment, it is very much a suck it and see. We need to see how consumers are going to be uptaking this particular proposition. It's if Netflix was to turn all of their inventory ad-funded overnight, it would be a huge opportunity that everybody should pile into. But at the moment, we don't quite know how many people are going to opt for that ad-funded tier. The value exchange seems a little bit skewed, maybe in favour of Netflix here. Where if it's a £2 saving, is that enough? That's a coffee. Is that enough to justify going without ads? I don't know, but from an advertiser perspective, it does offer an audience which we've seen declining slowly in TV over recent years, and if they can get that right, it does offer a real opportunity. But at the moment, we have to be cautious because there's no measurement in place at the very beginning. Although the Barb news is very, very interesting indeed, but that came out a couple of weeks ago. But we just need to see what is going to happen over the course of the next few months in terms of where that actual advertising audience lands with Netflix.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and thanks for answering all the questions.
But I'm happy to dive in, go deeper for sure, because I was only scratching the surface.
Yeah, but the thing about it is actually enormously complex, this isn't it? Because on one hand you've got how do you measure it? On the other hand you've got the reaction of the viewer. Then you've got this sort of the advertising industry must absolutely love the potential of this.
Yeah,
actually, it's a huge moment, really, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think the key word is potential, and we need to wait to see what that potential ends up being. Just to touch on the measurement piece again, although we know that Barb and Netflix are now joined at the hip, so to speak, from a measurement perspective, we still don't know what that means in terms of measurement. Will they be measuring all of Netflix at an aggregate level, or will they start breaking that down between the different tiers of subscribers? For us, it's useless to know how many people are watching Netflix unless we have that delineation between ad-funded and non-ad-funded. Until we get an idea of what that is, from an advertiser point of view, we don't know the value that's offering schedules until we can see what the advertising potential is. But as I say, it could be huge, but we just need to wait and see.
Yeah, and obviously, Sam, you are a lover of content. Before going to UTA, which we're going to talk more about in a moment, but you're obviously at Fremantle, so you know all about content. But you think actually the solution here is advertisers get the creative right. Why couldn't it be part of the entertainment experience?
No, absolutely. And to be honest, that's one of the reasons I transitioned from Fremantle to UTA, because every time I was working with a brand, they'd come to me and go, can we be in Netflix? Can we be on an Amazon show? Can we be part of culture? Can we reach global eyeballs? And as a producer, you had no power to do that. And I saw what United Talent Agency were doing, and they were basically inserting brands into culture because they have the data, they have the intelligence, they have the access, they have the relationships and the expertise to know exactly what's coming through the pipeline. What's the next big show on Netflix? Which creators are really resonating in cultural spheres? How can brands be part of that journey from the very beginning? How can they integrate into that IP and show up in people's living rooms and on people's phones in a way that has real meaning and can transform their businesses?
Yeah, and it is one of the most, to me, is one of the most exciting aspects. How can brands just become part of the entertainment package? So it's not disruptive or interruptive, it's really part of the experience. Yeah. But I was quite interested because when we spoke earlier, you're talking about your vision of treating brands in the same way as you treat an A-list celebrity. And I think the Delta campaign is a good example of that. And I was wondering, shall we look at the rest of that trailer to
Sure,
have the
fire away.
Queer Eye, the whole Queer Eye experience.
Things keep getting better. Things keep getting better. Things keep getting better. Things keep getting better. Things keep getting better.
See you in the air.
Things keep getting better.
That's really sweet.
It's really sweet.
Yeah, really sweet.
Great to see that you did avoid all gay stereotypes. So very impressive.
Look, do you know why that worked? That worked because Queer Eye is such an important show on Netflix, and this was, Delta have a commitment to diversity and inclusion, and then marrying the two together was perfect. So that actually was a full-length episode in which one of the air stewards had a Queer Eye makeover by the Fab Four, and that ran on Netflix's YouTube channel. And then the show also ran on the Delta's in-flight entertainment, and they created a safety video, and there's a whole load of social buzz. This happened during COVID, so it didn't have quite the resonance that it might have when we were all flying around the world. But I love the idea of a brand being integrated into existing IP in a really organic and real way. And, it just shows up.
That's absolutely brilliant. I do agree with you.
Yeah.
But obviously another, story you were telling me earlier was about Lyft.
Yeah,
who are doing similar things, really, actually. How do they become the new Uber? Did I just say that?
Say that, Gordon.
No, you didn't mention Uber
We didn't mention
once.
that. So for those European people who don't use Lyft, it's a rideshare app in the US, and UTA have been working with them for a number of years. And the main thing that they started out to do was to normalise ride sharing. It was a time when people weren't used to calling a ride share on their apps. So UTA managed to partner Lyft with various different entertainment and culture events. One of the most interesting ones to me was with Stranger Things Series 2. So this was one of the first partnerships that Netflix did with a brand on a major piece of IP. And it wasn't in the show, because of course Lyft didn't exist in the 1980s, but it was around the show. It was a co-marketing experience. So what happened was the series launched on Halloween, and Lyft created some spooky cars. So in certain cities around America, you got in the car and it was custom made, and a hand would come out and get you, or there'd be a whole experience. The app was reskinned to match with Stranger Things, and it worked really well because it drove viewers back to Netflix. And at the same time, Lyft was part of that whole cultural experience around Stranger Things. And off the back of that, UTA have done Lyft and Glow on Netflix. They've done other partnerships with Netflix, with Coke. And so it's created a template for brands working in Netflix when you weren't officially allowed to do paid-for product placements. But it's an association that can happen locally or internationally.
Yeah, it's a brilliant campaign. I think we've actually got a clip to show people what we're talking about in the UK, anyway.
Okay.
I'm gonna call myself a Lyft. Bueno, pues entonces llamo Lyft. Mom, you're calling me.
And I just want to sing.
Whenever I'm stressed out, you try and get me to sing along to songs, and it never works.
It always works. You just gotta be open to it.
You need to put it into the app.
Put it in there.
It's fine, I'll just get a Lyft.
A little bit different. That's more what I would call prop placement in the show, but in a really organic way. So how do you get Lyft to show up, or a Coke, Coke or a car brand in a TV show? Because people use these things in real life, and you want to make the world of television seem as real as possible. And they're going to have cereals, and they're going to drink drinks, and they're going to get in vehicles. So we work at UTA to get those brands into shows by working with the writers' rooms so that the brand is top of mind, or giving the brand to prop masters or to set designers so that the creators of the show have the brands in their hearts and minds when they're making the show.
Yeah.
And that's what you're seeing there, and it seems really, really real and part of life.
Really good stuff, and obviously the key rule is you only work with uplifting shows.
Yeah, I would say that.
John, so we move on quickly. Because your interesting story, obviously you work in the the technical areas of media, but you also did a bit of content work yourself, and I think you're involved in one of the first sort of Amazon partnership for Vanish.
Yeah, so I worked. I work at Publicis, and one of our agencies is Zenith, and I had a brief stint at Zenith where we worked on Reckitt Benckiser, and for Vanish, they were very keen on getting on one of these platforms, a Netflix, an Amazon, because they had something to say. It was all about generation rewear, which is using your clothes as much as you can, and they thought that one of those platforms was the best way to do it. But notoriously, they're really difficult to get into. So we spoke to Amazon. And as you say, we were one of the first to do this, to sort of break down the barrier to get some content on that platform. And it's been a learning experience, I think, for us, certainly for Amazon as well. I mean, Amazon doing more and more of this now. I think that was certainly a learning curve for them as much for us as it was for us.
And it's interesting because you see this stuff, and even as somebody who works in the industry, you don't always recognise it as, partnered or advertising funded.
That's good.
Yeah. But should we look at your the example of your Vanish?
Yes, please,
Vanish is going to appear.
In recent years, our love of fashion has helped create an environmental crisis. Globally, there are enough clothes already in existence to dress the next 6 generations. And in the UK, we send 350,000 tonnes of clothing to landfill annually. This culture of extreme disposability is unsustainable. We need to find new ways to extend the life of our clothes. Vanish has partnered with the British Fashion Council to shine a light on a new generation at the forefront of sustainable fashion.
Yeah, really strong stuff. But obviously, product placement, as you're saying, is a growing opportunity. And one of the examples I'd like to show actually was the most outlandish piece of product placement I've ever seen in my life. You didn't actually do this. You just
no, I didn't do this.
I
just saw it and I was just flabbergasted. Absolutely, it was. It's just such a brazen.
Brazen. But I won't give it away. The show was called Like Father. Again, I didn't realise it was. I'm not going to admit I watched this. Okay. Anyway, shall we look at the clip from Like Father?
Absolutely.
What brings you on the cruise?
I was left at the altar a few days ago, and my dad, who I haven't seen since I was 5, showed up to my wedding, unannounced. The two of us got incredibly drunk that night, and I must have blacked out because...
Hi, sweetheart.
Oh, shit. Somehow I dragged him onto this cruise that was supposed to be my honeymoon.
That's fucked up.
You're in the honeymoon suite. Congratulations.
Ew, that's my dad.
Yeah. So did everyone spot the product? You spot the product? What was the product? Oh no. Well, the product's a big ship, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Royal Caribbean, and basically, I appreciate that's just the trailer, but I think that's pretty much the only footage that's not on the cruise ship.
Yeah.
The rest of the film centres with all the activities they could do.
Was
on
it
that
funded
ship.
by Royal Caribbean? Do you know?
When you look online, the details are very hard to come by, but I think it must have been, although I can't guarantee or confirm that.
So I think what's interesting here is how the money's flowing now and how it will flow once Netflix becomes an AVOD.
Mm-hmm.
So did Royal Caribbean pay, was it prop placement, which generally means unpaid but product in the show? Was it product placement, which is in the show, paid for, and then the brand has a little bit more control about how they appear in the show? Or, is it like the Vanish thing, which felt like a purpose-driven branded entertainment? There's all these different ways of having a brand inserted into a show, either visually or in terms of values.
Yeah, I mean, watching the film, I mean, it so centres around everything they can possibly do on that ship. It feels if it was incidental, Royal Caribbean got an awful lot of value out of that.
Did it make you want to take a cruise ship?
Do you know what, it did, yeah. they do some really fun stuff.
Did you watch it then? Professional interest.
Yeah, professional interest. I wouldn't recommend anybody else watch it unless you have really like cruise films, but yeah.
Or branded content.
Or branded content, yeah.
Yeah. But it's interesting, isn't it, where these channels are really rapidly evolving and creating new opportunities. But who would you think is getting it most right at the moment in terms of putting all this together?
From
a sort of brand platform perspective, yeah.
Oh, that's a good question. I think it's. I mean, you may disagree, but it feels so early in the infancy for someone like a Netflix. Obviously, we spoke about Amazon. They've got their toe in the water. They're doing more and more of it. The traditional broadcasters, I think there was a session before this one about, ad-funded content, and Channel 4 are very good at this.
See in the player, catch up if you missed it.
I mean, Channel 4 are very good at this from a traditional broadcaster perspective, but from the the Amazons, Facebooks, so Amazons and Netflix and Disney Pluses, I wouldn't really know. I'd probably say Amazon because they were the first, but Netflix, there's a huge opportunity there and another revenue stream for them. But
Well, at the moment, Netflix, if you acquire a show and they haven't produced it themselves, it may have brands in it. So if you look at Cobra Kai, which has got Coors Light all over it, or, if you look at, there's a show called Dads, which is funded by Unilever on Apple TV. It's an acquisition. So that can have brands in it. So that's a way that brands can already get into these networks. I assume, and I might be wrong, that once the AVOD's up and running, Netflix will be looking at some kind of financial revenue model whereby brands will be able to pay to be product placed in the same way that Hulu in the US has an SVOD and an AVOD tier, but there is content with brands inside it. Amazon is super interesting because at some stage, and everyone's been saying this for years, they might unite church and state, and they may have an e-commerce layer which allows you to purchase products that you're seeing in the show. And I know they did some research quite recently which said that a lot of viewers felt frustrated that they saw something on a TV show, they wanted to go and buy it, and it took them an average of 30 minutes to find that product online. So you're actually giving your audience something they want if you give them a QR code or an overlay or an Alexa, queue to buy the products that you're seeing on screen. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was an evolution on Amazon. Yeah,
it's amazing, isn't it? You can use all that data together, your shopping and your programming.
And make it addressable.
Yeah, and the other opportunity is obviously virtual product placement as well. Is that something you've been looking at?
Well, there's been companies out there who've been doing this for a long time. But I do believe that Amazon now have their own in-house virtual product placement division, and they will work with finished programs and brands and say, where is the right place to put this brand in? And the key is always to do it as subtly as possible, that you have something in the background that the main character isn't touching, and again, it feels organic and real. And I assume at some stage that too will be addressable to specific audiences.
Yeah, and then an interesting thing about that is it then transforms the whole model of television.
Doesn't it? Yes.
And I think you're making the point about the Premiership rights they bought.
Yeah.
There's not a standard deal. Their rationale is completely different from a normal broadcaster.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and Amazon as well now. They with their Premiership rights, that they were when they first acquired them a fairly small player, but you look at the subscribers now of Amazon. It exceeds that of Sky. So the available audience that they can speak to now. When they're advertising the football is huge, and it's really it is changing things up big time, and they can now come to market with a serious proposition and change the rules if they want to. They've got the power.
Yeah, and it's also how they're putting the data so they can match, I suppose, the product placement with what their viewers are looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's linking it up is the holy grail, isn't it?
Yeah.
And for Amazon, the fact they've got everything, church and state, it's scary, quite scary, really.
Yeah, and I think actually I've got the trailer. In fact, I want to see the trailer because I think it sort of summed it all up quite nicely. So we've got the Amazon trailer.
This festive season, Amazon delivers you the Premier League.
Beautifully worked.
Spectacular.
It's a nice pass. Extraordinary.
20 games live and exclusive on Prime Video.
Yeah, it really interests me because I think they gave away more about their strategy than intended, where they're obviously linking Amazon business, the delivery business, to their sort of entertainment business.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we'll see that gap close, I think. We've seen a number of shows go onto Amazon that have been ad-funded, but they've not been commissioned by Amazon Prime, and they've been put on as almost like a time buy on the Amazon platform, and the brand has paid a whole load of media to go around it. So there's something called Beer Masters by Anheuser-Busch. There was a Guinness show recently, a TripAdvisor show. So I'm really interested to watch that space and see how brands are capitalising on the platform.
Yeah, I'm interested as well, but unfortunately, I think it's full time for the Netflix show. So obviously, thanks, John and Sam, for your amazing insights, and thanks to you for watching. And remember, if you missed this show or you missed all other stuff which has been streamed, you can watch it all on the Drum player. Just click our TV icon on our homepage. See you soon.
Oh, yeah, I can, yeah. Thank you so much for watching Media Summit TV, the pop-up TV channel from The Drum that's been giving you insights into the rapidly changing media world. Over the course of these 2 days, we've been bringing you hours and hours of amazing content from some of the biggest names in the business. We've done that today. We're going to do it again tomorrow. But for now, we've come to the final show of the day, and it's come by all too quickly. So what I'm going to do is we're going to talk about privacy in a second, and it's something that we've touched upon almost in every session of the day. It is paramount, it is fundamental to how the media industry and how the marketing industries are working in 2022. It's underlined everything that we've said around the cookie discussion, around how we actually go about building relationships with people on platforms, and ultimately how we make our money and how we deliver value to clients within the media industry. And so, as this final topic of the day will do, it's going to provide a capper to everything that we've been talking about, whether that be how we actually communicate with consumers who are more aware than ever before around privacy issues, around what their data is being used for, and even ultimately how we go about building relationships in the future. And so I'm going to pass you on to our assistant editor, Jenny Baker, who will be hosting a conversation around her show, Privacy by Design. Over to you, Jenny.
And the parent stands over them. Did you see that? Hello, I'm Jenny Baker, and welcome to Privacy by Design. So we're really going to dive into why it's so important to put privacy first today and make those steps today in order to be successful tomorrow. Now, a new future of advertising is coming, and privacy is front and centre of that. But what steps do you need to take to ensure that you are privacy ready and to maintain consumer confidence and gain that competitive advantage? And that's a question that my amazing panelists are going to help me answer today, and they're going to share some learnings from their own journeys. So I'm delighted to introduce Claire Norburn, UK and Ireland Ads Privacy Lead at Google. Welcome. And Doug Hall, VP of Data Services and Technology, EMEA at MediaMonks. Welcome both.
Thanks for having me.
And I know this is a topic that you're both very passionate about, so I'm sure it's going to be a lively discussion. But look, the privacy arena is one of the fastest growing and most complex sort of areas of digital. And I think, brands know that they have a duty to do it and do it right, but it's easier said than done. So Claire, I'm going to come to you first. I think what this all comes down to is we really have to look at this through the lens of the consumer. Mm-hmm. So why is it so important to make privacy a priority right now?
Okay, so if I was to take my Google privacy hat off and think of myself as a consumer, I'm really kind of, what it is about privacy. I don't want tick boxes. I don't want dashboards necessarily. I want a feeling of the control of my own data and what that means. So I think really, you know, that's what I would say is that feeling of control rather than kind of all the different, you know, things that are out there that are available to tick a box to get my data. So it's interesting because we've actually just carried out a piece of research with Ipsos, which is surveying 10,000 people across Europe, and it was to ask them about what the consequences of good and bad advertising and privacy experiences there are out there. So you won't be surprised that we found out that privacy experiences impact user trust. No one's surprised there. But what is surprising and what we found is that just how damaging a bad experience online can be and how important a feeling of control over one's data to a brand preference. So, in fact, I'll give you some nice little stats. In the UK, 77% of those surveyed preferred to buy from brands that are honest about what data they collect and why. And people in the UK actually care about this even more than the rest of Europe. 71% in Europe. So it's interesting. And the research actually does look across different regions. So, if you want to look at a UK set, you can look at that. And it's interesting to see the different dynamics across Europe and what people are saying.
Yeah, and I've looked at this research myself, and there's a lot in there. So I wonder, can you maybe? I know our audience will want to hear a bit more. So what were some of those key findings?
Sure. Okay. So I'm going to give you a high-level summary because the actual research is 60 pages long, and we don't have that long. Time for that. So I'm going to kind of just take you through the lens of the consumer, high level, what we did. So we divided people into 4 groups. So I'm going to do this with the audience here today, and we've got this group over here. You were put in the strongly negative scenario, unfortunately. You had a data breach. Your personal data has been stolen. It's unclear whether your payment details have been lost. And also, it happened last week, and I'm only just telling you about it. I'm ever so sorry. So then we had another quarter, so this group here. You basically were in a poor privacy scenario. Not bad, neutral. You were required to accept all your cookies. You were asked to agree to sign to the terms and conditions about where your data could be shared. And legal requirements were met, but you were offered little choice about the data that you were asked to share. So, not too bad, neutral. And then we had this group over here. You were a positive scenario, privacy scenario. Here, the legal requirements were met, you were able to manage your cookie preferences, and you were even able to find out where your information was being stored. And then this lucky group over here, you think you're lucky because over here they are completely worried about what's happened to their data. You actually met all legal requirements and everything was top notch, and you got a discount. So everyone likes money, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay, so that's where we are with the 4 buckets here in the audience here. When it comes to the likelihood to trust your company with your personal data, here's how we expected the results to look. We thought you here, with the data breach, you would be the least happiest. You two in the middle groups, you would feel a small negative or positive difference. And naturally, all of you guys over here, you're totally happy because you've got money off. So, that would be great. But that's not what we found.
Oh.
What we found is, if we go to the next slide, yes, you over here, minus 44% in this group of chance of trusting a brand with their data. But guessing on how you probably feel right now, that's probably not unexpected. Then the next group here, we found this group with poor privacy practices was nearly as bad as the data breach scenario, minus 35%. So getting privacy wrong could nearly be as bad for a brand as what a lot of companies consider the nightmare scenario of a data security breach, suggesting that if you invest in lots of money to avoid the nightmare scenario of a data breach and spending money on the data security, then it's probably worth investing in data privacy as much as it is as data security. Yeah. Then we have our middle scenario, which was you guys here. And that did produce an uplift, 13%. People who went through that experience were more likely to trust their data with brands and some other outcomes that we measured. But notice that, though, the positive increase there actually has a smaller absolute amount than the negative scenario, suggesting if you get privacy security wrong, then it would be really hard to make up for it and win those people back. Not ideal. In terms of you guys over here, you thought money off, we'd expect you to be the happiest and most trusting of the brand, but actually what we found is money is not enough. You were less than happy, significantly less than happy. Any reasons from the audience why that might be? Cynical. Anyone else? Doug?
Well, having read all 65 pages of...
Well done.
Spoiler alert, I do know the answer. I love this research. I love this, and I'll tell you for why. It's my goal here, it's my goal in my job to convince the skeptics that, you know what, getting privacy wrong has an impact. It's not just an opinion. It's not just an annoyance. This regulation isn't anti-business. It's actually pro-consumer. And this is what the research is actually putting into facts. It's putting into numbers. And I think it really crystallises the value. If you're struggling to grasp privacy, if you're really struggling to understand the value of getting it right and the cost of getting it wrong, then you really need to have a conversation with the relevant people and work on your privacy, because here's the spoiler. It's not a zero-sum game, okay? It's not we win, they lose. It's no great surprise, actually, that if you're doing the right thing for your users' privacy, you're actually doing the right thing for your data quality. So it's a win for the user, it's a win for the consumer, it's a win for the business. So I'm all behind this, and the going too far, the trying too hard, making it feel like a bribe almost. You don't need to do that. You do need to go beyond the minimum. Absolutely key. Completely agree with that. But be real, be authentic, be transparent, and again, spoiler alert, use it to grow trust. We're not using it to trick people or game people or exploit people. It's a realization that we're dealing with real people. So let's have a conversation like this, Claire. It's interesting actually. You were saying earlier on about the taking your Google hat off. Okay, so no. I work for Media Monks. Okay, yes. So the skeptics out there are going to be thinking, well, you just want to sell another ad, don't you? And actually, no. I'm firmly of the belief that we are solving this for the most common denominator. Okay, so it's understanding that these are real people sharing their data with the feeling of reciprocity. They want to get something in return, and that's all upside. It's not a Brexit double downside deal here, guys. We're all winning off this, and as soon as we can realise that, we're actually going to do a better job of being vendors, of being e-com stores. There is value to be had for all of us, and realising that is an absolute win. So hopefully I'm convincing skeptics, maybe not to change right now, but to at least have a think and think differently.
Yeah, and I think this research really kind of puts people in that. Think about what.
Completely agree. Yeah.
So Claire, coming back to you just to finish.
Oh yes,
that.
yes.
just to round out the research there.
Good skeptics. If we just move on to the next slide, so brands, I wanted to kind of move on to and what we can kind of do in terms of what they should be thinking about, because I think it's really important about moving on to kind of what things people can do and marketers. So if I'm going to give you 3 words, they're going to be all beginning with M. Meaningful, show the user the value of your exchange. Memorable, people should be able to remember having shared the data that informs the marketing that they see. And manageable, that's ensuring users understand their data sharing and have proper, easy-to-use controls to manage it. So that's the 3 M's, we call it. And that's what Google stand by as well when we're looking at things. We use this framework. So it's really important, that if any marketers out there are thinking about how to, what they should be doing, I would definitely recommend using the 3 M's and thinking about them that way. They really should be utilising brands, their privacy practices that are meaningful. that are memorable and that are manageable. Yeah. And if I just go back to the research quickly, if you look at the list on the screen, you can see a whole bunch of actions you can take there as marketers that were tried and tested in our research that helped increase feelings of control amongst your customers. So this is EMEA research. As I mentioned, there is other research that we've done across region, and I just wanted to mention the UK. The 3 top measures there were asking people how and how often they wanted to be reminded about their preferences, asking for consent to a personalised website, and sending a privacy digest via email. So we also found that there was a sort of collective benefit to the brands of doing multiples of these as well. So the more you do, the larger the increase of feelings in control, which is really interesting, I think.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think that research was very interesting. And the 3 M's, I think, is an easy one for everyone to remember. But Doug, I know I mentioned at the start, we really want to look at how this journey is for clients. I know you work with a lot of clients of all sizes, big and small. So really would love to hear your thoughts on kind of what are their challenges that they're asking for you? What advice are you giving them? How are you supporting them on this journey?
Jenny, good point. Yeah, we work with SMBs, we work with what we call Whoppers.
Yeah.
So the issues that these clients are facing aren't unique to one particular size. It is relevant to absolutely everybody. They're all dealing with consumers. So what we really talk about a lot, and it goes very well with the MMM, goes well with the word you said was control. Okay, and in order for users to feel like they have control, in order to give users the control over their data, it's the other side of the coin, if you like, in that the business owner needs to have control of the data in the first place. And this is so often not the case. This is so often the root cause of the problem, in that our clients are facing a data sprawl. They're facing unregulated data. And unless you have control over that data, it's very difficult to be able to say, yeah, we have absolute knowledge over what we're collecting, why we're collecting it, how it's being used, and who else is getting access to this data. So that's our first piece of advice, is to make sure you have control of data. So many clients have ownership, but not control. And they're very different things. And this is a key part, again, to getting the data quality along with the privacy aspects as well. It's one and the same thing, taking control. So important as a first step.
Yeah. Brilliant. And what about you, Claire? Like, from a Google perspective, how are you guys supporting on this journey as well?
In terms of, sorry,
from the client perspective as well, and like challenges that you're hearing in the space that you're trying to address.
Well, it's interesting. I think, we hear from lots of different customers. They're all on different journeys. It's all, there's lots of different things happening for different people because they've got different sets of data. They're trying to understand what to do with it. It's very, you've got small businesses as well that, don't possibly have enough people to help understand what's going on, or, understand regulatory, requirements and things like that. Go on.
It is the fastest moving industry.
Yeah.
So I've no doubt you're seeing an increase in customers who are saying we need help.
Absolutely.
Same here. Because move over Web3, move over NFTs, privacy is moving faster than anything else, and it's hard. It's really hard. So the challenges are changing so often. So how do we deal with this? There's no silver bullet. I know you guys have some really clever tech, but with regulation changing, with public opinion changing, with tech changing, how do you respond to that? So our advice is always really double down on digital maturity, knowing how to respond, knowing that your environment changes and how to behave appropriately with that is way more appropriate and way more practical than having one tech solution. I cannot give anybody legal advice. I'm not a lawyer. Okay, this is not legal advice. I should have said that at the start. We are not lawyers. So let's get that absolutely clear. But it's really important to embrace that digital maturity, because that instills really it's embracing the regulatory spirit in that it's being responsible for the data that you're collecting. It's using it to provide value to your customers, and not to be irresponsible with it, not to be actively promoting a data breach, say, for example. This is a key aspect of digital maturity.
And I think just to pick up, you mentioned regulation there, and obviously it's changing a lot. And I imagine a lot of brands out there maybe think, well, look, I'm compliant with privacy regulations. Is that enough? I mean, what advice would you give to them?
Okay, as I'm not a lawyer. Go on, Doug, go.
Nobody's compliant. Not even the regulators are fully compliant. But aiming to be as compliant through transparency and doing more than the bare minimum is where you've got to start.
Yeah. I would say that, going back to the research that we've just shown, that customer privacy, it shouldn't be seen as a compliance exercise. We should really be going back and thinking about the bigger picture of building relationships and trust with our customers, and not using it as a compliance exercise. That's really what marketers should be doing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think there's a real opportunity to get on the front foot with this now. And Doug, are you seeing any performance gaps between brands who are investing in privacy and who aren't?
Yes, very clearly. To answer the question, it is those clients where the penny drops, that this is a mutual value gain. It's embracing the regulatory spirit and not treating regulation as a barrier. Really embracing that spirit of change, and really letting go of legacy, historic ways of going about digital marketing. Really understanding that these regulations are introduced for a reason, and that is driven a lot. And I'm sure you guys at Google have found this in research as well. It's driven by public opinion. Customers are expecting this level of privacy. They're expecting this level of control. So those clients who see that and say, yes, that's the right thing to do. It's good for data, it's good for business, it's good for the customer. These are the winners. We can absolutely work with them. I've also experienced instances where regulation is not treated seriously, and I would be quite happy to not work with that kind of environment. I would be much more comfortable to work with those clients who embrace privacy and understand it, because they're going to succeed, because we have a common mindset.
Yeah, and can you tell us about any of those clients?
No.
But look, what would you say then from the clients, without naming any names? What is your key advice really then that you're giving them, and who is really succeeding in this space?
Well, let's dig into this idea of taking control a little bit more. In order to do that, you need to have good, rigorous data hygiene, and this is the first port of call, is to really exercise through a health check, audit what data is being collected, and really understand what's going on. And I'm sure you've seen this at Google as well, Claire, in that with the deprecation of third-party cookie, there's a lot of scrutiny over what data is now being collected, because we need to be prepared for change. Yeah. So understanding that data and really aligning that data with what needs to be collected, what needs to be used for a business strategy, is a great opportunity at the minute. Regulation is actually giving us a big hint. It's giving us a massive gift here, where we say regulation is saying, make sure whatever data you're using, whatever data you're collecting, is relevant. No more. If it's not for a purpose, it's for ornamental value, and it's not going to deliver a return. We're facing serious economic headwinds across all industries. Okay, so every pound, every dollar, every euro that gets spent on digital marketing has to give a return. So if we're dealing with a regulation that says, you should be more efficient, we should embrace that, and we do. And we recognise clients who embrace that as well, because they're seeing returns that they've not seen before. So it's, as I say, it's good for the consumer, it's good for business.
Yeah, good.
And it's interesting because at Google we're seeing the same with our customers. We actually offer, various sort of health audits on the data and things like that. And we're actually working with our customers and our advertisers to actually, to say to them, what's this? What bit of data is this? What does this mean to you as a business? Why is that important to you as a business? And is it really required? Is it really necessary? And we're getting our customers to really think about what their data ethics are and what their data strategy is, and do they need that? Because what value does that that data point have? If it has no value to you, you don't need to collect it.
It's like the planets are aligning. You know, we've got the deprecation of third-party cookies. We've got regulation around privacy. We've got the sunset of GA360, the sunrise of GA4. All of these things around digital marketing are prompting us to revisit data collection. And, you know, digital analytics has been a victim of its own success. You know, mass adoption, organic growth. Great, that's fantastic. But that's introduced a lot of sprawl, a lot of rough edges. And now it's a great opportunity to revisit for the right reasons, for users and for businesses to be lean, more efficient. I think there's goodness coming at the end of this. There is light at the end of the tunnel, and it's not a train coming the other way.
Yeah, like, you know, don't be scared of it. Embrace it and get yourself ready for it.
Yeah.
Bingo. Yep, that's absolutely it.
Businesses that are ahead of this are ahead of, you know, like they are ahead of the curve and they're winning. They're ahead of their competitors. You know, there's a real benefit of actually understanding your data, understanding privacy, understanding what's happening in the market, and kind of really focusing yourself on that because you are ahead. If you're sat thinking that you can do the bare minimum, that's the wrong attitude to have. We need to be like really thinking about it, thinking about our, you know, what you want to do and what's important for your user, for your customer as a brand.
Just looping back then, right to the very start with the research. This isn't just opinion. This isn't just me waxing lyrical and offering up some great ideas. We've got empirical proof here that says you do the right thing, you're going to win. If you're struggling, then you can get help and you can do better and you can turn it around.
Absolutely. Well, look, I think we're coming to the end of our time. Can you believe it? But and I know I think there's been lots of like helpful advice there, but really to leave our audience with something really like they go away today. What are your recommendations? What do they need to do?
Take control of your data. Go beyond the bare minimum. Embrace the regulatory spirit.
Oh, nice and quick.
Very good.
And Claire, what would your thoughts be?
I mean, I would say, probably to everyone listening, you know, don't underestimate those commercial benefits of getting privacy right for your customers. You know, getting it and probably then thinking about what the consequences are if you actually get it wrong. You know, so I would just really think about that.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, look, I think that's been really helpful advice. But we've reached the end of the show. Thank you so much, Doug and Claire, for your insights. And look, we know that privacy is vital to the future success of advertising. That is something we at The Drum are also really passionate about. So we've actually been working with Google on the Responsible Marketing Hub, which you will find on thedrum.com. And it's where we've got heaps of insights and research you'll be able to dig into a little bit more, and plenty of interviews and all sorts, so please do check it out. And yeah, thank you so much for, oh, there it is on the screen, and there's a QR code as well there to scan. But yes, thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank you both to my guests.
Well, we've had so many insights over the course of the day. Can you believe we've finally come to the end of what has been the first day of Media Summit?
Not really, it's just flown in, isn't it? It's education, inspirational. Yeah, I think we got a good deal today.
Absolutely, almost too much.
Yeah, well, you know, as I say, there's been so much amazing insight brought to us today, and, you know, I can't really wait until tomorrow. Day 2, do it all over again.
I know, is your plan to go down, get your head, like, straight into bed, and then just fall asleep so you can wake up and get here early tomorrow?
Oh, well, I didn't really have that in mind, but thanks for that thought. So, you know, if you are just tuning in, I'm afraid, well, you've actually missed day 1, but, you know, no fear, because we are back tomorrow, as I say, and we really look forward to, you know, the content tomorrow, but obviously the content that you've missed. But it will be on the player, which is on, of course, the second largest platform in the world, thedrum.com.
Absolutely. And once again, a couple of thanks. First of all, to our amazing partners who have made this pop-up TV channel possible. So our amazing studio audience, of course, who are all still here, even though they could be in the bar upstairs. And of course, all of you, the viewers who've tuned in from all around the world. And a special thanks to those who have engaged with us on social via #MediaSummit.
Yes, and speaking of our social channels, let us end today with some of your comments.
So I know, for instance, that based on all the privacy discussions, people want to hear a lot more about that from the Drum, particularly how that's going to have ramifications for how we actually engage with consumers on a bunch of platforms. And people still want us to talk more about the McDonald's menu, which got mentioned in a sort of 30-second throwaway comment earlier, and yet seems to have captured everybody's imaginations.
Absolutely. And I think the new tweet that we're going to wait on is, Chris, you're really tall.
I am extremely tall, it's
He
true.
is really tall.
Yeah. But unfortunately, until tomorrow when we're going to be back in even bigger heels, that is all for today. And we're going to be leaving you with highlights footage of the day, but from myself, Chris.
And myself, Lynn.
Depending on where you are, it's either good night,
Good morning.
good evening,
See you tomorrow.
and goodbye.
Do you want to be wearing a glass? I will stick
Do you know what we go to after this event?
Hello and welcome to Media Summit, the Drum pop-up TV channel which aims to help you make sense of this new media landscape.
Content Producer of the Year.